Blackstone presents Agent in Place by Helen Macinnes. This book is read by Stefan Rudnicki. To Ian Douglas Hyatt and Elliot Chase Hyatt, with all my love, Helen Macinnes. If hopes were dupes, fears may be liars. Arthur Hugh Clough. 1. The message had come at 8 o'clock that morning as he was swallowing a first cup of black coffee to clear his head and open his eyes. But before he could cross over the short stretch of floor between him and the telephone, the ringing stopped. He started back to the kitchen, had barely reached its door before he halted abruptly. The telephone rang again. Twice. And stopped ringing. He glanced at the kitchen clock. He would have 1 minute exactly before the third call. Now, fully alert, he pulled the pan of bacon and eggs away from the heat, did not even waste another moment to turn off the electric stove, moved at double time back into the living room, reached the telephone on his desk, sat down with a pencil in his hand and a scrap of paper before him, and was ready. The message would be in code, and he had better make sure of each digit. It had been a long, long time since he had been summoned in this way. An emergency? He controlled his excitement, smothered all his wondering. Punctual to the second, the telephone rang again. Quickly he picked up the receiver. "Hello," he said, slow, casual, indifferent. Hello there." 2 small coughs, a clearing of the throat. He knew the voice at once. 9 years since he had last heard it, but its pattern was definite. Deep, full-chested, slightly husky. The kind of voice that might break into an aria from Prince Igor or Boris Godunov, with each of its notes almost a chord in itself. Misha? Yes, Misha. Even the initial greeting was his own sign-in phrase. 9 years since last heard, but still completely Misha, down to the 2 coughs and the throat clearing. "Yorktown Cleaners," Misha was saying. "Please have my blue suit ready for delivery to 10 Old Park Place by 6 o'clock this evening. Receipt number is 69105A. And my name—" Slowing up of this last phrase gave the cue for a cut-in. "Sorry, you've got the wrong number." "Wrong number?" High indignation. "The receipt is here in my hand. 69105A. "Wrong telephone number." Heavy patience. "What?" The tone was now aggressive, almost accusing. Very true to life was Misha. "Are you sure?" "Yes." The one-word answer was enough to let Misha know that his prize protégé, Alexis, had got the message. "Let me check." There was a brief pause while a dogged disbeliever riffled through a couple of pages against the background noise of muted street traffic. Then Misha spoke again from his public telephone booth, this time with sharp annoyance. Okay. Angrily, he banged down the receiver for an added touch of humor. He had always prided himself on his keen perception of Americans' behavior patterns. For a moment, there was complete silence in the little apartment. Misha. 11 years since he first started training me, Alexis was thinking, and 9 years since I last saw him. He was a major then, Major Vladimir Konov. What now? A full-fledged colonel in the KGB? Even higher. With another name, too, no doubt. Several other names, possibly, in that long and hidden career. And here I am, still using the cover name Misha gave me, still stuck in the role he assigned me in Washington. But as Misha used to misquote with a sardonic smile, "They also serve who only sit and wait." Alexis recovered from his delayed shock as he noticed the sunlight shafting its way into his room from a break in the row of small Georgetown houses across the narrow street. The morning had begun. A heavy day lay ahead. He moved quickly now, preparing himself for it. From the bookcase wall he picked out the 2nd volume of Spengler's Untergang des Abendlandes. The German text scared off Alexis's American friends, They preferred it translated into The Decline of the West, even if the change into English lost the full meaning of the title. It ought to have been The Decline and Fall of the West, which might have made them think harder into the meaning of the book. With Spengler in one hand and his precious slip of paper in the other, Alexis left the sun-streaked living room for the colder light of his dismal little kitchen. He was still wearing pajamas and foulard dressing gown, but even if cold, clear November skies were outside the high window, he felt hot with mounting excitement. He pushed aside orange juice and coffee cup, tossed the Washington Post onto a countertop, turned off the electric stove, and sat down at the small table crushed into one corner where no prying neighbor's eyes could see him, even if their kitchens practically rubbed sinks with his. Now, he thought, opening the Spengler and searching for a loose sheet of paper inserted in its second chapter, Origin and Landscape, Group of Higher Cultures, now for Misha's message. He had understood most of it, even at 9 years' distance, but he had to be absolutely accurate. He found a loose sheet, covered with his own compressed shorthand, giving him the key to the quick scrawls he had made on the scrap of paper from his desk. He began decoding. It was all very simple, Misha's way of thumbing his nose at the elaborate cleverness of the Americans with their reliance on computers and technology. Nothing, Misha used to say, and obviously still did, nothing is going to replace the well-trained agent, well-placed, well-directed. That the man had to be bright and dedicated was something that Misha made quite sure of before any time was wasted in training. Simple, Alexis thought again as he looked at the message, but effective in all its sweet innocence. Yorktown was New York, of course. The blue suit was Alexis in person. 10 meant nothing, a number that was used for padding. Old Park Place obviously meant the old meeting place in the park in New York, Central Park, as the receipt number 69105A indicated. Cancel the 10, leaving 69 for 69th Street, 5A for 5th Avenue. The delivery time of the blue suit, 6 o'clock this evening, meant 6 hours minus 1 hour and 20 minutes. So there I'll be, thought Alexis, strolling by the old rendezvous just inside Central Park at 20 minutes of 5 this evening. He burned the scrap of notes, replaced the sheet of paper in its nesting place, and put Spengler carefully back on the shelf. Only after that did he reheat the coffee, gulp down the orange juice, look at the still life of congealed bacon and eggs with a shudder, and empty the greasy, half-cooked mess into the garbage can. He would tidy up on Monday. The worst thing on this job was the chores you had to do yourself. Dangerous to hand out duplicate keys to anyone coming in to scrub and dust. When things got beyond him in this small apartment, he'd call for untalkative Beulah, flat feet and arthritis, too stupid to question why he asked her to clean on a day he worked at home. Now he had better shave, shower, and dress. And then do some telephoning of his own. To Sandra here in Washington, begging off her swinging party tonight. To Katie in New York, letting her know that he'd be spending the weekend again at her place. And he had better take the first metro liner possible, or the shuttle flight. In any case, he must make sure that he would reach New York with plenty of time to spare before the meeting with Misha. As he came out of the shower, he was smiling broadly at a sudden memory. Imagine, he thought, just imagine Misha remembering that old fixation of mine on a blue suit. My idea of bourgeois respectability from my grand entry into the capitalist world. I was given it, too. An ill-fitting jacket of hard serge, turning purple with age, threads whitening at the seams, the seat of the pants glossed like a mirror, a rent here, some mud there. A very convincing picture of the refugee who had managed at last to outwit the Berlin Wall. Misha's sense of humor, a scarce commodity in his line of business, was as strong as his cold assessment of Western minds. The pathetic image always works, he had said. And now I have $22,000 a year and a job in Washington and a 3-room apartment 1 flight up in a Georgetown house. and a closet packed with clothes. 8 suits hanging there, but not a blue one among them. He laughed, shook his head, and began planning his day in New York. He arrived at Penn Station with almost 3 hours to spare, time to lose himself in city crowds once he had dropped his small bag at Katie's East Side apartment. That was easily done. Katie's place had a self-service apartment and no doorman, and he had the keys to let him into both the entrance hall and her 5th-floor apartment. It was a fairly old building, as New York went, and modest in size, 10 floors with only space enough for 2 apartments on each of them. The tenants paid no attention to anyone, strangers all intent on their own troubles and pleasures. They never even noticed him on his frequent weekend visits, probably assumed he was a tenant himself. But best of all was the location of the apartment house between 2 busy avenues, one traveling north, the other south, buses and plenty of taxis. Katie herself was a gem, made to order, and no pun intended. She was out now, as he had expected, a restless type, devoted to causes and demonstrations. She had left a note for him in her pretty girl scrawl. Chuck tried to reach you in Washington. Call him any time after 5. Don't forget party at Beau's tonight. You are re-invited. See you here at 7, Kate. Beau Browning's party. Well, that was something better avoided. Danger for him there, and all that glib talk from eager Marxists who hadn't even read Das Kapital all the way through. It was hard to keep himself from proving how little they knew, or how much he could teach them. But Chuck, now that was something else again. There was urgency in his message. Could Chuck really be delivering? Last weekend he had been arguing himself into and out of a final decision. Better not count on anything, Alexis warned himself, and tried to repress a surge of hope, a flush of triumph. But his sudden euphoria stayed with him as he set off for 5th Avenue and an hour or so in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. By 4 o'clock he began to worry about his timing and came hurrying away from the Greek gods department down the museum's giant flight of steps, his arm signaling to a loitering taxi. It would take him south, well past 69th Street, all the way to the Central Park Zoo. He would use that entrance, wander around the zoo itself to put in 15 minutes. He was going to be too early for Misha after all. Now he was thinking only of the meeting ahead of him. The initial excitement was gone, replaced by nervousness, even a touch of fear. It was a special encounter, no doubt about that. There was something vital at stake. Had he made some error? Was his judgment being distrusted? Had his growing boredom with those quiet 9 years shown in his steady reports? But they were good reports, succinct, exact, giving the foibles and weaknesses of the hundreds of acquaintances and friends he had made in government and newspaper circles. As a member of Representative Pickering's personal staff, with 9 years of promotions all the way from secretarial advisor to office manager, controlling an office swollen to 47 employees, and now to the top job of communications director, he had contacts in every major office in government. He was invited around, kept an ear open for all rumors and indiscreet talk. There was plenty of that in Washington, some of it so careless that it baffled him. Americans were smart, a considerable enemy and one that posed a constant danger. That was what had been dinned into him in his long months of training. But after 9 years in Washington, he had his doubts. What made clever Americans so damned stupid once they got into places of power? The 15 minutes were up, leaving him 7 to walk northward through the park to its 69th Street area. Had he cut the time too short, after all? He increased his pace as he left the desolate zoo with its empty cages. Animals were now kept mostly inside, and its trees bare-branched with first frosts. The Saturday crowd was leaving too, moving away from the gathering shadows, so he wasn't noticeable. And he hadn't been followed. He never was. But he was suddenly surprised out of his self-preoccupation by the dimming sky. The bright, clear blue of the afternoon had faded. It would soon be dusk. The streetlights were already on. So were the lamps posted along the paths, little bursts of brightness surrounded by darkening meadows, by bushes and trees that formed black blots over falling and rising ground. Fifth Avenue lay to his right beyond the wall that edged the park. Traffic was brisk, audible but not visible. Only the high-rising apartment buildings lining the other side of the avenue could be seen. Their windows, expensive curtains undrawn, shades left unpulled, were ablaze with light. What was this about an energy crisis? Strange, he thought, as he came through a small underpass, how isolated this park can make you feel, almost as if you were on a lonely country road. The crowd had thinned, easing off in other directions. He was alone, and approaching a second underpass as the path sloped downward, edging away from the Fifth Avenue wall. Now it was almost dusk. The sky washed into the color of faded ink tinged with a band of apricot above the far-off black silhouettes of Central Park West. The underpass looked as grim as a tunnel, a short one, fortunately. Near its entrance, on the small hillside of bushes and rocks that lay on his right, he saw a group of 4 men. No, just boys. 2 leaning against a crag, nonchalant, thin. 2 squatting on the slope of grass, knees up to their black chins, all of them watching. He noticed the sneakers on their feet. Keep walking and get ready to sprint, he told himself. And then his fear doubled as he heard lightly running footsteps behind him. He swung round to face the new threat, but it was only a couple of joggers dressed in tracksuits having their evening run. "Hi," he said in relief as the joggers neared him rapidly. "Hi," one said, pink-faced and frowning. He glanced at the hill. Both he and his friend slowed their pace but didn't stop. "Like to join us?" the other one asked, thin-faced and smiling. And he did, breaking into their rhythm as he unbuttoned his topcoat, jogging in unison. Through the underpass, then up the path as it rose in a long, steady stretch. "Race you to the top," the thin-faced man said. But up there, where the outcrop of Manhattan rocks rose into a cluster of crags, he would be almost in sight of the 69th Street entrance. Now was the time to break off, although he could have given them a good run for their money. He smiled, pretended to have lost his wind, stopped halfway up the path, gave them a wave of thanks. With an answering wave they left him, and without a word increased their pace to a steady run. Amazing how quickly they could streak up that long stretch of hill. But they had earned this demonstration of their superiority, and he was too thankful to begrudge them their small triumph. He was willing to bet, though, that once they were out of sight, they'd slacken their pace back to a very easy jog. Well, what were they, he wondered? A lawyer, an accountant, illustrators, or advertising men? They looked the type, lived nearby, and exercised in the evening before they went home to their double vodka martinis. He finished the climb at a brisk pace. Far behind him, the 4 thin, loose-limbed figures had come through the underpass and halted, as if admitting that even their sneakers couldn't catch up on the distance between him and them. Ahead of him, there were a man walking 2 large dogs, another jogger, and the small flagpole that marked the convergence of 4 paths. The one he was following, the one that continued to the north, the one that led west across rolling meadows, the one that came in from the 69th Street entrance. Thanks to his run, he was arriving in good time after all, with 1 minute to spare. He was a little too warm, a little disheveled, but outwardly calm, and ready to face Misha. He straightened his tie, smoothed his hair, decided to button his topcoat, even if it was stifling him. He might not have appeared so calm if he could have heard his lawyer, accountant, illustrator, advertising types. Once they had passed the flagpole on his little island of grass, they had dropped behind some bushes to cool off. It had been a hard pull up that hill. Strange guy. What the hell does he think he's doing, walking alone at this time of day? The red face faded back to its natural pink. Stranger in town. Well dressed. In good training, I thought. Better than he pretended. Wouldn't have had much chance against 4, though. What now, Jim? Continue patrol or double back? See what that wolf pack is up to. Looking for some other lone idiot, Jim said. Don't complain. Think of the nice open-air job they give us. Jim stood up, flexed his legs. On your feet, Bert. Better finish our rounds. Seems quiet enough here. There were 3 other joggers, bona fide ones these, plodding in from the west towards 69th Street and home. A man walking 2 Great Danes. A tattered drunk slumped in the cold hard grass, clutching the usual brown paper bag. 2 sauntering women, with peroxide curls, tight coats over short skirts. Chilly work, thought Jim, on a cool November night. High heels, swinging handbags. Nothing but honest citizens, Jim said with a grin. The wolf pack had vanished, prowling for better prospects. Here's another idiot, said Bert in disgust, as he and Jim resumed their patrol northward. The lone figure walking towards them down the path that led from the 72nd Street entrance was heavily dressed and solidly built, but he moved nimbly, swinging his cane, his snap brim tilted to one side. He paid no attention to them, apparently more interested in the Fifth Avenue skyline, so that the droop of his hat and the turned head gave only a limited view of his profile. He seemed confident enough. At least he carries a hefty stick. He'll be out of the park in no time anyway. If he doesn't go winging his way down to the zoo, Jim said. He frowned, suddenly veered away to his left, halting briefly by a tree, just far enough to give him a view of the flagpole where the 4 paths met. Almost at once he came streaking back, the grass silencing his running shoes, the gray of his tracksuit blending into the spreading shadows. He won't be alone, he reported as he rejoined Bert, so he'll be safe enough. 2 idiots were safer than 1. So that's their hang-up, is it? We'll leave them to the Vice boys. They'll be around soon. Dusk would end in another half hour, and darkness would be complete. The 2 men jogged on in silence, steps in unison, rhythm steady, eyes alert. 2. They arrived at the flagpole almost simultaneously. Well timed, said Misha, and nodded his welcome. There was no hand-clasp, no outward sign of recognition. You look well. Bourgeois life agrees with you. Shall we walk a little? His eyes had already swept over the drunk lolling on the grass near the 69th Street entrance. He glanced back for a second look at the 2 women with the over-made-up faces and ridiculous clothes, who were now sitting on a bench beside the lamppost. One saw him, rose expectantly, adjusted her hair. Misha turned away, now sizing up a group of 5 people, young, thin, long-haired, 2 of them possibly girls, all wearing tight jeans and faded army jackets, who had come pouring in from Fifth Avenue. But they saw no one, heard nothing. They headed purposefully for the nearby clusters of rocks and crags in their own private spot. Misha's eyes continued their assessment, and chose the empty path that led westward across the park. His cane gestured. Less interruption here, I think, and if no one is already occupying those trees just ahead, we should have a nice place to talk. And a good view of anyone approaching, Alexis thought as they reached 2 trees just off the road and stepped close to them. The bushes around them had been cleared, so even a rear attack could be seen in time. Suddenly he realized that Misha wasn't even thinking about an ambush by muggers at 4:45 in the evening. He probably assumed that 10 o'clock or midnight were the criminal hours. All Misha's caution was being directed against his old adversaries. Central Park has changed a lot since you were last here, Alexis said tactfully. This was a hell of a place to have a meeting, but how was he to suggest that? In summer, of course, it's different. More normal people around. Concerts, plays, a lot has changed, Misha cut him off. But not in our work. His face broke into a wide grin, showing a splendid set of teeth. His clever gray eyes crinkled as he studied the younger man, his hat thumbed back to show a wide brow and a bristle of graying hair. With rounded chin and snub nose, he had looked 9 years ago, although it would be scarcely diplomatic now to mention the name of a non-person, very much like a younger version of Nikita Khrushchev. But 9 years ago, Misha had had slight gaps between his front teeth. The grin vanished. There is no détente in intelligence, and don't you ever forget that. A forefinger jabbed against Alexis's chest to emphasize the last 5 words. Then a strong hand slapped 3 affectionate blows on Alexis's shoulders, and the voice was back to normal. You look like an American. You talk like an American. But you must never think like an American. The smile was in place again. Misha broke into Russian, perhaps to speak faster and make sure of his meaning. You've done very well. I congratulate you. I take it by the way you walked up so confidently to meet me that no one was following you. The small reprimand had been administered deftly. In that, Misha hadn't changed at all. But in other ways, yes. Misha's old sense of humor, for instance. Tonight he was grimly serious even when he smiled. He's a worried man, thought Alexis. No, no one tailed me. Alexis's lips were tight. But what about you? He nodded to a solitary figure, husky and fairly tall, who had walked along the path on the heels of 2 men with a Doberman, and now was retracing his steps. Again, he didn't glance in their direction, just kept walking at a steady pace. You are nervous tonight, Alexis. Why? That is only my driver. Did you expect me to cope with New York traffic on a Saturday night? Relax, relax. He will patrol this area very efficiently. Then you are expecting some interest, Alexis began. Hardly. I am not here yet. Alexis stared. Officially, I arrive next Tuesday, attached to a visiting delegation concerned with agricultural problems. We shall be in Washington for 10 days. You are bound to hear of us, probably even meet us at one of those parties you attend so zealously. Of course, I shall have more hair, and it will be darker. I won't flicker an eyelash. As I might have done, Alexis admitted to himself. You did not live in a Moscow apartment for 6 months, completely isolated from other trainees, with only Misha as your visitor and tutor, and not recognize him when you met him face-to-face in some senator's house. But Misha had not slipped into America ahead of his delegation and planned a secret meeting in Central Park merely to warn Alexis about a Washington encounter. What was so important that it could bring them together like this? So now you are an expert on food grains? Alexis probed. Now, Misha chided. You may have been one of my best pupils, but you don't have to try my own tricks on me. He was amused, briefly. I have been following your progress. I have seen your reports, those that are of special interest. You have not mentioned Thomas Kelso in the last 3 months. No progress there? What about his brother, Charles Kelso? You are still his friend? Yes. Then why? Because Chuck Kelso now lives in New York. Tom Kelso lives mostly in Washington. But Charles Kelso did introduce you to his brother? Yes. 4 years ago? Yes. And you have not established yourself with Thomas Kelso by this time? I tried several visits on my own after Chuck left Washington. Polite reception, no more. I was just another friend of his brother. Chuck is 10 years younger than Tom, and that makes a big difference in America. Ridiculous. They are brothers. They were very close. That is why we instructed you to renew your friendship with Charles Kelso when you and he met again in Washington. 5 years ago, wasn't that? Almost 5. And 2 years ago, when it was reported that Thomas Kelso needed a research assistant, you were instructed to suggest in a friendly meeting that you would be interested in that position. Your reaction to that order was negative. Why? It was an impossible suggestion, too dangerous. At present, I am making $22,000 a year. Did you want me to drop $14,000 and rouse suspicions? Was $8,000 a year all he could afford? Misha was disbelieving. But he must make— Not all Americans are millionaires, said Alexis. Isn't that what used to impress on me? Sure, Kelso was one of the best and best-paid reporters on international politics. He picks up some extra money from articles and lectures, plus travel expenses when he has an assignment abroad. But he lives on the income he earns. That is what keeps him a busy man, I suppose. An influential man, Misha said softly. What about that book he has been writing for the last 2 years? Geopolitics. Deals with the conflict between the Soviet Union and China. That much we also know, Misha said in sharp annoyance. Is that all you have learned about it? It is all anyone has learned in Washington. Do you think he wants his ideas stolen? You had better try again with Mr. Thomas Kelso, and keep on trying. But what has this to do with your work in Directorate S? That was the section of the first Chief Directorate that dealt in illegals, agents with assumed identities sent to live abroad. There was a moment of silence. It was impossible to see Misha's expression clearly now. Night had come, black and bleak. Alexis could feel the angry stare that was directed at him through the darkness, and regretted his temerity. He repressed a shiver, turned up his coat collar. Then Misha said, "The brash American!" and even laughed. He added, "It has to do with my present work, very much so." He relented still further, and a touch of humor entered his voice. "Let us say that I am interested in influencing people who influence people." So, Misha had moved over to the First Chief Directorate's Department A, Disinformation. Alexis was appropriately impressed, but he kept silent. He had already said too much. If Misha wasn't his friend, he might have been yanked out of Washington and sent to the Canal Zone or Alaska. "So," said Misha, "you will persevere with Tom Kelso. He is important because of his job and the friends he makes through it. In Paris, Rome, London, and of course in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. They trust him there in NATO. He hears a great deal." Alexis nodded. About NATO, Misha was too casual, almost forgetful about what he had intended to say. "Oh, yes," he remembered. "You sent us a piece of information a few days ago about that top-security memorandum they passed to the Pentagon. You said it was now being studied at Shandon House." He was being routinely curious, it seemed, his voice conversational. "It is being analyzed and evaluated. A double check on the Pentagon's own evaluation. What is the real function of this Shandon House? Oh, we know it is a collection of brains working with computers, but super secret? Capable of being trusted with such a memorandum?" "It is trusted. Everyone has top clearance. Security is tight." "Ah, patriots all. Yet you said that it might be possible to breach that security. How? When?" The tone was still conversational. "Soon. Perhaps even—" Alexis restrained himself. Better not be too confident. Better not be too precise. Then if the project turned sour, he wouldn't be blamed for promising too much and achieving too little. "I have no guarantee, but there is a possibility," he said more guardedly. "When will you know more than that?" "Perhaps later tonight." "Tonight?" Misha exploded. "I knew you had something. I knew it by the way you worded your message." So it was his information on the NATO memorandum that had brought Misha chasing over to New York. He had read Alexis's message last Tuesday or Wednesday. By Saturday he was here, in person. Was the memorandum so important as that? "You are set to act?" Misha demanded. "What is your plan?" "I have 3 possible variants. It depends. But I'll deliver." "You are using microfilm, of course. The memorandum is in 3 parts. Over 40 pages, I hear. You will need time. Another hazard, thought Alexis. I'll make time. And when you deliver, do not employ your usual method. No? Alexis was puzzled. It was a set procedure. Any photographs he had taken, like his own reports in code, were passed to his weekly contact in Washington. The contact delivered them to Control, who in turn handed them over to the Residency. From there, they were speeded to the Center in Moscow. There had never been any slip-up. His contact had a gift for choosing casual encounters, all very natural. No, you will make the delivery to Oleg. He will alert you by telephone and contact you someplace of his own choosing, on Monday. But I may not have the microfilm by Monday. It may be the following weekend before. Then you deliver it to Oleg on the following weekend, Misha said impatiently. You won't have any chance to get the NATO memorandum after that. It returns to the Pentagon, we hear, for finalized recommendations to the National Security Council. Before then, we want the particulars of that document. So press your advantage with Shandon House. You do your job and Oleg will do his. Oleg, how will I be able to identify him? Surely not by a lot of mumbo-jumbo, Alexis thought in dismay. Recognition signals wasted time, added to the tension. He had always felt safer in knowing his contact by sight, although there his interest stopped, and he neither knew nor cared who the man was. The contact followed the same rules. To him, Alexis was a telephone number and a face. Misha raised his cane, pointed to their watchdog who had stationed himself at a discreet distance. He isn't near any lamppost, Alexis objected. You will see his face quite clearly as we pass him. Shall we go? Misha tilted his hat back in place. We separate before we approach the flagpole area. I shall leave by way of the zoo. You head for the 72nd Street exit. Oleg takes 69th Street. His car is parked there. He will drive down 5th Avenue and pick me up at the zoo. Simple and safe. It will raise no eyebrows. You agree? Misha moved away from the trees. Alexis, with a quick glance over his shoulder, he had thought he saw 2 lurking shadows in the rough background, stepped onto the path. Misha noticed. Scared of the dark? He asked with a laugh. At 5:30 in the evening? Alexis, Alexis. He shook his head. They walked in silence towards the waiting man. As they passed close to him, he was lighting a cigarette. The lighter didn't flare. It glowed with enough power to let Oleg's face be clearly seen. The glow ended abruptly. The cigarette remained unlit. You will remember him? Misha asked. Yes. But could he see me clearly enough? He has examined close-up photographs of your face. No trouble in quick identification. That's what you like, isn't it? I agree. No doubt, no uncertainties. Behind them, Oleg followed discreetly. Some 50 yards away from the flagpole, Misha said, Now we leave each other. Take a warm handshake for granted. This time the smile was genuine. I shall hear from you soon. It was more of a command than a question. Soon. No other answer was possible. He had forgotten how inexorable and demanding Misha could be. Misha nodded and left. Soon he had drawn well ahead. Alexis slowed his pace slightly, letting the distance between them increase. Oleg passed him, intent on reaching the car he had parked nearby, possibly on 69th Street itself. It was westbound, of course, just the added touch to Misha's careful arrangements. Alexis watched Misha as he took the southward path of the flagpole. For a few moments, a nearby lamp-post welcomed him into its wide circle of white light, showed clearly his solid figure and brisk stride against the background of massive rocks that filled this corner of the park. Then he was gone, swinging down towards the zoo. Oleg was now well beyond the flagpole and heading for 5th Avenue. Alexis noted for future reference the way he moved, the set of his shoulders, his height and breadth, the way he turned his head to look at the drunk, now sitting with his head between his knees. A dog walker enmeshed in a tangle of leashes merited only a brief glance. One of the prostitutes, still loitering under a lamp-post, received no attention at all. Virtuous fellow, this Oleg. So now, thought Alexis with a smile when he reached the flagpole, it's my turn to branch off. 2 steps, and he stopped abruptly as he heard a shout. 1 shout. He looked round at the path to the zoo. Someone rushed past him. The prostitute, fumbling in her handbag, kicking off her high-heeled shoes with a curse, running swiftly, gun drawn. It's a man, Alexis realized. A policeman. Almost simultaneously, the drunk had moved, racing around the crags, pulling a revolver out from his brown paper bag as he cut a quick corner to the zoo path. Alexis stood still. His brain seemed frozen, his legs paralyzed. He looked helplessly at the dog walker, but that young man was already yanking his charges towards the safety of Fifth Avenue. Keep clear of the police, Alexis warned himself. Don't get involved. But that had been Misha's voice. Of that he was almost certain. He began to follow the direction the 2 undercover men had taken. Again he stopped. From here he could see a man left lying on the ground, and 3 or 4 thin shadows scattering away from him as the policeman closed in. The one dressed as a woman knelt beside the inert figure. Was he dead, or dying, or able to get up with some help? The other was giving chase to the nearest boy. The rest were vanishing into the darkness in all directions. Then he noticed the hat and the cane. Pathetic little personal objects dropped near the body. The policeman beside Misha looked towards Alexis. "Hey, you there! Give us a hand!" Alexis turned and ran. He came on to Fifth Avenue, collected his wits while he stood listening to the hiss of wheels as the cars and taxis sped past. The traffic signal changed, and he snapped back into life. He crossed quickly and entered 69th Street. Curbs were lined with cars, the sidewalks quiet, with only a few people hurrying along. Where was Oleg? He couldn't have gone far. There hadn't been time enough for that. Alexis's desperation grew. He was almost into a second attack of panic. Then, just ahead of him, not far along the block, he saw broad shoulders and a dark head moving out into the street to walk round the front of a car and unlock it. He broke into a run. Oleg looked up, alert and tense. A look of total amazement spread over his face. He entered his side of the car and opened the other door for Alexis. "And what is this?" Oleg began angrily. "Misha was attacked in the park, not far down the path. Police are with him. Undercover police. They'll send for more police, an ambulance. Get over there, quick. See what's happening. See where they will take him. Find out the hospital, quick." "Why didn't you?" "Because they've seen me with him. The undercover man who was in woman's clothes saw us both together when we met. But there's the first police car." The siren was sounding some distance to the east, but it was drawing nearer. "Quick," Alexis said for the 3rd time, still more urgently, and left the car. He walked over to Madison. He did not look round. Now it was up to Oleg. And Oleg, thought Alexis, is aware of that. He must know a good deal more than either Misha or he pretended, being shown photographs of me, for instance, and given other particulars too, which proves he had access to my files. If he did, he's aware that I am just an agent in place, a mole that stays underground and works out of sight. My God, I was nearly surfaced tonight. So let Oleg attend to the problem of Misha. He would have contacts in New York. He would know how to handle this. And above all, Alexis told himself, I have my own job to do. With Misha or without Misha, I still have an assignment to complete. I'll send the microfilm by the usual route if Oleg does not contact me in Washington. This is no time to delay. If I get the information I'm after, I'm damned if I'm going to sit on it. You win no promotions that way. He hailed a taxi to take him a short distance up Madison. From there he walked the block to Park Avenue and took a second cab. This carried him down to 53rd Street. There, among the tall office buildings and the Saturday evening strollers, He walked another block to find a taxi to take him over to 2nd Avenue and up to 66th Street. A circular tour, but a safety measure. He had heard of agents who had traveled for 2 hours on various subways just to make sure. It was 6:15 when he reached the entrance of Katie's building. He did not get off the elevator at her floor, but at the one above. For a moment he stood in the small hallway thinking, as he always did, what a stroke of genius it had been to find an apartment for Chuck Kelso right in this apartment house. Then he pressed the bell. He was no longer Alexis. Now he was Neely. Heinrich Neely. Rick to his friends. An odd mixture of a name, but genuine enough. A real live American, with legitimate papers to back that up. 3. The journey from Shandon House in New Jersey to Charles Kelso's apartment in New York took about an hour and 10 minutes. It was easy. First a country road to lead through rolling meadows and apple orchards onto the fast Jersey Turnpike lined with factories, and then under the Hudson in a stream of speeding cars straight into Manhattan. So Kelso had chosen to make the trip twice daily, preferring to live in the city rather than become a part of the Shandon enclave in the Jersey hill and tree country. Like the younger members on the Institute's staff, he preferred a change in friends. He saw enough of his colleagues by day. He didn't need them as social companions at night or on weekends. As for the long-time inhabitants of the various estates that spread around Shandon's own 2,000 acres, they kept to themselves as they had been doing for the last 40 years. If they ever did mention the collection of experts who had invaded their retreat, it was simply to call them the brains. So, too, the village of Appleton, 5 miles away from Shandon. It had been there for almost 300 years and considered everyone arriving later than 1900 as foreigners, acceptable if they provided jobs and much-needed cash. Cider and hand-turned table legs had been floundering long before the present inflation started growing. On that point, the brains were found wanting. They had their own staff of maintenance men and guards to look after Shandon House. Even the kitchen had special help. 4 acres around the place had been walled off. Oh, it didn't look too bad. There were small shrubs to soften it up. But the main entrance now had high iron gates, kept locked, and big dogs, and all the rest of that nonsense. And those brains who lived outside the walls in renovated barns or farmhouses turned into cottages might be pleasant and polite when they visited Appleton's general store, but they didn't need much household help, and they never gave large parties, not even for the government bigshots who came visiting from Washington. The village agreed with the landed gentry that old Simon Shandon had really lost his mind, and it must have been good at one time. A $300 million fortune testified to that when he willed his New Jersey estate, complete with enormous endowment, to house this collection of mystery men and women. Institute for Analysis and Evaluation of Strategic Studies. That's what Simon Shandon had got for all that money. And even if the outside of the house had been preserved, a rambling mansion with over 40 rooms, some of them vast, the interior had been chopped up. Rumor also said there was a computer installed in the ballroom. The villagers tried some computing themselves on the costs, shook their heads in defeat, and found it all as meaningless as the Institute's title. Strategic Studies? What did that mean? Well, who cared? After 12 years of speculation, their curiosity gave way to acceptance. So when Charles Kelso, taking the quickest route back to the city, drove through the village on a bright Saturday afternoon when sensible folks were out hunting in the woods or riding across their meadows, no one gave his red Mustang more than a cursory glance. Those fellows up there at Shandon House came and went at all times, elastic hours and no trade unions. And here was this one, as usual, forsaking good country air for smog and sirens. But it was not the usual Saturday afternoon for Kelso. True, he had some work to catch up with. True, he sometimes did spend part of the weekend finishing an urgent job, so that the guard at the gatehouse hadn't seen anything strange when he had checked in that morning. And he was not alone. The computer boys were on to some new assignment, and there were 5 other research fellows scattered around, including Farkas and Tybalt from his own department. But they didn't spend much time on one another, not even bothering to meet in the dining hall for lunch, too busy in their own offices for anything except a sandwich at their desks. They hadn't even coincided in the filing room at the end of the day's stint. It was empty when Kelso arrived to leave a folder in the cabinet where work in progress was filed if it was considered important enough. McElhose, on duty as security officer of the day, let him into the room through its heavy steel door. He always felt he was walking into a giant safe, a bank vault with cabinets instead of safe deposit boxes around its walls. McElhose gave him the right key for Cabinet D and stood chatting about his family. He hoped he'd get away from here by 4 o'clock, his son's 7th birthday. Pity he hadn't been able to take today off the chain instead of Sunday. Then who's on duty tomorrow? Barney, if he gets over the grip. McElhose wasn't optimistic. He's running a temperature of 102, so I may have to sub for him. Thank God no one, so far, is talking about working here this Sunday. I may have to come in and finish this job. Pity you didn't keep it in your drawer upstairs. McElhose could see his Sunday being ruined, all on account of one over-dutiful guy. That was the trouble with the young ones. They thought every doodle on their ThinkPads was worthy of being guarded in Fort Knox. Then we could have locked up tight. Is that stuff so important? He gestured to the folder in Kelso's hand. Kelso laughed and began to unlock Cabinet D. He was slow, hesitating. Once its door was open, he would find 2 vertical tiers of drawers, 3 to each side. 5 had the names of each member of his department, all working on particular problems connected with defense. The 6th drawer, on the bottom row of the right-hand tier, was simply marked Pending, and there the NATO memorandum had come to rest. For the past 3 weeks it had been dissected, computerized, studied, analyzed. Now, in an ordinary folder, once more a recognizable document, it waited for the analyses to be evaluated, the total assessment made, and the last judgment rendered in the shape of a Shandon report which would accompany it back to Washington. Having trouble with that lock? McElhose asked, about to come forward and help. No, just turned the key the wrong way. And at that moment the telephone rang on McElhose's desk in the outer office. It was almost as though the moment had been presented to him. As McElhose vanished, Kelso swung the cabinet door wide open. He pulled out the pending drawer, exchanged the NATO folder for his own, closed the drawer, shut the door. He was about to slip the memorandum inside his jacket when McElhose ended the brief call and came hurrying back. He stared at the folder in Kelso's hand. Taking your time? Come on, let's hurry this up. Everyone is packing it in. Just got the signal. No more visitors today. How about Farkas and Tybalt? They were working on some pretty important stuff. They were down here half an hour ago. Come on, get this damn cabinet open and... Kelso locked it, handed the keys over with a grin. You changed my mind for me. Look, I wasn't trying to... Sure you were, thought Kelso, but he only tucked the folder under his arm. It isn't really so important as all that. I'll lock it up in my desk. Baxter will see no one gets into my office. Baxter was the guard who would be on corridor patrol tomorrow. Have a good birthday party. How many kids are coming? 15 of them, said McElhose gloomily. The door to the filing room clanged, was locked securely. Its key, along with the one for filing cabinet defense, was dropped into the desk drawer beside those for the other departments: oceanic development, political economy, space exploration, population, international law, food, energy, fusion, energy, solar, ecology, social studies. Quite an invasion. Kelso watched McElhose close the drawer, set its combination lock, and turned away before McElhose noted his interest. All 7-year-olds? Good God, McElhose said suddenly. I almost forgot. He frowned down at a memo sheet lying among the clutter on his desk. There would have been hell to pay. What's wrong now? Kelso wondered in dismay, halting at the door. His hand tightened on the folder. His throat went dry. Some new security regulation? McElhose read from the memo. Don't forget to pick up 4 quarts of chocolate ice cream on your way home. See you Monday if you survive, said Kelso cheerfully, and left. Kelso drove through Appleton, hands tight on the wheel, face tense. His briefcase, picked up in his office, lay beside him with a NATO folder disguised inside it by this morning's Times. He had opened the briefcase for the obligatory halt at Shandon's gates, but the guard had contented himself with his usual cursory glance through the car's opened window. After 4 years of being checked in and out, inspection of Kelso had become routine. Routine made everything simple. All too damned simple, Kelso thought now, turning the anger he felt for himself against Shandon's security. I should never have got away with it. But I did. He had no sense of triumph. He was still incredulous. The moment had been presented to him, and he had taken it. From then on, there had been no turning back. How could he have done it? He wondered again, anger turning to disgust. All those lies in word and action, the kind of behavior he had always condemned. And yet it had all come so naturally to him. That was what really scared him. No turning back? He slowed up, drew the car to the side of the narrow road, sat there staring at his briefcase. Now was the time, if ever. He could say he had forgotten something in his office. He could slip downstairs to the filing room. McElhose would have left by now. He had the combination of the key drawer, 127 forward, back, 35, and the rest would be simple. Simple. That damned word again. And yet, he thought, I had to do it. There was an obligation, a need. I've felt it for the last 3 weeks, ever since I worked over the first section of the memorandum along with Farkas and Thibault. Yes, we all agreed that the first section should have been published for everyone to read. Now, not in 10, 20, even 50 years, lost in the highly classified files until some bureaucrat got around to releasing it. The other 2 sections, or parts, of the NATO memorandum were in a different category. From what he had heard, they were top secret, definitely unpublishable. Unhappily, he glanced again at the briefcase. He wished to God they were back again in the pending drawer. But he had had only a few moments, less than a full minute, not time enough to separate them from part 1 of the memorandum and leave them in safety. All or nothing, that had been the choice. So he had taken the complete memorandum. The public had the need to know. Wasn't that the current phrase? Highly acceptable after the secrecies of Watergate. Yes, he agreed. There was a need to know. There was a moral obligation to publish and jolt the American people into the realities of today. He drove on, still fretting about means and ends. His conduct had been wrong. His purpose right. If he weren't so sure about that, but he was. After 3 miserable weeks of debating and arguing with himself, he was sure about that. He was sure. He was late. First, there was a delay on the New Jersey Turnpike, dusk turning to night as he waited in a line of cars. A truck had jackknifed earlier that afternoon, spilling its oranges across the road, and it was slow going, bumper to bumper, over the mess of marmalade. Next, there was a bottleneck in Saturday traffic on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Huge caterpillars, 2 cranes, bulldozers, debris trucks, even a powerhouse were all left edging a new giant excavation until Monday morning. If there was a depression just around the turn, those hardhats didn't know it. And then, last nuisance of all, with night already here, he found all the parking spaces on his own street tightly occupied. He had to leave his car 3 blocks away and walk to 66th Street, gripping his briefcase as though it contained the treasure of Sierra Madre. Yes, he was late. Rick had probably called him at 5 exactly. Rick seemed to have a clock planted like a pacemaker in his chest. It was now 10 minutes of 6. One hell of a day, he said aloud to his empty apartment. Switching on some lights, he placed the briefcase on his desk near the window and looked for any messages that Mattie, his part-time help, might have taken for him this morning. There was one, from his brother's wife, Dorothea. He stared at it, aghast. Mattie had written out the message carefully, although the hotel's name had baffled her. Staying this weekend at the Algonekin. Can you make dinner tonight at 7:30? God, he thought angrily, of all the nights for Tom and Thea to be in town. And then he began to remember. Tom was on his way to Paris on one of his assignments, and Thea was here for a day or two in New York. But surely they hadn't told him it was this weekend, or had he forgotten all about it? His sense of guilt deepened. He left the desk, with the typewriter table angled to one side of it, navigated around a sectional couch and two armless chairs in the central area of the room, skirted a dining section, reached the small pantry where he stored his liquor, and poured himself a generous scotch. Of all the nights for Tom to be here, he kept thinking. He dropped into a chair, propped feet on an ottoman, began trying several excuses for size. None seemed to fit. Best call Tom and say that he just couldn't make it. Not this time, old buddy. Sorry, really sorry. See you on your way back to Washington. No. That was too damned cold. He sighed and finished his drink, but he didn't move over to the telephone. He went into the bathroom and washed up. He went into the bedroom and got rid of his jacket and tie. He put on some discs on his record player. And when he did at last go to the desk, it was to open the briefcase. Plenty of time to get in touch with Tom. It was barely 6:15. Yes, plenty of time to find some explanation that would skirt the truth. Sorry, Tom, I forgot all about it, and yet not raise one of Dorothea's beautiful eyebrows. The doorbell rang. Rick? 4. It was Rick. Sorry I couldn't phone. Spent the last hour getting here from LaGuardia. Traffic was all fouled up. He was at ease, as he always was. A handsome man of 33, blond and gray-eyed. He had that coloring from his German mother. But at this moment his face looked drawn. It's the harsh light in this hall. I'll have to change the bulb, thought Kelso. He caught sight of himself in the mirror, and he looked worse than Rick. Everything intensified. His dark hair and brown eyes were too black, his skin too pale. The cheekbones and nose and chin had become prominent, his face haggard. What we both need is a drink, he said, dropped Rick's coat on a chair and led the way into the room. Nothing, thanks. Rick's glance roved around, settling briefly on the desk and the open briefcase. He restrained himself in time, didn't make one move towards it. Instead, he watched Chuck pour himself a drink. You look wrung out. A bad day? Hard on the nerves. What happened? I took the damn thing. Chuck lowered the volume of Daphnis and Chloe. You've got it? Yes, it's in the briefcase. All of it? Chuck nodded. There was no other way. You aren't thinking of typing out the whole thing? Not bloody likely. Part 1 is all we need. What about a reporter? You said several would jump at the chance to use it. Have you contacted any? Yes. There's one on the Times who was interested. How much did you tell him? Only that there might be something important for him to report in a week or two. Top secret material, but no breach of national security if it were published. He sensed something big. Investigative reporting. That's got the appeal, all right. But why the Times? Chuck objected. That's Tom's paper. What does it matter? He's stationed in Washington. Has never been near Shandon House. Besides, you aren't using your name, are you? I don't want it used. Chuck insisted on that. Too bad, in a way. Think of all the lectures you'd be invited to give. Rick's smile widened. The college circuit would really... I want no publicity whatsoever. None. This is not an ego trip. I know. Just joking. Does your reporter know that he can't use my name? I didn't even mention it to him. I just spoke of Shandon House. Chuck frowned. Did you have to bring that in? Yes. He knows who I am and what I do. In fact, he knows me quite well. But that wouldn't be enough to take to his editor and get the go-ahead to use the material. Shandon House carries real clout. Not to worry, Chuck. He isn't talking to anyone until I hand him a copy of the NATO Memorandum, Part 1. Do you think he wants this story filched away from him? Name? Holzheimer. Martin Holzheimer. You've seen his byline, haven't you? Chuck tried to remember, then shrugged his shoulders. If Holzheimer had a byline, he was good. And Rick was an experienced judge. He met a lot of young journalists in his job as communications director for publicity hound Pickering. Communications director. What titles these congressmen could dream up for their swollen staffs. How old is he? Old enough, 29. On his way up. Besides, the useful thing is that he lives in Manhattan, so I can get hold of him easily. When? Why not tonight? Rick crossed over to the windows and pulled down the shades. By the way, once you finish the typing, would you pick up Katie at Bo Browning's party? She's expecting me, but I have to meet Holzheimer. He adjusted one shade to his liking. All I need is some time to myself, he was thinking as he moved over to the desk. Now, let's see how much work we have to do. How many pages? Just a moment. I'd better call Tom first. Rick stared. Are you crazy, Chuck? He's in New York, wants to see me for dinner. Oh. There was a brief pause. Why not go? I can start the typing, and you finish it when you get back. No. Rick tried a smile. Then may I at least read the memorandum just to get an idea of what we are into? Sure. I didn't want you typing anything. You've been dragged into this business far enough. No worry about that. Holzheimer won't use my name or mention it to anyone. You and I are confidential sources, privileged information. So is Shandon House, said Chuck firmly. That name is strictly for his eyes alone, and for his editors. Oh, come on, Chuck. No. Its name does not get into print. I wonder if he'll agree to. He'd better, or else no memorandum. Besides, he will be reporting that it came from NATO. That's enough. Rick nodded. I suppose he will do some digging, check around, and find any possible leak in Washington, from State or the Pentagon, that would link Shandon House with the NATO memorandum. That should convince him he is dealing with authentic material. I hope to God no one starts leaking too much. Beyond admitting that the memorandum is now at Shandon, that's about all anyone does know, except the top brass. If none of Misha's agents in Washington, he must have one or two planted in both the Pentagon and State, had been able to get close to the NATO material, then no Washington informant was able to leak anything of value. It's a well-kept secret. That will whet Holzheimer's appetite. Didn't he want to know why I was passing on this information to him? I'd be curious about that myself, thought Chuck. Yes, and I told him the bare truth. You're a man who believes in détente and wants to see it work. The NATO memorandum shows very clearly that détente is under attack. You thought the American public ought to know and be warned. Rick studied Chuck's face. Right? Chuck nodded. He was over at the desk now, taking out the memorandum from the covering newspaper. Then he began removing parts 2 and 3, loosening them carefully from the close staples that bound the pages together. It would be a slow job. Have you read all the material? Rick asked. Just glanced at the 2nd and 3rd sections. I wasn't working on them. What's so important about them? Part 1, you told me last week, is a statement about the threats against détente, but what follows? Part 2 gives facts and figures about NATO's defense capability and dispositions, along with facts and figures about the Warsaw Treaty Organization's accretion and strength. Part 3 gives the sources of all information presented in the preceding sections to back up their credibility. Sources? That could mean intelligence agents as well as reports from military attachés. Intelligence agents. Wasn't that what Misha was interested in? Don't tell me they were named. Rick looked shocked. Of course not. Kept anonymous. Just identified by location. By location, but possibly identifiable by the quality of their reports. Any good KGB analyst could place them by their area of interest and their selected targets. Misha's department would know just where to look for them, might be able to confirm a suspicion and make identification. No wonder Misha had been so eager to get his hands on the NATO memorandum. I suppose, Rick said, that much had to be disclosed to make their reports acceptable on this side of the Atlantic. I've often wondered how any intelligence agent ever gets believed if he stays completely unidentified. A weird kind of life. Did you ever regret refusing it when you had that chance with military intelligence in Germany? Not my line. Codes and ciphers weren't either. I soon backed out of them, remember? Chuck had removed all the staples without breaking one. He put them carefully into an ashtray for later use and reassembly. He gathered parts 2 and 3 together, slipped them into the desk drawer, and locked it. Rick lifted part 1. Yes, you backed out of codes all right, into a job at the Pentagon. He laughed and began to flip over the loose pages. Go on, say it. I backed out of the Pentagon, too. No, you didn't. You jumped up the ladder and caught the Shandon rung. Rick was taking the pages more slowly, frowning in concentration. And there I am, stuck. The chief of his department was only 3 years older than Chuck's 32. Not you. Rick waved him into silence, seemed intent on reading. But he did not have to go beyond the first 4 pages to realize this was dynamite, and not the kind he had expected. He had assumed, and he cursed his stupidity, that this NATO statement on détente would aim some sharp criticism against the West. And it did. Danger lay in blind acceptance of détente as the magic word. Danger also lay in its complete rejection by prejudiced Cold Warriors. NATO's advice lay between these extremes. Détente was good as far as it went. It merited support, but only with a clear understanding of its limitations. Without that, public opinion in the West could be exploited and splintered, weakening NATO's defense capabilities at a time when the Warsaw Pact countries' armed strength had increased to a point of superiority in many areas. This sharp reminder was a natural lead-in to a plea for continuing American military strength in Europe. Depleted numbers of tanks and planes, as a result of Mideast requirements, must be replaced. Any decrease in Western defense would only lessen the West's bargaining power. But that was not all of NATO's unpleasant warning. To bolster its thesis, it included a careful study of the Soviet interpretation of détente. Military and economic agreements could be signed, but that in no way precluded Soviet interest in exploring the weaknesses of the West and pouring acid into open wounds. The old methods of Cold War, open or threatened confrontation, brutal tactics such as the Berlin blockade, were now out of date. The new strategy of détente was the conquest of the system, a phrase much used by German communists. By this was meant the destruction of political democracy in the West, by covert attacks on its constitutional foundations, and by the discrediting of fundamental political and social ideals. For this purpose, disinformation, Department A of the First Chief Directorate Committee for State Security, had become increasingly important in Soviet planning. Disinformation, Misha's department. What would he have to say about these details on the recent successful takeover of the Free University in West Berlin, for instance? His agents and their methods clearly described. Rick drew a deep breath to steady himself, then went on with what he had been discussing. You'll be at the top of the ladder in 10 years, director of the Institute by Tom's age. How does that grab you? Better than being a foreign correspondent. He placed some of the pages on the desk, squared them off neatly. He pursed his lips. What's the verdict so far? Chuck was eager to know. Packs a hefty punch, but don't you think it might be considered a low blow against Kissinger and Ford? Chuck stared at him. I told you what it was about, didn't I? What made you change around? I haven't. I still think it ought to be published. Perhaps a little later. Not at this moment. Ford is in Vladivostok right now. All the more reason. Why don't we wait until after Kissinger attends the NATO meeting on December 12th in Brussels? That's not too far off. And Rick thought that would give me time to squelch Holzheimer's interest. And that is exactly why we are going ahead as planned. We'll make sure that the Brussels meeting is going to listen to NATO's assessment of détente and talk about it openly. It isn't just the American public that needs a jolt. There's far too much secrecy about things that should be out in the open. How can people decide if they get no choice? They've got to know the alternatives. Okay, it was just a suggestion. You've convinced me that it wasn't a good one. You know your trouble, Rick? You're too damn conservative. You know both our troubles. We need some food. I've had nothing to speak of since breakfast. And you? I bet you didn't eat much lunch. What's in the refrigerator? You can fix us a sandwich while I'm typing. Right, but first let me finish reading. I could use that drink now. Dry martini? Coming up. Chuck left for the pantry. Rick moved quickly. He dropped the sheets of paper on the desk, turned towards the typewriter, and lifted off its cover. Then he selected the A key, raised its type bar, and bent it. He did the same with the S key next to it. That should be enough, he decided, as he pushed the type bars back in place as far as they would go. He slipped the cover over the machine and wiped his fingers clean of ink before picking up the memorandum again. By the time Chuck returned, he was sitting at the desk, a study in complete concentration. He finished the last page and placed it with the others. Well, Chuck asked. It's good. Someone worked hard over all that. NATO intelligence, I suppose. It's something like our own work at Shandon. A matter of analyzing facts and evaluating and wrapping it all up with judicial opinion. Prognosis is always the hardest part, and yet it's the most necessary. Here's your martini. Dry enough? I'm out of onions and olives. Like some lemon peel? No, this is fine, just fine. Chuck looked at the clock on the desk, checked his watch. I'd better give Tom a call before I set to work. He was suddenly worried. Hope I have enough carbon paper. I'll need a copy for myself just to make sure that the Times prints all I give them. He went to the typing table and pulled out its drawer. Enough, he said, as he checked the box of carbons. But there's no extra ribbon. Now you're starting to fuss over details. Any old excuse, thought Rick, to postpone the call to Tom. Has there been some brotherly quarrel? But Chuck was pulling off the typewriter cover and inserting a sheet of paper into the roller. Just testing the ribbon. If it's weak, you'll have to borrow a spare from Katie. No typewriter supply shop is open at this hour on a Saturday night. Tom will be waiting. Time enough yet. Chuck began typing and stopped. He tried again. Damnation. Something wrong? 2 keys stuck. They're out of kilter. He tried to straighten their type bars, and then looked up at Rick in complete dismay. No go, he said. What the hell do I do now? And who? Maddie? She has a strong dusting arm. She wouldn't touch the type bars. She could have dropped something on them by accident. A load of bricks? Chuck asked bitterly. Or she backed her 200 pounds into the table and sent the machine flying. What the hell do I do? Chuck said again. Try Katie, will you? She'll lend us her typewriter. Katie had an old and hefty machine, a period piece that amused her, along with her stand-up telephones and bighorn phonograph. It's on the blink. It would chew up every ribbon you had. Chuck stood very still. Then his face cleared, and he reached for the telephone book. Algonquin. His finger ran down the A section. Here we are. He put through the call. Tom, I just got in and found Dorothea's message. Look, I'm sorry. I have a load of work to do here. Can't manage dinner. But could I drop down to the Algonquin right now? Have a quick drink with you? And say, could I borrow your portable? I'll return it tomorrow without fail. Yes, I know you need it. I'll have it back long before you take off for Paris, okay? See you in 20 minutes or so. Chuck dropped the receiver and was off to the bedroom for jacket and tie. He made a whirlwind exit, calling over his shoulder, Back in an hour. So I lost that round, Rick thought. He will have his typewriter and a completed script by 10 or 11 tonight. But I've been given the time and opportunity I need. Better than I planned. So take it. He began clearing the desk, moving the section of the memorandum he had been reading out of his way. 1 hour, probably more. He would aim at 40 minutes to be on the safe side. He produced a small bunch of keys and selected the skeleton one. That was all he needed for this simple lock. Deftly he manipulated it, pulled the desk drawer open, and lifted out the two top security parts of the NATO memorandum. He only glanced at the number of pages, wasted no time in reading them, although he had a strong temptation to examine Part 3. He adjusted the strong desk lamp to the correct angle. Then he took out a small matchbox-sized camera from his inside pocket and placed the first page in position under the circle of light. He began photographing. The whole job was completed, the sheets all back in order and replaced in the drawer exactly as he had found them within 35 minutes. The precious film was left in the camera. He would extract it when there was less chance of any mishap. His hands felt tired, his eyes strained. The inside pocket of his jacket, fastened with a small zipper, would be safe enough. Now he could put the desk back in shape again. The pages of Part 1 were neatly placed, ready for Chuck's use. He would make some sandwiches, get coffee percolating, and show some signs of a well-spent hour. Lose one round, win another, he told himself, as he searched for his glass. He had laid it quietly aside on one of the small tables, unwilling to risk Chuck's potent mix while he still had problems to work out. The martini wasn't worth drinking now. He carried it into the kitchen, emptied it down the sink, and poured himself a double vodka. He had earned it. 5. Tom Kelso got back to the hotel at 6:10 after a day divided between meetings, one with an editorial staff member at the Times to discuss the shape of his visit to France, another with a television reporter who had just ended a 3-year assignment there, a third with an attaché on leave from the embassy in Paris, and found Dorothea clad in a black chiffon negligee and a white felt hat. She was seated before her dressing table mirror, studying a profile view of the upturn and dip of the hat's wide brim. She turned to welcome him as he came through the sitting room and halted at the bedroom door, and gave him a smile that would lift any tired man's heart. "What do you think?" she asked him. "A lot of things." He lifted the hat from her head, tossed it onto a chair. "And I've only got 15 minutes to shower and change and order drinks from the bar," he thought in sudden frustration. "Don't you like it?" "It gets in the way." He bent down and planted a kiss on top of her soft, smooth hair. She raised her face, still flushed and pink from her perfumed hot bath, to offer him a proper kiss on her lips. She smelled delicious, damn it. "I'll take a 2-minute shower. Would you get out my blue shirt and red tie, honey?" He was on his way to the bathroom, pulling off his clothes as he went. "And you'd better start dressing, Thea." "But Chuck won't be here till 7:30. There's plenty of time." "Not as much as you think. Tony Lawton is coming up for a drink. Brad Gillen, too." "When?" she called in alarm, rising from the dressing table and going into quick motion. First the shirt and tie. Tom was already in the shower, her question drowned out in a flood of water. She began pulling on pantyhose and bra. Gillen she knew well, an old friend of Tom's, once attached to the State Department, but now out of Washington and into New York publishing. Tony Lawton? She started creaming and powdering. Yes, she remembered. She had met him once before, on a quick Washington visit. English, lived in London when he wasn't traveling around. Another of Tom's friends from abroad. Some eyebrow pencil, lipstick, hair combed into place. She was almost ready for her little black dress. In fashion again, like the hat she had bought on impulse at the end of a hard day's shopping. Saturday wasn't her choice exactly to find Christmas presents, but that was the way Tom's schedule had been arranged, and so she shrugged her shoulders. Tom was out of the bathroom, rubbing his hair dry. "When are they due?" she asked, dress in hand. "At 6:30, damn it." "Oh, heavens." She began stepping into her dress. "It's always the way." He stopped combing his hair. "I'm getting an awful lot of gray at the sides," he said worriedly, looking into the mirror. "It suits you, darling." She took a minute off dressing and studied him. At 42, he was a healthy specimen. Muscles firm, waistline still trim. He brooded about it, kept swearing off second helpings and desserts, but that was a vanity he shared with a million other men. Dark hair plentiful, even if graying at the temples. dark eyes watching her with a smile as he studied her in turn. "Come on, Blondie," he said. "Get that dress on, however much it spoils the view. Old Brad would lose the sight of his good eye if he were to see you like that." "Oh, Tom." Her even eyebrows were raised, black eyelashes flickered, pink lips parted into a gentle protest. "Yes, it's always the way," Tom said again, pulling on his own clothes. He had been delighted today when Tony Lawton had called him at the office, suggesting a drink this evening, and would Tom invite Brad Gillen, too? Why didn't I say 7 o'clock? Because Chuck is coming at 7:30. You'd never have time for any of that old boys together talk. Better order the drinks, Tom reminded himself, moving quickly to the telephone. "How did your day go?" "Not too bad." Tom waited for bar service to answer, speculating again why Lawton had been so eager to arrange a meeting here this evening with Gillen, rather than going straight to Gillen himself. Tony's wiles always amused Tom. They gave him good copy, too, although they weren't always immediately publishable. "Not too bad at all. I was well briefed. I'll know where to start digging for information in Paris. Get the French points of view about the Brussels meeting next month. They've got a kind of..." He broke off to tell bar service that he needed scotch, bourbon, spring water, soda, and plenty of ice, pronto. "A kind of what?" Dorothea asked as he left the phone. "We are with you but not of you complex. Tricky to evaluate. It could mean more than we think or less than we hope. The French, dissociated since de Gaulle from NATO's military problems, would attend only the diplomatic and economic sessions of the Brussels meeting, but they still held definite opinions about European defense. "So," she said slowly, "you'll be covering the NATO meeting on December 12th. She was still hoping that he wouldn't have to return so soon to Europe. With this Paris visit, he would miss Thanksgiving at home. He might miss Christmas with his trip to Brussels. "It's all definite?" "Definite," he said, and hoped there would be no more argument about that. "I'll be back before Christmas. All the NATO meetings will be over well before then." But she wondered, will your business be over, my sweet? Emergencies could stretch an assignment, as she well knew. She ought to be grateful, she reflected, that Tom wasn't staying on for extra weeks in Paris while he waited for the Brussels meetings to begin. A lot of men would have done just that. "You look like a girl who needs help with a zipper," said Tom, and fixed her dress. "Perfect," he decided, swinging her around to look at the total effect. And it was no diplomatic lie. He kissed her gently. "So are you. I like that dark red tie." "Matches my eyes," he told her, and let her go to hurry into the sitting room as a waiter arrived with a tray of drinks. He heard her laugh, but his eyes were tired, he had to admit. As well as listening today, there had been a lot of reading and note-taking, and a head now filled with a collection of odd facts that kept swimming around. All he wanted was a relaxed evening, a pleasant dinner, and early to bed with his beautiful blonde. "Any message from Chuck?" he called to her. "Not so far." Dorothea was selecting the right earrings. Tom's voice had sharpened. She could imagine the frown on his face. "Chuck will be here. Even if he didn't get my message, he'll turn up." And there came the old twinge of guilt whenever she mentioned Chuck. Her fault, probably, that he had drifted away from Tom in these last 5 years. Before her day, they had enjoyed a fairly comfortable setup from Chuck's point of view, until she had entered the scene. Then he had left Washington behind him for a job at Shandon House, and a life of his own in New York. About time, too, she had believed. Chuck, except for college and army service, had been on Tom's back since he was 8 and Tom 18. At that ripe age, Tom had become father and mother combined, and found a cub reporter's job to pay the bills. Their parents' life insurance could scarcely meet the rent of the New York apartment. As soon as Chuck was safely into college, Tom seized the chance to be a war correspondent in Korea. With that over, he was back at the dutiful brother bit, seeing Chuck through a youthful and disastrous marriage, remaining a bachelor himself, partly because he was into international politics and the new excitement of travel, partly because there was his move to Washington, but mostly because being a bachelor had become a habit hard to break. After all, if the boy of 18 was loaded down with family responsibilities, the man he became had already had enough of them for a while. And then Tom and she had met. In a television studio. She was arranging interviews on the Bud Wells Talk show, and Tom was one of the victims that day. 10 minutes, no more than that, 10 minutes together, and there it was, bingo. The hard-case bachelor of 37, the career girl of 26, goodbye to all set plans and determined ideas, hello to a future of whatever it took to make it work. She smiled at the memory and carefully fastened her earrings into place. They dangled brightly. The rope of mock pearls was discarded. Enough was enough. Looking critically at her image in the mirror, she wondered what kind of woman Chuck had imagined for a suitable sister-in-law. Plump and speechless, or gray-haired and motherly. He resented her. She could feel it, although he hid it well. Just as she resented the way Tom still worried about him. But one rule she had made right from the beginning: never criticize Chuck, that delightful, brilliant, and forgetful young man. Why didn't he call? Tom hadn't seen him in almost 2 months. And it hurt Tom. Of course it must. Dorothea went into the sitting room. You know, darling, he may never have got my message. Chuck, you worry too much, my pet. Tom's voice was carefully casual. Do I? She wondered. Then she smiled in relief as the telephone rang. But it wasn't Chuck. It was the desk clerk announcing Mr. Bradford Gillen. Brad connected in her mind with another thought. He is going to publish your book, isn't he? Hasn't backed out so far. If only you could get some time to yourself and finish it. Just 6 months. Would you settle for 3? He was laughing at the surprise he had given her. Meant to keep the news for dinner. But you really coax things out of a man. You'd be a good reporter. Oh, Tom, did the Times tell you today? Actually promise they'll consider a 3 months leave. He caught her, held her close. But that will depend on how the world news breaks, he added, to keep their excitement in check. Oh, Tom, she said again, her arms flung around his shoulders. I've got plans, too. I'm taking a year off. Oh, I know. I may never get that job back again, but... A year? He looked at her quickly. 2, if necessary. There's more to life than having my name painted on my office door. Besides, I saw Dr. Travis first thing this morning. She says I'm in great shape now. No further risks. She sounded definite about that. Everything's fine. All systems go. Thea. A quiet knock sounded on the door. Tom released her and went to answer it. Hello, Brad. Isn't Tony coming? Sure, I saw him circling around the lobby. Brad's usually serious face was showing definite amusement. He'll be arriving by himself any minute. By the stairs? Tom asked with a grin. He left the door ajar. Brad was now wholly absorbed with Dorothea. You look wonderful. He gave her a brotherly hug and a warm kiss on the cheek. So do you. A little heavy, perhaps, but he was a tall, big-boned man, so he carried his weight well. Strong features, hawk nose, heavy eyebrows, almost somber in repose, white hair waving back from a large brow, plenty of brains inside that massive head, gentle eyes, blue and quietly observant. How is Mona? Dorothea asked, minding her manners. Just recovering from her 3rd attack of flu this fall. It's a hint to make you take her to Florida Sunshine for 10 days. Wish I could. Haven't had a week off the chain since last Christmas. Recently he had been in France and Germany, Dorothea remembered, to discover some new authors and round up a belated manuscript or 2. Brad had reverted to his early interest in French and German literature. He had a degree from Harvard, way back in the early 1940s, which provided a pleasant niche for him in the publishing field. Why not take Mona with you on your next trip abroad? Children, said Brad briefly. As a man of 52 who had married young, he now had all the problems of 2 divorced daughters and 4 grandchildren. Why people can't stay married? He shook his head. It seemed to him that after bringing up two strong-minded females, it was a bit much to have their offspring dumped on Mona. "Never own a house with 5 bedrooms," he said. "Should have got rid of it years ago." "Well," said Tom, pouring bourbon for Brad and scotch for Thea and himself, "when home becomes unbearable, there's always the office." "Is Brad long-suffering again?" Tony Lawton asked as he stepped into the room and closed the door firmly. His voice and smile were amiable, and they all responded with a laugh, even a small one from Brad, who knew his own weaknesses better than most men. "Don't you believe him. He's addicted to work. Take that away, and he'd really be miserable." "Overwork was never your complaint, Tony," Brad reminded him. But the indirect compliment pleased him. "Wouldn't dream of allowing it to interfere with my pleasures. Yes, I'll have a bourbon, Tom. And how are you, old boy? Mrs. Kelso?" Tony turned all his easy charm on her, and it was considerable. "How very nice it is to see you again. Or don't you remember me?" He wasn't a particularly memorable man. Nondescript features, brownish hair, gray eyes level with hers, no more than 5'7". Age, late 30s, early 40s. His voice was attractive. He was dressed in gray, the suit well cut. His tie was subdued, his shoes gleaming. Clothes definitely made the man in this case, Dorothea decided. Without that cut of suit and those polished shoes, she never would have identified him so quickly. Unless, of course, he retained that warm smile and gentle humor in his talk. "I remember," she said. "The wine merchant who likes to drink bourbon and branch water." "Split personality," Tony agreed, and didn't even flinch at wine merchant. He rather liked that description of his wine-shipping firm, headquarters in London, branches all around the world. "It's safer drinking bourbon than Bordeaux nowadays," Brad suggested, and that launched Tony into a hilarious version of the Winegate scandal in France. He had just come from there, seemingly. He does get around, thought Dorothea, and sat quietly watching the 3 men absorbed in one another. The talk was veering from French wine to French politics, then over to Algiers. Wine as the lead-in to politics again, and next to Italy. Chianti troubles and, yes, there it was once more, political problems. It wasn't that the men had forgotten about her. There were smiles in her direction to keep her in touch, as it were. And she was fascinated. Free-flowing conversation like this seemed to bring out each man's character. Tom was the journalist, pouncing on a statement, questioning. Brad still retained much of his reserved and thoughtful State Department manner, everything weighed and often found wanting. And Tony, eyes now alert and interested, tongue quick and explicit, must be a most capable businessman. In some ways, a strange trio, but friends, most definitely. She had a sudden vision of getting all 3 of them onto the Bud Wells talk show. They'd take it over. That would really freeze Bud's platitudes into astonished silence. She laughed. They stopped discussing Yugoslavia after Tito's death and looked at her in surprise. The telephone rang. Saved by the bell, she thought, as Tom went to answer the call, and attention switched away from her. Gentlemen don't listen to other gentlemen's phone calls, she reminded herself, amused now by the low-voiced conversation that Brad and Tony had begun. But I'm no gentleman. It was Chuck on the phone. She could tell from Tom's face as he listened. Her heart sank. Tom stopped beside her chair. He forgot all about this evening, he said quietly, and managed a smile. Did he actually say— she began, indignation showing in spite of all her resolutions. No, pressure of work. He's dropping in here for a quick drink. Needs to borrow my typewriter. I'll get it ready for him. The portable's traveling case was in the bedroom closet with Tom's bags. She left Tom explaining his brother's visit, and when she came back they were on the topic of Shandon House. Old Simon's brainchild, Tony called it. Simon Shandon would have been astonished to see how big it had become. Not in numbers, said Brad. They've held that down, but in impact, yes. Your brother must be a whiz kid, Tom, to get in there. He's got most of the family brains. Not true, Dorothea thought in quick defense. But she let Tom have his moment of modesty. Damn it all, why did he always downgrade himself with Chuck? A long-standing habit, meant to encourage the young and bolster their confidence? "What is Shandon going to do with its new property?" Tony asked. "Expand into Europe?" I'm at sea again, thought Dorothea. What new property? Brad noted her expression, began to explain. Simon Shandon's widow had never liked New Jersey, never even liked living in America. She preferred their villa on the Riviera. So under the terms of old Simon's will, that was what she had been left, the villa and a yearly allowance for the extent of her lifetime. When she died, no children, no near relatives to complicate Simon's wishes, the Riviera estate would become the property of Shandon House. She had obliged them by dying 3 weeks ago at the age of 92, still fuming against her husband's will and all the wealth he had invested in New Jersey. Probably that's why she stayed alive so long, out of sheer pique, Tony said. So now Shandon has a place near Menton. How very snazzy. Will it be a rest and recreation center for tired intellects? They could treat it in the way Harvard dealt with the Berenson Villa near Florence, said Brad. A sort of Shandon by the sea? Without computers, just a gathering of brains, American and European, setting themselves problems to solve. A series of evening seminars after a day of solitary meditation. Brad's smile widened. Tony said, each man with a private office and his feet up on his desk, thinking great thoughts as he stares out at the blue Mediterranean. It's a marvelous racket, this institute business. Cozy little setup, and tax-free. They do justify their existence, Tom reminded him. Every now and again, but... Tony sighed. It can be a dangerous situation, too. Get it under political control, and where will we all be? Listening to advice that will leave us more bewildered than ever. He smiled for Dorothea. I bewilder very easily, he told her. She wondered about that. The telephone rang, the desk in the lobby announcing Chuck's arrival. Dorothea packed the portable typewriter into its case. Tom had already opened the door and was waiting in the corridor, no doubt to tip Chuck off about the guests inside. Chuck entered, his arm round Tom's shoulder. Really sorry, he was explaining, but I've got a rush job to finish. You know what deadlines are like, Tom. He relaxed as he saw that everyone, even Thea, or rather Dorothea, Thea was Tom's privilege, she insisted on that, accepted his explanation. He looked tired enough, God knew, and it was a relief to find others here. He could beg off staying for a 20-minute chat. With this group there would be no chance for a tete-a-tete with Tom. He gave Dorothea a brief kiss on her cheek and one of his best smiles, a polite nod to the Englishman, a small word or two to Brad Gillen, whom he remembered from Washington days, and he had the typewriter in his hand and an apology on his lips. No, I won't sit down. I might not get up again for another hour. Besides, I have a feeling that I'm interrupting a good party. When do you get back from Paris, Tom? He was already moving to the door. Sunday, a week from tomorrow. See you then. Come and stay at my place. I've got a couch that makes into a fairly good bed. I may do that. Wonderful. Dorothea said, By the way, Chuck, you'd better clean the type. Some letters are a little blurred with ink and gunk. I meant to do that yesterday, but it works, doesn't it? Which is more than can be said for my machine. Thanks, Tom. Thanks a million. And I'll have it back tomorrow morning, okay? I'll drop it off on my way to Shandon. Sunday on the job? Tom asked. You really are in a bind. It happens every now and again. Doesn't it, though? Brad agreed. Bye, Chuck. Goodbyes from Tom and Dorothea, too. Tony Lawton smiled and nodded. The door closed, and Chuck was on his way. Throughout the brief visit, Tony had said nothing at all. His interest in Chuck had been politely disguised. Now, he said as he stopped examining his drink. So that is one of Shandon's bright young men. Never met anyone from there before, Brad asked. If you like, I'll introduce you to Paul Krantz, the director. He's an old friend of a waste of his time and of mine. Shandon isn't laying down a cellar of French wines, is it? Hardly, said Tom. At lunch, I hear they are more apt to grab a ham on rye with a gallon of coffee. Then I'll stick to our customers in Washington. That, he said to Dorothea, is where I am bound now. You'd be surprised how many embassy cellars need replenishing. I'll take the hint and replenish you. Tom reached for their glasses. And there's a gentle hint for Tony, he thought. And then Thea and I are leaving for dinner. That mention of ham and rye made me remember my own lunch today. Go right ahead, Tony said easily. I'd like to stay a few moments with Brad and dig into that memory of his. Nice to have a friend who goes back a long way. Tom stared at him, said briskly, Come on, Thea. We'll leave them to it. Get your wrap. We'll eat downstairs and make it an early evening. He looked pointedly at Tony as Dorothea left for the bedroom to collect scarf and bag. We'll be away from here long before that, Tony promised. Where are you staying in Brussels? The old hangout? I'll look you up if I'm around. As he would be. Do that, Tom said. And don't make all your nice little news items off the record. Give me something I can write up. Here's the key to this room. Lock up tightly, will you? That's Brad's department. Oh, I forgot. He's the one who will be dropping it at the desk. Exits must match entrances. Always kidding, Tony smiled blandly. Brad laid the key well in view beside his drink. We'll talk about the book when next we meet, he said apologetically. How's it coming? His rule with authors was never to press them, and never harry or hurry. Needs some spare time, but I think I may get that. Oh? Brad probed gently. I'll stop in to see you at the office on my way to Brussels. I'll explain then, okay? Very much so. Dorothea returned, her bewilderment growing as she was led in Tom's firm grip out of the room, her little goodbye speeches cut down to a bright smile. At a safe distance along the empty corridor, she let her feelings explode. And what on earth is going on? Nothing. Nothing? He calmed her with a kiss on her cheek. They needed a place to meet. Why not in our room? She dropped her voice to a whisper. What are they plotting? It's no conspiracy against the United States, if that's what is worrying you, he said with a grin. It's just some information that Tony wants from Brad. There was no one in the elevator. Dorothea said, But Brad isn't with intelligence, is he? Definitely not. No more. Brad had resigned from that kind of work almost 12 years ago. But Tony is, isn't he? Now, what gave you that idea? Just a feeling, somehow. You know, I only remembered him tonight by his clothes. And I thought, what if Tony was dressed as a stevedore and I bumped into him on the docks? That's a wild notion, it amused Tom. Or if he was dressed as a pilot and I saw him on board a flight to Detroit. If my aunt had whiskers, she'd be my uncle. Some women do have whiskers, Dorothea reminded him coldly. All I'm trying to say is that Tony's the kind of man I'd hardly remember unless I could place him by his clothes. Not very flattering to Tony, are you? I don't think he'd be too amused to hear all that. In fact, Tom was suddenly serious. I think we should drop the whole subject right now and enjoy our dinner. He steered her through the lobby into the dining room. He wasn't too worried. In 5 years of living together, Thea had never repeated the confidence he had given her. Discreet, no gossiper. That was Thea. But he didn't like the little frown shading her bright blue eyes. We'll talk later, he promised. It's just that I'm so sick of the word intelligence, she began. Later, he said firmly. Now smile for the maitre d' and get us a good table. And you'll really answer all my questions? Do my best. I'm no oracle, darling, just a newspaper man who is very, very hungry. She smiled then, for him entirely. They got a good table in any case. In the sitting room, Brad Gillen had been listening intently to Tony. No more jokes, no more flights of fancy. Come on, Brad, dig into that memory bank. You must have heard of Konov in your OSS days. That time you raced into the ruins of Hitler's chancellery neck and neck with Soviet intelligence. Konov was with their team, the one that went through a mess of Hitler's private papers, trying to find some evidence that Churchill had been conspiring with him to attack Russia. They wanted to believe it, too, Tony said, shaking his head. A Soviet intelligence officer's dream of glory. Alone, I found it. But there was nothing to find. If only Konov had been in disinformation at that time, he would have invented a document then and there. Thank God he wasn't. He is now. Tony paused. During the 50s and 60s, Konov worked in their department for illegals. Does that catch your memory? A lot of intelligence reports must have passed over your desk in that period. I left state by 1962, Brad reminded him. But around just then, yes, I begin to remember Konov. His voice quickened. There was that episode in Ottawa. Left in a hurry just before the Canadians could arrest him. He was in the U.S. too, I recall. A busy little beaver. North America was his field. Still is. Then why is NATO worrying about him? Or don't you think our intelligence agencies can cope? Brad asked with a wry smile. If they start cooperating with each other again, Tony suggested, but refrained from a sharp criticism of Hoover in the late 60s. Or with us. But that happy state got cut off abruptly. It's the root reason for all their present troubles, isn't it? Could be. Thank God I'm out of all that, thought Brad. But he couldn't bury his memories, or the latest headlines either. I'm afraid for my country, Tony. These are bad days. Head-rolling time, Tony agreed. I must say, when you Americans start swinging, you use a hatchet. Couldn't a neat scalpel and some precision surgery do the job? You get no big headlines with a scalpel. There was a brief silence. Look, I didn't bring you here to depress you, Tony said briskly. He rose and freshened their drinks. All I want is a little help from you on the problem of Vladimir Konov. How? Brad was wary. Konov is arriving here on Tuesday. He is with a grain-buying team meeting your agricultural experts in Washington. That was a shock. Cool customer, isn't he? After his exit from Canada, what is he doing here, do you think? Gathering background for future disinformation use? He'll sound out those who are soft and those who are tough, and no doubt he'll go to work on the easy marks, and arrange some future approaches through his illegals. They were his specialty during the 60s. He provided them with American passports and life histories, sometimes belonging to real Americans, remember? Brad nodded. But Konov has another reason for coming here, just at this time. A reason he has been trying to keep to himself. So we've heard from one of our agents in Moscow. NATO intelligence has an agent in place? Close enough to Konov to know his plans? Pretty good. In fact, damn good. So far, yes. He and Konov are in the same department of disinformation. He's actually senior to Konov, but they are rivals for the next big promotion. Tricky. That's one of your better understatements. So here's the setup. Konov has suspicions. They are his meat and drink. Konov has ambitions. Konov is outgunning for our agent. And he will succeed if he can get his hands on a NATO memorandum that was sent to Washington. He knows it exists, but hasn't the particulars so far, and that's what he needs to be right on target. A piece of evidence that would disclose our agent. Several others too, but our man in Moscow would be the first casualty. What evidence? Surely NATO didn't mention names. No. The evidence would be in the kind of specialized information that was sent to NATO. Konov could track the source down. At least that's what our agent feels. He's jittery. No doubt about that. We had word from him yesterday. So you took the night flight out of Brussels, Brad said thoughtfully. Washington next? Tony nodded. I'm on convoy duty, making sure the NATO memorandum gets safely back to Brussels once the Pentagon releases it to me. But what help do you need from me? Brad's somber face was perplexed. Just sound the tocsin. Warn any of your old friends at State that Konov is in town. They'll get in touch with the Justice Department and see that the message gets through to the right investigative agencies. What about your own CIA contacts in Washington? Paralyzed at the moment. You've been reading the papers, haven't you? How do you expect them to act? Boldly? Effectively? Tony's face was grim. This is important, Brad. One good man's life is at stake. And 8 others, too. And NATO is America's business. Without it, you'd really go bust in Western Europe. The FBI have a lot on Konov. They must have. We hope, Tony said, a trifle bitterly. You have no friends there? Once upon a time. They resigned in Hoover's latter-day period of sainthood. All communications with European intelligence cut off. No more quiet interchange of information. Let's wait until the dam breaks, and then we can all rush together, hands across the sea, tra-la-la. Brad finished his drink. I'll see what I can do. 6. Chuck rattled off a short line of connected dashes to mark the end of the text. The typewriter sounded triumphant, but he had no sense of exultation, no excitement, not even relief that the job was over. He pulled the last page out of the machine, separated it from its carbon copy. 20 minutes past 10, Rick said. Not bad at all. He placed the carbon copy with the others, studied the page for any errors. Clean, except for these damn letters. The M and N were ink-blocked, the T thickened. Pity you didn't have any type cleaner around. Still, it's legible, quite professional. I'd hire you as a secretary any day. Chuck said nothing at all. He gathered up the NATO Memorandum Part 1 and opened his desk drawer. Carefully, he placed all 3 parts together and began fastening them into one complete document. Rick spoke again. Can't I have a look at the last 2 sections? Chuck went on with his job, finished it, and replaced the NATO folder in the drawer. I'd rather we didn't handle it any more than necessary. And Rick, who had been congratulating himself on his display of complete innocence in that last question, looked suddenly startled. I didn't wear gloves, he remembered, and his face went rigid. You'd better phone Holzheimer. Rick tried to recall whether he had really grasped the sheets of the memoranda between thumb and forefinger. He had lifted them gingerly by the tips of his fingers, but there had been speed and pressure. No, he decided, he hadn't left any identifiable traces of his work. But he ought to have gone downstairs to Katie and got the gloves he kept there. Then he would have made sure that there were no fingerprints. He was almost certain now. What he was really nervous about was the expression on Misha's face if he ever heard of his carelessness. Misha. Holzheimer, Chuck repeated sharply. You said he would be waiting until 10:30. It's almost that now. Rick nodded and reached for the telephone. And there went a perfectly natural excuse, he thought as he concealed his annoyance. 10:30 had been a time that he had pulled out of the air. He hadn't expected Chuck to finish the typing job until 11 o'clock at the earliest. Too late, he would have explained, to get in touch tonight, better leave it till tomorrow. And tomorrow could have another tomorrow. Any pretense to let him delay and postpone and delay. But now he could feel Chuck's eyes on his fingers as he dialed the number, so he kept it accurate. When he got through, there was enough background noise in the newsroom to give him a second chance at an excuse. No go, I think he's at his desk. Gone home, perhaps, or out on the town. There's so much damned racket. But someone answered you. Sure, and left the phone off the hook. Keep trying. It's the wrong time to call him, obviously. Chuck reached out and seized the receiver as Rick was about to replace it. What the hell? Rick began. We'll wait this out. And simultaneously, a voice was saying angrily into Chuck's ear, Who's this? Do you want to talk with me or not? Martin Holzheimer? Speaking. Here's Neely. Hold the line. Chuck handed the receiver back to Rick. Tell him you'll meet him in Katie's apartment as soon after 11 o'clock as possible. What? Downstairs, apartment 5A. But tell him. Rick did all that. He ended his call and smothered his anger as he turned to face Chuck. Just what do you think you were doing? This was my end of the business, to meet him someplace where it would be safe and quiet. Katie's apartment will be very quiet. She's out until dawn, isn't she? But why her place? Because it's handy. I'll be there, too. Rick was nettled. I thought you were going to keep clear of, I want to see this man. Get a kind of feeling about him, Chuck said. Totally irrational behavior, possibly. Just following my instincts, I guess. I'm going to make quite sure that he won't publish the name of Shandon House. And what about you? Rick asked. You can introduce me as the man who has access to Shandon House, that's all. We'll keep the Kelso name out of it. Rick shook his head. So that's why you chose to bring him to Katie's apartment. He will see her name on the doorplate, not yours. And you can slip down? Okay. Let's get ready. Lock up tight. Check the windows, will you, Rick? As he spoke, Chuck pulled the couch well to one side and turned back the rug that lay underneath. Next, he was over at the desk again, lifting the folder with the precious memorandum. He laid it under the rug, which he then smoothed into place. Satisfied with the look of it, he began heaving the couch into its original position. That should do. I won't be gone for any length of time, but I don't trust that desk lock. Any nitwit could force it open. Windows okay? Put 4 records on the player. Leave a couple of lights on. Chuck picked up Holzheimer's copy of Part 1 to carry inside his jacket. His duplicate copy was shoved inside a magazine, a folded newspaper flung carelessly on top. See this? He asked as he opened the front door. It's said to be burglar-proof. Rick stared at the new lock on the door. When did you have that put in? A couple of days ago. The old one was too easy. And so, thought Rick, if I had slipped downstairs for a pair of gloves, I'd have been locked out. My key for this door would have been useless. He began to laugh. It's no joke, Chuck said. That damned lock set me back $36. So it's this way, Rick was arguing with Misha, or with Oleg if it came to that. We got the second and third parts. Wasn't that worth the disclosures in the first part? And Misha, or Oleg, would have to agree. Neither of them would pin a medal on him, but they couldn't say he had botched the assignment either. He looked at Chuck as they reached Katie's door. You really are full of surprises, he said, and shook his head. As soon as you identify me to Holzheimer as his source, I still can't imagine why you are taking the risk of letting him see you. Insurance. Against what? Against the delay in publication. He'll carry more weight with his editor if he can say he has actually met me. And also, Chuck paused. Rick braced himself. He had underestimated Chuck tonight. Also what? I'll be able to identify him again, if necessary. Suspicious, aren't you? Rick unlocked Katie's door, and they stepped into the disordered hall. Yes, Chuck said frankly. That's the hell of this kind of business, he added with distaste. You have to think twice about every move you make. Judge it from all angles. There was another pause. I wish to God I had never... He broke off. Backing out? Rick concealed a rising hope. No. Chuck looked straight ahead and was depressed by the view. The living room was dark except for one light somewhere around the corner, but he could feel, if not see, the combined clutter of objects inside. It was one unholy mess, he thought. No expense spared on the furnishings and pictures, and yet everything, like Katie's own styles of dressing, they varied each month according to whim, looked as though it came from some attic or flea market. How can you stand this? Stand what? Asked Katie's voice. Rick and Chuck looked at each other, stepped into the living room and got a full view of the dining alcove at its lighted end. Rising from its marble-top table were 4 startled people. Katie, dressed in her current style of satin blouse, turquoise jewelry, and Indian headband. A squat, blond man with shaggy hair and full beard, his eyes glaring at the 2 intruders. A tall, thin black man with a rounded afro and large, dark glasses. A woman with Alice in Wonderland hair, sweeping its long locks round a middle-aged face, and a good pair of breasts, but beginning to sag, showing braless under a tight cotton shirt, pulled over patched blue jeans. Pigs, said the woman, gathering up a map and some scraps of paper from the table, her head knocking lightly against the shade of the overhead Tiffany lamp to send it swinging. The men's faces went blank and watchful. Katie was trying to laugh. They're all right, she kept saying. Just friends. Get them out, said the woman. The two men, impassive, sullen, kept staring. Rick recovered. "Katie, why the hell aren't you at Beau Browning's?" "What the frigging hell are you doing here?" Katie replied in her Philadelphia mainline accent. "We're raiding your refrigerator for a late supper," Rick told her, moving towards the kitchen. "And then I was going to pick you up at Beau's party. That was our arrangement, wasn't it?" "It was not," Katie flashed back. Normally she was an extremely pretty girl, dark-haired and slender, with a face that smiled gently. At this moment she looked almost ugly with fear, her large blue eyes watching her companions' faces, her mouth taut with anxiety. The tall, thin man moved first, straight for the hall, measuring Chuck as he passed him with bitter contempt. The middle-aged woman followed, silent now and angry, as she stuffed the map and the scraps of paper into her large shoulder bag. So did the short, bearded man, his face averted, his hands tucked into the pockets of an old army jacket. Katie paused only to snatch up the woman's cardigan and her own coat. "I'll get them to leave," she was pleading as she ran after them. "Don't go." "Come on," the woman told her, "or stay behind with your pet pigs." Permanently, the angry eyes seemed to say. Katie didn't even hesitate. She closed the front door behind her, leaving Chuck to stare at its elaborately painted panels. In the living room, his amazement grew. Rick was selecting 2 books and some small personal objects, throwing them into his bag on top of clothing and shaving kit. He moved briskly, checking the overpiled bookcase again, then the bathroom shelves. "That's it," he said, closing the bag. "You're leaving? As soon as you meet Holzheimer?" "Why? If ever there was a time to stay and argue Katie out of all this—" Chuck looked over at the table where 4 heads had huddled in a tight little conspiracy. "I mean, she's way into something that's too deep for her. That's obvious. Too deep for any of us." Rick was hearing an early warning signal from Misha. "In America, you'll make friends with all kinds of people, conservatives, liberals, even Marxists. But stick to the ideologues. Avoid the anarchist groups, the activists. Even if they are far to the left, they can't be trusted. They need a tight control, and you haven't got the capacity to do that. You can't supply them with money or weapons or training. You have no hold over them. Therefore, for you and your work, they are dangerous. They will involve you in trouble you can't handle. Keep clear of them and attract no suspicion." Rick locked his bag. "She needs someone," Chuck insisted. Rick carried his bag into the hall, placed his coat and scarf on top of it. Getting ready for a quick exit, Chuck thought. "Why don't you call her father at least?" Rick looked at his watch. Almost 11 o'clock. He sat down to wait for Holzheimer. Misha, he was thinking again. Where was Misha now? And how was he? Any use telephoning the nearest police station, keeping everything anonymous? Just an inquiry about a missing friend? Why not call her father or someone? She has a sister married to a State Department man, and one brother who is a Wall Street banker, and an uncle who owns a newspaper chain. What do you think they could do? Argue. How far has that ever got them with Katie? Well, they were just letting her have her little games. No one took her seriously. You didn't, did you? You never knew she was in so deep. It must be recent, though, wouldn't you say? Chuck looked over at the marble-top table and remembered the hard, sullen glares from 3 pairs of cold eyes. Rick, you can't just leave her to those people. She's a spoiled brat. She always was. That didn't keep you from shacking up with her for 2 years. Look, if you don't stay around to persuade her out of this mess, I will. Will you? Then you are a goddamned fool. More of a fool than I had even guessed, Rick thought. Those who want to dig their own graves supply the measurements. An old East German saying? Chuck jibed angrily. It was the first time he had ever referred to Rick's childhood. And then he felt a twinge of remorse. It had been no fault of a 6-year-old Brooklyn-born that he had been taken by his German mother to visit her parents in Leipzig once the war was over. No fault of his either that the 2 of them had been kept there until 11 years ago, when Anna Neely had died and Rick had at last been able to escape to the West. No, Rick was smiling, unperturbed. Just one of Misha's little bits of peasant wisdom, he recalled. He kept on smiling, said nothing more. The doorbell rang and ended the slight impasse. I'll introduce you as Jerry, and then I'll slip away. No need to stay, he told Chuck as he rose to let in their visitor. Shall I switch on some more lights? No. Chuck pushed Katie and her friends out of his mind. Ready, he said. The meeting in the semi-dark room was brief. Martin Holzheimer was a tall, lank man who curled up in his armchair like a question mark. Let's change that attitude to an exclamation point, Chuck decided, once his own curiosity was satisfied. Holzheimer's never would be unless he had a 3-day session of probing, and reached inside his jacket for the document. Okay, he said. Here it is. He laid part 1 of the NATO memorandum on the free corner of a coffee table laden with bric-a-brac. Just like that? Holzheimer asked. No further stipulations? His legs had stretched straight. You've agreed to everything I've asked. Holzheimer was on his feet, reaching for the document. As of this moment, you are privileged information. Turn on a light, will you, and let me have a look at this. Read it at your desk. Chuck was already in the hall, opening the front door. He came back into the room. Just close the door behind you, he said. Good night, Mr. Holzheimer. Holzheimer looked at him with a suspicion of a smile. Where can I reach you, Jerry? Here? No. I thought not, Holzheimer said. Jerry's clothes didn't match this weird world around him. Then where? I'll call you. Every second day until your story is published. How's that? Not good, but not bad either. There was nothing to be gained by staying. It could be counterproductive, in fact. Holzheimer could sense when a man was obdurate. This one was granite. Good luck, he said, and then wondered why that phrase had slipped out instead of good night. And to you. Chuck turned away. He heard Holzheimer pull the door shut. He checked the lock and waited. 5 minutes later, he was back in his own small apartment. After Katie's, it seemed spacious and safe. The folder under the couch and rug was safe, too. He sank into a chair and relaxed completely for the first time that day. He was too exhausted to go to bed. No sense of excitement, no feeling of a major victory. He couldn't even tell if the whole damn thing had been worth it. Then a strange thought came to him as he glanced round the room. Would he ever see Rick here again? Possibly not. Rick was running scared tonight, no doubt worried about what Representative Pickering would have to say if he ever found out about his bright-eyed AIDS liaison with a pretty little activist in New York. That was why Rick had cut off Katie with a karate chop. Would he do the same to me? Chuck wondered, if and when necessary. It was a disturbing idea, so he turned away from it. Tomorrow, he preferred to think, Rick would be laughing at his attack of panic and probably telephoning Katie, too. God, what a mess some people made of their lives. Chuck thought of Katie, all the advantages in the world, yet searching for more and more. Strange, restless ambition that drove some people. What was it that Brother Tom used to say? People's lives are shaped by the choices they make. That was Tom, all right. Trusting in each person's capacity to think and decide for himself. But what about people like Katie? All emotion and no forethought. If there was a wrong choice, pretty, prattling Katie would take it. Suddenly he went tense. What about my choice today? The right one, he told himself again, and dropped that subject. He had plenty of other things to keep his mind occupied. A typewriter to be returned, a Sunday visit to Shandon House, the memorandum to be safely filed in the security room. Yes, an early start. He rose briskly and went to bed, plunging almost at once into a sleep untroubled by doubts. As for Rick, he had no easy night. There was no late train, no late flight to Washington. He found a room at the Statler Hilton just across the avenue from Penn Station for an early departure tomorrow. The sooner he was out of Fun City, the better. And what could he do about Misha? Nothing, he told himself for the 100th time. That was Oleg's problem. Or was it entirely? As Alexis, Rick would have to make his weekly report on Monday. His Washington contact would call him without fail, and he would have to give an account of his meeting with Misha. If he kept quiet about that, there could be harsh questions from the center in Moscow. It would be a different matter if Misha were well and functioning. Then the meeting need never be mentioned. But now, how would Oleg handle it? What would be his story? Rick had no way of knowing until Oleg met him in Washington. And would he? No, the best thing was to make his usual report, stating that he had been called to New York by Misha. They had met in Central Park. The NATO memorandum had been discussed and subsequently secured. Misha had been attacked after they left each other. Alexis had warned Oleg. He knew nothing more. And then he thought in alarm, in an emergency like this, I must report immediately, not wait until Monday. I'll have to call my contact tomorrow in Washington. I'll have to give him a message to pass on to control, then to the resident. And let's hope that the microfilm I have secured will stop all questions. But what would Oleg have to say to that? He was to get the film from me, so Misha ordered. Well, let the center settle it. Oleg may be the one to be disciplined, and Misha too. After all, my first loyalty is to Moscow, not to Misha. But there was enough of the old loyalty to Misha to drive him downstairs into the lobby. He needed cigarettes anyway, he told himself. At one of the public telephones, he put in a call to the 19th precinct of the New York Police Department. It was in 67th Street. He had passed it often enough. And surely it would deal with any mugging around the 69th Street area. A woman answered and passed him over to an officer at the desk. Rick's voice was polite and anxious. My cousin went out for a walk on Fifth Avenue this evening and hasn't returned. I'm worried. Perhaps he was assaulted. Have you any reports about a mugging? Somewhere near 69th Street? That's where he lives. No, sir. No report of any assault in that area as yet. Not as yet, but this was at 5:30. Where was your cousin taking his walk, sir? He probably went into the park. In that case, try the Central Park precinct. But don't you know, they deal with anything that happens inside the park, the officer said patiently. We deal with outside the park. You could also try missing. The officer stared at the receiver that had suddenly gone dead in his hand. He said to the sergeant, It's always the same. Someone goes out for a walk and doesn't get back when he's expected, and his relatives start thinking he's been assaulted. What a town. Then he added, But how did he know the time when his cousin could have been mugged? It was a question, half amusing, half puzzling, that made him call the Central Park precinct some 10 minutes later. Did you hear from the joker who knew what time his cousin got mugged in the park? Yeah, 5:30. That's what he said. 69th Street entrance? Hey, he knew the place, too. Somewhere near 69th Street, he said. Yeah, sounded like a fairly young fella. American? Sure, he was American, all right. Okay. Just thought I'd let you know. What's going on? The desk sergeant asked. Central Park Precinct has a John Doe problem, unidentified victim of assault in Lenox Hill Hospital. But as soon as this cousin got the info, he hung up. Didn't say he'd come around to identify. Dodged giving his own name. Could be he was in a hurry. Too much of a hurry, if you ask me. The desk at the 19th Precinct went back to its other problems, but its phone call hadn't been pointless. The sergeant at the Central Park Precinct was making a note of it. Any small piece of information about the unidentified victim now in Lenox Hill was worth adding to the bits and pieces of strange little items that so far constituted the file on this John Doe. Rick returned to his room. Yes, the telephone calls had been well worth his while. Now he knew where Misha was, Lenox Hill, the nearest hospital to the scene of the mugging, and that Misha had carried no identification on him. These were two facts which would look good in his report tomorrow. He had done all he could. Oleg could have done no better. He went to bed. only to lie staring at the ceiling. In all, he managed 3 hours of sleep before he rose to leave for Washington. 7. Oleg, along with a drift of other curious spectators, had seen the ambulance arrive and noted the name of Lenox Hill Hospital. The next thing was to find out its address. He did that from a directory in a phone booth. And then what? His English was good. He could pass for the John Browning of Montreal that his passport and driver's license said he was. Which papers, if any, had Misha been carrying? Canadian or American? Or none at all? That would be best under the present circumstances. A complete mess, Oleg decided, anger growing out of his fears. That son of a bitch, Alexis, running scared, leaving everything to be cleaned up behind him. Oleg chewed over his ideas along with a hamburger at a Madison Avenue quick-service counter. He had several options, but calling the Soviet mission to the United Nations was not one of them. Misha had outstepped his authority this time. Unless his own assignment that had brought him secretly to New York was fulfilled, and its results worth the risks taken, Misha was in trouble. And so was Oleg. All for the purpose of nailing down a high-placed traitor. Exemplary, if their plan had worked, praise and promotion. But now? It would still have to work, even with this unforeseen accident. Or else. So first he would have to get Misha out of hospital before any identification became possible. Maintenance of security, and that was Oleg's own particular field in the executive action branch of disinformation, was now the primary consideration. From the Madison Avenue coffee shop, he made his way on foot towards the Lenox Hill district. What with the surfeit of automobiles parked along the streets that crossed the various avenues, he had decided to leave his Chevrolet exactly where it was, on 69th. Once he had scouted the hospital area, he would know whether it was easier to use a taxi rather than his rented car for Misha's removal. And how was that to be effected? By open, legitimate means, such as a friend of the family come to take an injured man home. Or, if that was impossible, by a careful survey of the position of Misha's hospital room, and later, with outside help, a well-planned abduction. That would take time, and there was danger in any delay, even if there was no fear of Misha talking. Misha would plead amnesia if he couldn't get away with feigning unconsciousness. Oleg walked 6 blocks up Park Avenue, noting its spaciousness and its high-rising apartment houses. Against the cool blackness of night, lights seemed intensified, and there were too many of them. Windows glowed with life, high overhead street lamps cast no shadows. Traffic signals, stationed along the 3-mile stretch of broad pavement, sparkled bright red or green at every corner. Above all, it was too quiet for his taste. There were some pedestrians, some taxis and cars, but not enough movement to make sure of an absolutely unnoticed departure from the hospital. There were doormen, for instance, inside every well-lighted lobby he passed. No, Park Avenue wasn't suitable. Madison to the west had been a busier place, although its small, expensive shops that reminded him of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré were all closed and tightly shuttered with heavy iron grills. He cut over to Lexington Avenue, a block away to the east, and decided it was his best bet. It had a life of its own. Nothing blatant, a district of neighborhood stores, overhead apartments, cafes and bars and small restaurants. Taxis and buses, too. Enough animation for his purpose. He was a stranger in this Upper East Side district. His last assignment in New York had taught him a lot about the west of Manhattan, from 90th Street right down to Chelsea. He knew his way around Greenwich Village. Off Manhattan, he could even find his way around parts of Brooklyn, which was no mean feat. And in Queens, there was the safe house where he and Misha had intended to spend tonight. With this experience behind him, he had been considered an expert on New York by Misha. one of the reasons why he had been approached for this current assignment. Again, he cursed Alexis, who, from the files on his activities, spent many a weekend in this section of the city. Alexis could at the very least have given him a number to call, could have waited by its telephone for further instructions, could have helped in several small ways without endangering his own security. Oleg left the bright bustle of Lexington, walked back to Park Avenue to approach the hospital logically from the front. The layout was simple. The building, high-storied, occupied a whole block on the avenue and stretched along the two side streets, 76th and 77th, as far as Lexington Avenue. But the first difficulty in his plan of escape quickly became apparent. A huge project of construction work was going on. A new corner wing was being added. The building's height increased, and the entrance from Park was blocked by high wooden hoardings and heavy equipment stretching round to 76th Street. And there, the door was closed for the night. This narrowed his search to 77th Street itself, a quiet thoroughfare occupied on its north side by some apartment buildings, two houses, and a Christian Science church to challenge the doctors across the road in direct confrontation. He walked past the hospital's main entrance, with glass walls and wide windows giving him a clear view of the brightly lit hall and a large desk. A busy place, complete, and this aroused a sardonic smile, with a gift shop just inside its door. One policeman outside. No, a hospital guard in dark blue uniform who was having a sneak smoke on an 8-inch cigar. America, he thought contemptuously, his confidence growing. Beyond this, there was another entrance, smaller and more businesslike. Emergency was the sign overhead, and adjoining it, a shuttered garage marked ambulance. So that is the target, he thought. But he walked on and soon reached Lexington again. Too early to make his move. Besides, he wanted to find out more about this whole area. It was a clear night, a dark sky reflecting the city's glow. Fine November weather meant no rush on taxis. He would hail one without much delay when it was necessary. There were plenty of them here, all cruising south, Lexington's one-way direction. And enough people on foot, dressed very much in the style he and Misha had chosen for themselves, prosperous bourgeois, with only a few long-haired types in jeans and leather jackets, and some weirdos dolled up with heavy platform shoes and other whimsies. A variety of facial characteristics, he noted. Many Central Europeans, judging from the small Hungarian, Czech, and German restaurants. Chinese, too, and Cuban, Greek, Italian eating places. And Irish saloons, of course. The usual New York hodgepodge, he decided. Easy to pass unnoticed in this racial mix. He dropped into a cafe and had a cup of coffee with a sandwich, sat smoking his way through several cigarettes as he arranged a flexible plan in his mind. He would have to play it all very loose, perhaps improvise as he went along. By 10:30 he had explored enough and turned back to 77th Street. The hospital ambulance was coming out of the garage. Some new casualty, he thought, and perhaps an opportune moment to begin his inquiries in emergency. He drew a deep breath and entered a brightly lit hall, small, square, unfurnished. The short stretch of wall to his left was occupied by a glass-enclosed counter, revealing an office behind it where several people milled around. Opposite this, to his right, was the wide entrance to a room edged with plastic chairs where waiting relatives sat in solemn silence. Facing him was a blank wall with a closed door and a clearly printed warning that it was for patients' use only. That was all. A bare, no-nonsense place where he felt dangerously noticeable. Misha's departure, unless it were authorized, would be impossible to arrange through this boxed-in trap. How much easier it would have been in the large hall inside the main entrance with its moving currents of people, its busy desk, its lack of curious eyes. He was being watched right now. A young black woman was already at the counter, sliding one of its windows open. In the office behind her there were 3 other women and 2 men, busy people, but interested in him, even momentarily. He decided on his best line of approach. He was a worried and bewildered stranger from Canada, searching for an old friend who had failed to keep an appointment tonight. But what name would be used for Misha? The one on his Canadian or his American passport? Or had Misha not been carrying passport or papers? So Oleg sounded harassed and vague. The police sent me here, he began. They say there was an attack on a man in the 69th Street area of Central Park this evening. He may be my friend. I am searching for him. The girl looked at him, no expression on her face, no reaction visible. The police said the man was brought here. About 6 o'clock, Oleg rushed on. Would you please verify? The girl turned towards another clerk, called out, About 6 o'clock, Central Park victim? There was a quick check with some records. Admitted at 5:58, came the abrupt answer. Then someone else looked up to say, Hey, wasn't that the guy with no identification on him? Oleg felt a jump of hope, better than he had expected. He looked crestfallen. There is nothing to identify him? Then how do I know whether he is my friend? And I'm the only one who knows he's missing. We were to meet this evening at 6 o'clock. I waited for over an hour. Then I kept phoning and... You telephoned his family? Smart girl, he thought, in spite of her expressionless manner. No, he lives alone. His wife lives on Long Island, in Patchogue. They are separated. I'll call her when I find out what has happened. Oleg raised his hands helplessly, let his voice trail off. If I could see this man... He paused, waiting for the right response, and he got it. Just a moment, the girl said, and went over to another section of desk, one that faced a broad interior corridor. She spoke to a nurse on duty there, who telephoned to some other part of the hospital. There was a brief explanation. We have a man down here who is inquiring. The rest was lost in the sudden flurry of activity as the ambulance returned. But the nurse had received an answer, and the girl came hurrying back to Oleg. Yes, the girl said. They want you to identify him, but you'll have to wait. Take a seat in there. She nodded towards the room opposite. Behind her, the office had turned into a whirlpool of action. But why wait? He isn't available right now. Why? He is not available. That was all she had been told, seemingly. But I can't wait. He backed a couple of steps. I must know. If this man is not my friend, I shall have to do a lot of searching tonight. I can't waste any time. They might keep me waiting for an hour, even more. He half turned and said angrily, I'll come back tomorrow. Just one moment, she said again, a much-used phrase, obviously. This time, after a glance at the hustle and bustle around her, she did the telephoning. You can go up, she told Oleg. You can't see him yet, but you can give the police some particulars. Police? He looked at her. She didn't explain. She pointed to the closed door that led into the hospital. Through there, straight ahead, 1 flight up. The elevator is on the right, near the end of the corridor. Police? Is anything wrong? This amused her. They always stay until identification has been made. Then her telephone rang and she was busy with some other inquiry. Straight ahead, she had told him. Beyond the door, he ignored the busy nurse's desk, the harshly lit operating room facing it, the large room on his right with several emergency beds separated by yellow curtains. It was all clean and bright and modern, with expertly controlled pandemonium near the ambulance area far to his left. His pace quickened as he reached the end of the broad corridor, further progress barred by a door that must lead on to other stretches of this bewildering place. That might be useful, he thought, but he did not risk exploring it. Not at this moment. 1 flight up. That was where he was expected now. Police, he wondered again as he entered the elevator. And why was Misha not kept downstairs in that room with the yellow curtains? In one way, Oleg was pleased by this. Privacy was better for his purposes, but in another way he found it somehow disquieting. Yet as he stepped off of the second floor and came down a corridor to reach the desk, it was all similar in setup, he noted, to the first-floor area, except that here there seemed to be private rooms. His alarm about police vanished. There was only one officer in sight, and he was young. Inexperienced, Oleg thought with relief. So there were no suspicions brooding around Misha. This was just standard procedure, as the girl downstairs had said. As for the two nurses at the desk, one was middle-aged and pleasant-faced, the other young and pretty. At least the police officer seemed to think so. It was a relaxed picture, even if the light walls, bright lights, antiseptic smell all spelled hospital. Oleg felt his worry subside. "Is this where I have to identify a man?" he began, lowering his voice halfway through his question as he noticed the sign behind the desk, "Quiet, please." "Or am I on the wrong floor? This is emergency, isn't it?" "Intensive care," the older nurse told him. "But we take the overflow from emergency when necessary. You've come to the right place." Oleg's eyes followed her glance to a closed door. "My friend is in there?" "He is recovering from the anesthetic." "What happened to him?" "A severe injury to the arm, but he is resting comfortably." She busied herself at the desk. The younger nurse, her smooth dark hair crowned by a saucy white cap that perched miraculously on top of her head, began to help her stack a pile of clothes into neat order. Misha's clothes, Oleg saw. He said, "Do these belong to the man in that room? If he turns out to be my friend, he'll need them. I am taking him home." The senior nurse exchanged a glance with the policeman. "The wound required many stitches. The doctor will tell you when he can be, but my friend would prefer to leave now. I know him well. He has a fear of hospitals." "He has lost a great deal of blood. It would be dangerous to move him." "I could hire an ambulance." "He requires hospitalization. His wound has to be dressed professionally. If he dislikes hospitals, there would be no point in moving him to another, now would there?" The tone was decided, even if subdued. The argument over. She picked up a clipboard, consulted the instructions on it, and hurried off. And I, thought Oleg, defeated myself in that interchange. Still, it is easier to extract a man from a sickbed in New York than it would be in Moscow. There they really know how to be on guard. Here one policeman, soft-spoken and hesitant, who is only now coming forward with a notebook and pencil in hand. He is about as urgent as if he were going to give me a traffic ticket. The officer had completed his own quiet study of the stranger. Just under 6 feet in height, husky, strong shoulders, dark brown hair worn short, eyes blue and deep-set, features strong, manner argumentative. He spoke now, keeping his voice low-pitched. Pity he had to ask the questions right here, but where else? He must keep an eye on the door of that room. "Could you give me some particulars about your friend? Height, weight, general description?" "It's 2 years since I saw him last, in Montreal. You see, I am here on a short visit, just arrived this morning. Height and weight, sir? Then we'll know if there is any reason for you to stay around." Better keep the details accurate, thought Oleg, or else I'll be dismissed. He is about 5 feet 6 inches tall. Weight, I'd say 180 pounds. At least that's what it was when I... Yes, sir. Hair? Eyes? Gray eyes. Hair turning gray, worn long. Age 51. "If he has had a haircut since you last saw him, he may be the right man," the officer observed. "You better wait and have a look at him. How did you learn he was in Lenox Hill Hospital?" The surprise question fazed Oleg only for a few moments. He plunged into an amplification of the story he had told the girl downstairs. His friend, the tale now ran, had telephoned him at 5 o'clock, just before he set out for his usual evening stroll down through Central Park. They had arranged to meet on Fifth Avenue at 59th Street, and then have drinks and dinner together. His friend never arrived. So I waited for almost an hour. Then I telephoned his hotel. The clerk said he had left for the evening. I had dinner. Then I telephoned again, and again. He hadn't returned. I went out for a walk trying to think what I should do. Oleg paused. Better not mention any police station. That could be too easily checked. I saw a police car and asked them for help. The young nurse, he noticed, was enthralled by his story. She had finished her listing of Misha's clothes and was now listening wide-eyed. Encouraged, he went on. They called in their precinct. Which one was that? Oleg shook his head. It's all very confusing to a stranger. Their precinct called some other police station, one that had a record of... Well, he demanded suddenly, what record would it have? You know the procedure better than I do. Anyway, the patrol car directed me to this hospital as a possibility. By now he had memorized all the doors and exits that lay within sight. He might not need them. He would have another try at persuading the nurse. She couldn't stop him if he insisted on hiring an ambulance and taking his friend to a hospital in Patchogue. Ex-wife or not, she was the only family he had in this country, and so on and so forth. The officer had listened patiently. Yes, sir. Now I'd like to have some names. I am John Browning, Oleg volunteered, giving himself a moment to think up a name for Misha. I'm at the Hotel Toronto. The senior nurse returned, frowned a little when she found them still talking at the desk. The officer persisted, dropping his voice even more. Your friend's name? Robert Johnstone. Johnson? No. Oleg spelled out the name, watched the slow pencil recorded in the officer's book, and was ready for the next question when it came. His address? Somewhere on East 72nd Street. He's been living there since he separated from his wife. That's all I know. You had his telephone number, the officer reminded him. Oh, yes. He gave me it when he called, and I jotted it right down. I've got it right here. He began searching his pockets, became frustrated. Must have left it on the telephone table in my room. We can get that later. The officer seemed amused by something else. Johnstone, he said with a grin, looking at the young nurse. A good old Russian name. She reacted at once, large brown eyes widening with indignation. But that man is Russian. Her tone was definite, her accent tinged with Spanish. I know Russian when I hear it. I was in Havana in 1963. She flashed a glance at Oleg's startled face. The senior nurse shook her head over this display of Cuban temperament. The officer enjoyed it, quite obviously. Oleg had to be sure. The man spoke Russian? My friend can speak French, of course, but Russian? He looked at her in disbelief. Ask Dr. Bronsky, she told him sharply, quick to defend herself. Dr. Bronsky knows Russian well. He was there when the man was fighting the anesthesia. We both heard him. That's right. We've got it all down in Dr. Bronsky's statement, the officer said, trying now to calm the little storm he had helped to raise. Some patients do curse and swear when they are under an anesthetic, the older nurse said. I have heard some surprising things myself. Nothing to worry about, her crisp manner implied. But Oleg had to know. Perhaps my friend did learn some Russian in New York, enough for a cuss word or two. That isn't so bad, is it? He asked the girl. There was more than that. He cried out, began struggling and calling for his friend to help. If we must talk here, the older nurse broke in, then let us keep our voices as low as possible. Haven't you finished yet? She demanded of the officer. I'm willing to cooperate, she thought, but really, this is a hospital, not a police station. Almost, the officer told her. He had been watching Oleg. Alexis, he said very quietly. Oleg stared at him. Alexis, he repeated. Does that mean anything to you, Mr. Browning? Oleg shook his head. His wife's name, perhaps? The Cuban nurse said quickly, Alexis could be a man's name. Alexis and Oleg, he called on them both for help. And he cried out. Yes, the officer cut her short, adding placatingly, it's all noted down, every word of it. He looked at Oleg again, sensing something he couldn't explain. And yet the man's face was expressionless, almost blank. His wife? Oleg forced a smile. His wife is called Wilma. Wilma Johnstone. It was written down. Her address? Patchogue in Long Island. She may now be using her maiden name. Koenig, I think. Oleg could feel the cold sweat breaking over his brow. "Do you have her full address so we can notify her if necessary?" But at that moment Oleg was saved. The door to Misha's room had opened, and all heads turned towards it. Two men came out, both in ordinary civilian clothes. One carried a camera, the other a small hand case. Behind them was a tall man dressed in white trousers and white tunic. A doctor? No, an attendant, Oleg decided. After the two violent shocks that had almost paralyzed him into this stiff and foolish smile, his brain was coming to life again. And the other two men? Detectives? The police officers seemed to know them, anyway. One of them was saying to him, "You can tell the lieutenant that we finished here. Got a good set of prints. They'll be on his desk tomorrow first thing." Prints? "Is he conscious yet?" the older nurse wanted to know. "Sure he's conscious," said the attendant, "and hating every minute of it. When they took his fingerprints, Did he tell you his name was Johnstone?" Oleg burst out, and drew a censuring look from the nurse. "I'm sorry," he said, dropping his voice back to the proper level for a hospital corridor. "He's telling nothing to nobody," the attendant said as he left. "Doesn't remember a thing about anything." Oleg measured the distance to the room with its open door. 20 steps, perhaps less. Then his ear caught the Cuban's words to one of the detectives. "What do we do with these things?" He looked back at the desk where she had placed a cane, a pair of cufflinks, and a cigarette lighter. "We were told to keep them aside for you." "Not for us. The lieutenant probably wants to have a look at them. He'll be here shortly." The police officer couldn't resist saying, "Try the lighter, Ed." The man with the camera picked it up gingerly. It was just the usual throwaway when-finished lighter that had become popular in the last few years. This one was white in color, like the one he had bought for his wife last week. He flicked it on. There was no flare from the flint. Instead, a strong light glowed through the white plastic, turning it transparent. "Well, what do you know?" He laughed, shook his head, released his finger pressure, and let the glow disappear. A flashlight. "Useful for a keyhole in the dark," the older nurse said as she left for Misha's room. "Pretty strong for that," the policeman suggested. "It's got no brand name on it. No patent mark, either. That's what caught my eye. And then I couldn't see any butane inside. Empty. So I flicked it on. Real cute." Not half as cute as the cufflinks, Oleg thought, as he watched the group gathered at the desk. It would take more than that young pig's curiosity to open them, but let someone with more experience get his hands on them, and the cufflinks would be quickly identified as a tool of espionage. He hesitated only for one moment. All his plans were abandoned. The situation had become impossible. He walked over to the door of Misha's room, his hand searching deep in his pocket. The nurse had checked the cords attached to the vein in Misha's left arm. Now she was adjusting the bottle of glucose overhead. Come in," she said briskly. The room was deeply shaded. Oleg said, "I can't quite see," and came nearer, drawing his hand out of his pocket. Misha was lying very still, his eyes closed against the world. The nurse went to the door to switch on the ceiling light, but before it blazed over the room, Oleg's hand had grasped Misha's wrist and pressed. That was all. For a second, Misha opened his eyes, almost smiled. He knows, thought Oleg, and took a step backward. "That's better," said the nurse. "Now you can see him." "Yes." Oleg's hand slipped deep into his coat pocket and edged the small empty vial with its broken needle into its hiding place. Then he couldn't speak. He stood there looking down at Misha as if he were a stranger. "You don't know him?" Oleg shook his head. He turned away abruptly, made for the door. The policeman was there. "Any identification?" "None," said the nurse. The officer closed his book and tucked it into his breast pocket. He said nothing at all. She glanced back at the bed. Sleeping peacefully, and about time, too. She switched off the light, leaving only the small night lamp gently glowing over the side table. The door she left ajar. She looked at the watch pinned to her stiff apron front. "The rush begins any time now. Saturday night, you know." It was a hint to the officer to go sit on a chair and stop upsetting her routine. Thank goodness the two others had left. Really, as if she hadn't enough to do without all this interruption. What had been gained by it anyway? A lot of notes in a police officer's little book that were now useless. Oleg had hesitated at the desk as if he had lost his sense of direction. "What do I do now?" he asked her. He eyed the cufflinks. "Try missing persons. The police will help you," she said, not unkindly. Her voice sharpened. "Maria, put all that stuff on the desk out of sight until the lieutenant gets here. Safely now." She moved the cufflinks well aside from Oleg's hand. "You know," she told him to give him a little encouragement. He seemed so depressed. "You should be glad that the man is not your friend. He is in trouble." She tapped the cane. "Because of this. Carrying a concealed weapon." "It didn't protect him much," the officer said. "That happens. Your own weapon turned against you." "That happens." Oleg nodded a good night to the nurses and started towards the elevator. The officer came with him. "As we figure it," the young confident voice went on, 4 perpetrators attacked, and the victim drew the sword to scare them off. But there were 3 too many for him. One seized the sword and slashed him as he put up an arm to defend himself. 2 officers were in the vicinity and intervened before he was killed. Yes, you can say he's a lucky man. "You got the sword back," I noticed. Oleg's pace slowed almost to a halt. "Thrown away as the perpetrator tried to evade arrest." "But no wallet?" "We have it. It wasn't lifted. Not enough time. And there wasn't even a credit card inside." "Just money. Plenty of that," the officer said briefly. Yes, thought Oleg, almost $1,000. Misha had always put his trust in money. It was more reliable, he used to say, than any false documents. What's his interest in these details, the officer speculated. First, he was too impatient to wait, and now he's dawdling around. "And not one label on his clothing?" Oleg asked. "None. But we have the clothes. The lab can start work on them if necessary. There's always a way. Good night, sir." "Good night." Oleg stepped into the elevator. "We'll let you know if we hear anything about Mr. Johnstone. The Hotel Toronto?" The elevator door closed, leaving Oleg to his own thoughts. Slowly he walked back to his car on 69th Street. There could have been no other solution. There was too much information packed inside Misha's brain. Too many chances that he would be interrogated by experts. Too many question marks around him. Too much risk for all of us. "There's always a way," the young officer had said. A trite phrase, but one that Oleg had found to be true. Given the right men, properly trained, complete identification of Misha could be made within a few days. There it was. No other solution possible. His pace quickened. Reaching the car, he thought of Alexis as he stepped into the front seat. Alexis was now on record. So was the name of Oleg. And Alexis must have been seen tonight when he met Misha. 2 officers were in the vicinity. How many more? Had he himself been observed? Almost certainly. Yet no cause for alarm, he concluded as he eased the car towards Fifth Avenue. He had kept his distance from both Misha and Alexis. But the sooner he left New York, the better. He gave up the idea of spending any time in Queens. Instead, he would drive to Trenton, where he knew the location of another safe house. From there, too, he could send out the news of the assault on Colonel Vladimir Konov, place, time, and hospitalization. And his report would state quite simply that he had tried to save Colonel Konov and failed. Konov had died before he could be reached, unidentified. The body would remain in the hospital morgue for 3 days. After that, it would be moved to the police morgue for 1 week. This he knew from a previous incident on his last visit to New York. Therefore, any plan to claim the body should be made as soon as possible, although he himself would advise against it. End of report. 8. Tom Kelso, with a successful visit to Paris behind him, arrived back in New York only 1 day late, which was pretty good going, considering what he had packed into the preceding week. Lunch with an editor of Le Temps, 2 interviews with foreign affairs experts, on the record, 2 sessions with other Quai d'Orsay men, off the record, a brief but important meeting with a cabinet minister, 4 encounters extending past midnight with journalists ranging from far left to right wing in their opinions, and a relaxed dinner with an old friend, Maurice Michel, once assigned to NATO, and now back at his desk job in Paris at the Quai d'Orsay. A purely personal evening which was passed amusingly, a welcome interlude in a week of hard business. The 24-hour postponement of Tom Kelso's return did mean that he couldn't take up Chuck's suggestion to spend Sunday night at East 66th Street. But the invitation had been casual enough. Chuck had probably sensed that Tom would be heading home to Washington and Dorothea. He delayed in New York just long enough to drop in at the Times and deliver his final article on Paris and its current attitudes to NATO. "Sorry about the typing," he told the copy editor. "I finished the piece at 2 o'clock this morning." "Seems okay." "It gets messier towards the end. 3 of the letters have started acting up. I cleaned them, but they keep gathering ink. The typeface is worn. Needs replacing, I guess." "What have you got against the new typewriter?" the copy editor hinted. Reporters' loyalty to their old machines always amused him. Brought them luck, they thought, although they never admitted openly. "I'm attached to this one. Easy action, rattles off a fair copy in no time flat. This looks clear enough. I've seen worse. At least you can spell." Tom glanced at his watch. He had 25 minutes to board the metro liner for Washington, and none to spare. He gave a casual wave and was on his way. The editor began reading Kelso's copy with more concentration. Then, as he reached the 3rd page, he stopped and frowned. "I've seen worse," he repeated to himself, "and I've also seen another just like it. These letters, M and N, that blocked T, identical." He looked up, startled, but Kelso was already out of sight. "Who the hell does he think he's kidding?" he asked aloud. He signaled to the girl at the next desk. "Hey, Melissa, give me that copy we were working on yesterday, the Holzheimer story." "Just his piece or the attached memorandum?" "The memorandum, damn it." When it arrived at his desk, he needed only one glance. "Well, what do you know?" he said softly. He had never thought Kelso was one of the smart Alecks, but this put him right at the top of the list. That guy is full of surprises. "What guy?" Melissa asked. He didn't explain, just sat there grinning as the meaning behind Kelso's trick became quite clear to him. Then he rose and went to see if some of his friends had 10 minutes to spare. This joke was too rich not to be shared around. It would cause some small earth tremors, but Holzheimer would feel most of them. And serve him right, too cocky by far. All that contemptuous dismissal of the oldies, all those paeans of praise for the new investigative reporting, hallelujah, amen. As if that concept of journalism had just been invented, and never practiced for 100 years or more before this latest crop of wunderkinder made the newspaper scene. What had a good reporter ever been except investigative? Tom had a standard rule about his arrivals in Washington. He never wanted to be met at the airport. What he liked was to reach home and find a wife with arms outstretched, ready to meet his, as he dropped his bag and closed the door and shut the world away. Dorothea had her own rules. Everything prepared to welcome the traveler, steak ready to broil when needed, flowers arranged, candles waiting to be lit on a supper table for 2, ice bucket filled, Ravel or Debussy gently playing, bathroom tidied up from her own hasty dressing, a large towel folded near the shower, and her own appearance, from brushed hair and careful makeup right down to house gown and pretty slippers, never betraying the mad rush around the apartment since she had got back from the office barely 1 hour ago. Tonight had been more of a wild scramble than usual. She was fixing the earring in place, congratulating herself that she had possibly 10 minutes to spare for a last check on things, when she heard the key in the lock and Tom's voice. She came running, cheeks pink with haste, eyes dancing with amusement at her undignified scamper that suddenly changed into a more decorous approach. But it didn't last. Tom's arms swept her up as he kissed her, swinging her off her feet. One sandal was lost, an earring dropped, hair sent flying free. And, "Oh, darling," was all she could say once his grip was loosened and some breath came back into her body. He looked around the room, looked back to Dorothea. Nothing had changed. Everything was just as he had been remembering it. Strange, he thought, that this is the one fear I take traveling with me, that someday I'll come back and find it all different, all lost. This is the only truly permanent thing in an impermanent world. He kissed her again, long and gently. He had managed to catch some light sleep on the flight across the Atlantic, which kept him going until he reached home. But the preceding week had been a tight stretch of work, and Tom was tired, admitting it frankly. It was difficult to shake off the tyranny of hours. Paris time had been 7:30 when he rose Monday morning, and now, after he had showered and changed and had supper, but not steak tonight, a chicken sandwich and a drink were all he wanted, Paris time would be 3:15 a.m. Tuesday. The glamorous life of a traveling journalist, he told himself wryly. There was Thea, radiant, desirable, glowing with life and love. And here he was, adoring her, yet longing, as he thought of the big beautiful bed in the next room, for deep, instant sleep between smooth, cool sheets. But his willpower was adrift, too. He seemed incapable of moving, of breaking away from this quiet happiness. He sat at the table, relaxed and content, finishing his last drink slowly, listening to Dorothea's soft, low voice filled with interest as she questioned, watching the subtle changes in her expression and mood as he answered. Now she was talking about her own week in Washington. Yes, she had burned all bridges, faced Bud Wells in his TV den. Oh, of course there were all kinds of objections and counter-arguments, but I was firm. I really was, darling. That's the side of me you don't know. Don't I? Anyway, I'm free as a bird from the 1st of January, she said lightly. Have you heard any more about your own leave of absence? I didn't have time to check. It will come through, she asked anxiously. I suppose. Then he grinned and added, Yes, it will come through, darling. Oh, Tom, stop teasing. Where shall we spend it? Not here. That telephone will never stop ringing, and you'll be yanked back to the office. That happens, he agreed. I've been making a list of places where we could find a small cottage. It keeps getting shorter as I cross them off one by one. I'd like some spot where we don't have to dig ourselves out of the snow before we can collect the morning mail. No sleet or cold rain, either. He said nothing, only watched her with growing amusement. You don't really want to go into the wilds of Vermont for the winter months, do you? He shook his head, smiling now. Thea's concern touched him. He knew what her own choice would be. You'd like some sun and sand, he suggested. But the trouble with Florida or the Caribbean is that I can't see you beachcombing. All very well for a week, but for 3 months? You don't finish writing a book by staring up at blue skies, he agreed. And then, she said, you need a place where you can keep in touch with everything that's going on. Newspapers sold at every street corner. Isn't that your idea of bliss? Bookstores, too. A museum, galleries, interesting little streets to wander around in. After all, you can't be glued to your desk forever. Again he shook his head, his smile broadening, letting her run on, keeping his own suggestions to the end. And what with the way you check and double-check, you'll need a reference library nearby, won't you? Or else ship 3 crates of books. Then I give up. There's no place that feels like a holiday and yet offers all that. We'll have to settle on some college town. Oh, Lord, I had enough of college towns when I was a faculty brat. Where else, then? She was disconsolate. Perhaps they'd stay right here in Washington after all. An end to all her dreaming of something different, something new. Vacations in the last 5 years had been few and interrupted. Either her job or his was always tugging holidays apart. All I wanted was some place where you could finish the last 2 chapters of your book as well as... She paused. Oh, just being together. Or does one cancel the other? Only if I get sidetracked. I won't. You sidetrack me very easily. This time I promise. Truly. Truly and seriously. I'll need 6 clear hours at the desk each day, and a couple more to rewrite what I put on paper the night before. I promise, darling, she repeated most solemnly. I'll start a book of my own. The Talkative Great, all about the tongues swinging loose on TV interviews. Or I could call it Striptease in Words, or The Day of the Exhibitionist, or Leaking Secrets Drip, Drip, Drip. At least you got plenty of titles, he teased her. No problem there. The only problem we have at this moment is not how we'll spend these 3 months, but where. What about the south of France? She stared at him. Don't joke. I'm dead serious, he assured her. But it's impossible. Out of our reach, darling. Not as I see it. I had a look at our savings account last week, she told him. We've got to put aside a large dollop for income tax in April. Remember, April is the cruelest month. And that leaves us about $6,000 flat, which isn't so much once you pay fares across the Atlantic, and we make use of this apartment. I found someone who wants it. A stranger? Here? Can you trust him with your books and records? And not a stranger. Maurice Michel. Your Paris friend, the diplomat? He and his wife are coming to Washington in February for a couple of months, so we've agreed to trade. We get 3 months in his place for his 2 months here. Fair enough. We're exchanging? She was still astounded, scarcely believing. Why not? I had dinner with him last night. It's all settled. He has a cottage on the Riviera, nothing elaborate. His father once lived there, owned a small flower nursery. It's simple and rustic. Running water? She asked. I don't see Michel fetching a bucket from a well. She began to laugh, remembering the immaculate Frenchman who had visited them here last year, and to think of all the lists she had made of possible places and expenses. And Tom had arranged everything. No fuss, no trouble. In one night, over dinner in Paris. Darling, you are wonderful. She rose, came round the table to meet him with a tight hug and a wild kiss. And that's a pleasant idea to take to bed. Come on, Thea. He put out the candles, began switching off the lights, and checked the front door lock. No, no, he said as he came back to the table and found her beginning to gather the supper dishes together. Let's just relax tonight. I'm too excited to sleep. It was barely 10 o'clock. Even if she had an office to remember each morning, her idea of bedtime was usually midnight or later. Days were always too short somehow. I'll persuade you into it. Then he looked at her quickly. What's wrong, Thea? Her eyes were wide as she stood so very still, watching him. She was close to tears. Nothing's wrong. Everything's wonderful. Her voice trembled, and she tried to cover the surge of emotions with a little laugh. She failed quite happily, as he smoothed away the threat of tears with a kiss. I love you, love you, love you. He kissed her again, and again, straining her close to him, saying in a voice that was almost inaudible, Never leave me, darling. Never leave me. The morning came, bright and beautiful as far as he was concerned. Thea had let him sleep on for an extra hour. He had a dim memory of her, fully dressed, dropping a goodbye kiss on his cheek as she was about to take off for a 9 o'clock appointment at her office. Complete metamorphosis, he thought now. The girl of last night, all floating chiffon and soft shoulders, teasing lips and hands, sweet seduction complete, had become the successful woman, neat in sweater and well-cut pantsuit, attractive and competent, equaling the male competition in brains, surpassing it in looks and natural warmth. What poor man had a chance against all that? 50-50, women's lib insisted, and with every right on their side of the argument. But weren't they forgetting some natural advantages that tipped the scale? And long live those natural advantages, he thought, leaving the disordered bed as he recalled that He, too, was due at an office this morning. 9:30 now, he noted. Time to get a move on. The supper table's remains had been cleared, his breakfast tray ready along with a note warning him that Martha came in to clean around 11. He'd be well out of here before the vacuum cleaner, one of his minor dislikes, started breaking up the peace of this apartment. He scrambled some eggs and had a leisurely breakfast, with 4 newspapers for company. Recession was deepening, inflation swelling, the Middle East seething as expected, Vietnam making its unhappy way back into the headlines, the CIA a cripple and perhaps to become a basket case, terrorism in London, floods in Bangladesh, drought in Africa, and oil spill over everything, from prices and veiled threats to bitter denunciations. By comparison with all this gloom, his own piece on current French reactions to NATO seemed almost reassuring, although when he turned it in yesterday he had thought, here goes another report to ruin a lot of breakfasts tomorrow. There was only one misprint in it, fair instead of fire, to wrinkle a few eyebrows. His lucky day, he thought. No transposed lines, no broken paragraphs. On the page opposite his own byline was another column with Holzheimer's name heading it. So young Holzheimer was starting to dig into NATO too, was he? And with considerable help from someone. The full text of a NATO memorandum, now under serious consideration in Washington, was printed along with Holzheimer's analysis and comments. There was no hint of the source for this piece of information, beyond the usual official who preferred to remain anonymous but who verified the authenticity of the document. Also, of course, the Pentagon has not denied the existence of the memorandum, and the State Department offered no comment in response to this reporter's repeated questions. So there was another abominable leak, Tom Kelso thought. We are becoming a nation of blabbermouths. It wasn't only on harmless TV programs that there were, in Thea's words, leaking secrets, drip, drip, drip. He had heard of this memorandum, as some evasive upper echelon gossip had been seeping around for the past few weeks, but no one knew the details. Maurice Michel, last night in Paris, had quizzed him about it. If the French hadn't been able to learn its particulars, then it was pretty secret stuff. What was it all about, anyway? With professional interest as well as private misgivings, he began reading it carefully. It was a warning bell, he decided, when he finished its final paragraph. An attempt to shock the Americans into taking a closer look at détente and its actualities, at pitfalls ahead for unwary feet. It wouldn't make NATO more popular with several segments of the public, he decided. But when did Cassandra ever have an easy role? He'd questioned some of NATO's statements himself. There was no proof offered, for instance, of certain ominous trends, unless one allusion to certain facts and figures meant that there was some appendix, some other part of the memorandum perhaps, that had not been included in today's publication. But as it stood now, the document was simply an unpleasant shocker, not an actual breach in security as far as he could see, except that some son of a bitch had taken it upon himself to make it public. He wasn't blaming Holzheimer. Few journalists could resist the chance of a scoop. But the point was simply this: NATO's opponents would use it to help weaken the Western alliance still more. He could hear them even now. Scare tactics, the right-wingers would say, to get more men and money out of old Uncle Sam. Or from the left, shocking belligerence, cold warriors, imperialist aggression. As for Holzheimer himself, he carefully avoided giving his own private judgment. Perhaps he hadn't made up his mind. The byline was everything, was it? He had contented himself with heaving a brick through a plate glass window. Often tempting enough, Tom admitted, but definitely resistible. Holzheimer shared one belief with his unknown source. He mentioned it twice so that no one would fail to understand his high motives. The public has a right to know, he stated. And who would quibble with that when apparently no breach of real security was involved? Well, Tom decided as he got ready to leave the apartment, I'll find out more about all this at the office. The first day back at work was always a heavy one, with a pile of mail and a list of possible news items all waiting for his attention. He'd be willing to bet that the first joking comment he got would be, "Hey, Tom, do you see Holzheimer's out after your job?" Is that what's really worrying me? He asked himself. No, not altogether. Yet why the hell can't I shake myself free of this small depression? Last night, even early this morning, I was on top of the world. Now? No, he couldn't explain it. But his misgivings didn't vanish either. It was a serious-faced man who strode into the office, and once the greetings were over, the first joking comment was made, and he had won his private bet. There was an additional remark, too, a question that he hadn't been prepared for. What was your idea in giving Holzheimer this break? Or didn't you want your own sources to dry up on you? Tom stared blankly. I don't follow. Come off it. They would freeze stiff if you'd given it your own byline. That's a pretty sick joke. A small stare back at him, a laugh and a shrug of the shoulders. Okay, if that's the way you want to play it. Let's get to the bottom of this, Kelso told himself. And he telephoned his oldest friend at the Times in New York. The replies to his questions were meant to be soothing. Not to worry, just a rumor flying around, based on very little, actually, and the Times saw no cause for any alarm. What rumor? Tom demanded. Everyone seemed to know what they were talking about except himself. The typescript of the memorandum. What about it? Your machine, Tom. What? Yes. But even if you did copy the memorandum, what harm, really? You didn't break any... I didn't copy it. Never saw it. And, of course, we wouldn't have published it if we felt there was the remotest chance of breaching the security of the United States. But I didn't... Tom, listen to me. The less said about this, the better for you. We're trying to contain it within the paper. Don't want it spread abroad. You could get hurt by it, Tom, if your NATO friends thought you had pulled this off. Actually, I think you were right to want to see the memorandum in print. Otherwise, we wouldn't have published it. So relax. We aren't criticizing you, even if your method was slightly, well, odd. We'll stand by you in any case. You know that, Tom. Tom said slowly. I repeat, I did not see you before you leave for Brussels on the 10th. We'll have all this under control by that time. The telephone went dead, leaving Tom staring at the receiver with grim, set eyes. And what would be the use of going to Brussels if this gossip was not only controlled but completely disproved? He had seen journalists' careers smashed by less than this. He was in deep trouble. And the hell of it was that he didn't know why. Not yet, he told himself in sudden cold anger. But he'd find out. That was one thing for damn sure. 9. Along with the New York Times, there had been a series of shocks delivered that morning. First, there was Tony Lawton, who, within 2 minutes of reading the Holzheimer page, was calling the Pentagon. The Pentagon, in turn, was telephoning Shandon House. There, the director had left a ruined breakfast for an all-hell-breaking-loose session in the filing room. The entire NATO memorandum was there, he could report. Completely safe. Security had not been breached. Of course, he'd make further checks, find out more details about access to the memorandum at Shandon. Of course, he understood the future implications for the Institute if the fault lay with it. And testily, he added the suggestion that the Pentagon might start investigating its own security. It had had the memorandum in its possession before sending it to Shandon. Washington then stepped in quietly to contact the Times' New York office. There, questions were coldly received and answered. No source could be divulged. Surely it was understood in this day and age that there was freedom of speech guaranteed in the Constitution. The Times stood by its reporter, Martin Holzheimer. What was more, this morning's news had contained nothing to injure U.S. security. The Office of the Secretary of Defense chose its own tactics. Again, there was a long telephone call to the New York office of the Times, but now an attempt at conciliation. Yes, total agreement that there was no breach of security in the publication of this part of the memorandum. And then, with everything flowing more smoothly, came a sudden stretch of white water. Had Holzheimer known that there were 2 additional parts to the memorandum? Had he seen them? If so, security had not only been broken, but a highly dangerous situation created that could involve all members of NATO. And that, don't forget, meant the United States, too. The Times went back to square one. The second and third parts of the memorandum, if they existed, were not its concern. Mr. Holzheimer had neither seen nor heard of them. He refused to divulge his source of information on the first part of the memorandum, which was his constitutional right. Prior to publication, there had been intensive study of the text of this section of the NATO memorandum, as well as considerable investigation of the place from which it had originated. It was found A, to be authentic, and B, to contain no actual military information. In fact, its publication was a service rendered to the American people, who ought to know some of the vital opinions that were held in certain influential circles of Western Europe, opinions that might influence the possible future of the United States. The impasse seemed complete. It was then that Tony Lawton decided to make his own move. Frankly, today's little bombshell might be a fascinating debate for some people in New York, or a red-faced embarrassment to others in Washington, but for a NATO intelligence agent in Moscow, and for 8 others scattered through Eastern Europe in sensitive assignments, there could be imminent arrest, interrogation, death. You can't bloody well waste any more time, Lawton warned himself. 90 minutes already wasted in well-meaning talk. Get hold of Brad Gillen. He telephoned Brad at once, using his private number, and avoiding the office switchboard. Brad, I'm flying to New York. I'll be there by 2 o'clock. Cancel the 3-martini lunch and see me in your office. See you here? Brad sounded startled. That's right. And if you haven't read your Times this morning? A delicate pause. Gillen reflected for a moment and came up with the proper assumption. I have. But what's the excitement? No infringement on security as far as I saw. That's what you think, old boy. No, Tony asked blandly. Gillen said, Okay. Come to the 22nd floor. I'll tell the receptionist that Mr. Cook is delivering his manuscript. She'll announce you at once. 2 o'clock, Tony reaffirmed. That would give him time to drop in at Shandon for a quick check on his way to New York. Bless the Cessna that he could call upon in an emergency, making this hop, skip, and jump journey plannable. From its marble-coated walls to its array of high-speed elevators, the large and busy lobby of the building in which the publishing house of Frankel, Merritt, and Gillen occupied 3 floors was definitely impressive. Tony Lawton was both subdued and amused as he faced the young woman who sat on the other side of a vast gunmetal desk in the 22nd floor's reception office. It was an interior room, small and antiseptic, with one giant abstract mural representing... Tony had several interpretations, but repressed them as he looked at the virginal face of this latter-day Cerberus. Mr. Cook, she repeated, the voice frank Midwestern, dress chic Madison Avenue. Languidly, she picked up the telephone and announced him. But her eyes, outlined with heavy black fringes, took a visitor's measure as efficiently as any guard back at Shandon's main gate. You can go in, Mr. Cook. That door. She nodded to one of 3. I'm sorry Mr. Gillen's secretary is still out to lunch, but if you go straight through, you can't miss his office. It's the corner one on your right. Tony entered an enormous stretch of windowless space, divided by shoulder-high partitions to form a beehive of cubicles. Bright lights, the air conditioned to Alaskan temperatures, people beginning to gear up after lunch, mostly young women, only 2 men in sight. Machines everywhere, a forest of them, ready to add and subtract and type and transpose and copy and possibly do your thinking for you. But straight through did bring him to a row of closed doors. The corner one on his right had Gillen's name in very small letters. Typical of Brad, Tony thought with pleasure. How to deflate a male author, Tony said as he closed the door behind him. By the time he reaches here, he's walking on his knees. Or demanding a flat 20% royalty, Brad Gillen said with a shake of his head. Tony gave him a warm handshake, and the room a quick glance. A wooden desk piled with galley proofs and manuscripts, jacket designs in the raw stage propped for consideration on a battered leather armchair, books climbing the walls wherever there wasn't a window. "Now I know I'm really in a publishing house," he said, as he cleared a small space on the desk, zipped open his briefcase, and brought out a newspaper. "Ballast," he explained. "Tried to look like a pregnant writer. How am I doing?" "Not bad at all," said Brad, eyeing Tony's tweed jacket, turtleneck, disarranged hair, and unpolished loafers. He himself was in shirt sleeves, with a slight loosening of the broad knot of his restrained blue tie. "You do throw yourself into your role, Tony." "I was a writer once, mostly aspiring," Tony reminded him. He was already taking a chair to face Brad across the desk, and then, just as abruptly, voice and manner changed. "You still know some people over at the Times, don't you?" Brad recovered from the direct approach and made a guess at Tony's train of thought. "Don't ask me to try and persuade them to reveal the source of Holzheimer's little piece. Of course not. The idea never crossed my mind." "Didn't it?" Brad's serious face was lightened by a wide smile. "I simply want you to take a wise, reliable friend aside and tell him what he should know. And that is, the real reason behind all this fuss from Washington about the surfacing of the NATO memorandum. I'd like to hear that myself." You shall. But first let me give you the background. Off the record. For you and your wise, reliable friend, no. For others, yes. Good. If you want me to approach anyone about the NATO memorandum, I've got to be able to tell them all the facts, Tony agreed. Here they are. The memorandum consisted of 3 parts, all interrelated. The second and third parts were considered so important for future American policies that the entire document was given top-secret rating and a transatlantic journey to Washington by courier. After being studied there, it was delivered, again by courier, to Shandon House. And, as at the Pentagon, only people with the highest security clearance were put to work on it. The Pentagon wanted a double check on its own long-range projections, perhaps to strengthen its own final report, which would be submitted to your policymakers for their serious consideration. Tony shrugged. But the point is this. No copies of the memorandum were ever made. All working notes were shredded and burned at the end of each day. There was constant supervision, even surveillance. Once the job of analysis and evaluation was over, the various parts of the memorandum were linked together again by heavy staples, placed in one folder, and filed securely away. That was 10 days ago. Why the delay in returning it to Washington? It was waiting for Shandon's own top-secret report to be completed. Tomorrow's the deadline on that. And they go back together to Washington. Tony nodded. Standard operating procedure. He added, trying to control his annoyance and not succeeding, but why the Pentagon ever sent it to Shandon in the first place? He buttoned his lip. Through precaution. Understandable as some of the contents of the memorandum might influence American policy. There has to be double and triple checking of the facts, Tony. I can see that, Tony said, but he was still depressed. You think the leak came from Shandon? It's possible. That is what we are trying to nail down. I've been in Shandon's filing room, a couple of hours ago, in fact. It's a bank vault. No outsider could get in there without dynamite, and no insider without supervision. So they say. Tony frowned, not so much at that problem as at the way he had sidetracked himself. Brad's questions had been good enough to let him stray. The point I want to make is this. The memorandum, intact, is now filed in its correct folder at Shandon. So if someone at Shandon did take it out, he must have separated the 3 parts, copied one of them to hand over to a reporter, and then put everything all back in place again. But here's the main question. What happened to the second and third parts while he was typing out the first? Perhaps part 1 was all that he took. Tony shook his head. He wouldn't have the time needed to separate the 3 parts. Remember, he was in that filing room under supervision. He might get a chance to snatch the NATO folder and put it under his jacket. But that would be all the time available to him. A minute or less. No. He took the whole bloody thing. You think he actually photographed the entire memorandum and sent it to Moscow? The KGB wanted it. We know that. Ah, said Brad, remembering his last meeting with Tony. Vladimir Konov? And now I see what is really bugging you. Konov arrived last Tuesday in Washington, didn't he? No, he did not, Tony said shortly. There had been some disturbing developments that he couldn't explain at this moment. Konov had not arrived with the agrarian experts in Washington last week. Instead, there had been a coded message for Tony, relayed via Brussels from NATO's man in the KGB. Warning, Konov has left the Soviet Union 4 days early, departure secret, destination New York. Possibly accompanied by Boris Gorsky, Colonel KGB, Executive Operations Department 5 Disinformation. He was already in New York 9 days ago. And when did the Times reporter hand in his material for publication? Brad asked. A week ago, we were told. Brad was now both worried and angry. And you think the man who filched the NATO material might have handed it over to Konov? Indirectly, yes. But directly? No, I don't think so. He's responsible for taking it out of deep security and making it accessible to others. That's all. Bloody fool. He's a thief, but he isn't the traitor. Why not? If he had been one of Konov's agents, the first part of the memorandum would never have been supplied to any reporter. It contains some hard facts about Konov's Department of Disinformation and its use of détente, the conquest of the system, remember? That was only a small part of the published document. Most readers will concentrate on NATO's unwanted advice. I'm willing to bet that Konov's propaganda boys are going to play up that aspect, see how NATO is trying to influence the United States, another Vietnam being prepared, NATO still pushing the Cold War, etc., etc., Tony agreed. He lapsed into silence, kept staring out at the shapes of disguised water towers on the roofs of the high-risers opposite. Blue sky, unclouded, everything in sharp focus. He wished his thoughts were as clear as the picture through the window. He went back to the essential problem, arguing it aloud. There must be one other man involved, one man at least, who played traitor without any compunction. And the only way we can uncover him is to find the idiot who took the memorandum in the first place. Then we might learn a few leading facts. How did he protect it? Did he let anyone else know about it? If so, who? And that's the fellow I'd really like to know about. But how do we discover your idiot? We can't get a definite name, that's for sure. Holzheimer will go to jail rather than tell. There was a case last year. I know, I read about it. We don't ask for a name, Brad. We find it out for ourselves. Tony was recovering from his depression. There was a sudden sparkle in his eyes at some amusing prospect. How? You could have a short conversation with Holzheimer. He might be just enough shaken by all the fuss he has created to tell you the place where he met his informant. No, that wouldn't work. Not even if his bosses wanted to know. They might, once they have a close look at the typescript of the memorandum. At your suggestion, of course. I'd like you to examine it carefully. Brad frowned, puzzling out the reason for that. Yes, several details about that typed copy of the memorandum could be useful. You want me to examine the brand of paper, the spacing, the margins? Exactly. And the type itself. That's hardly necessary. But to trace all those things will take time. It's the long way round to uncovering. Hey, what was that you said about the type? It has already been identified. There's a whisper starting up. One of my Washington friends heard it this morning. That Tom Kelso must be the man responsible. He got the memorandum from one of his high-placed informants, possibly in Paris. Tom? I don't believe it. Brad was shocked. His typewriter did the copying. Impossible. If it did, then someone borrowed it. That's the simple explanation. The gossips prefer a more cynical interpretation. Ridiculous, Brad exploded. If Tom wanted that memorandum published, he'd have done it under his own byline. and lose future confidences from his Paris informant. Tom was safeguarding himself. So the rumor goes. Brad rose abruptly, began pacing the room. For a few moments there was only the sound of 3 sharp curses. I agree entirely. Tony waited for the storm to subside. Why else did I ask you to look at the typescript? He paused for emphasis. Then he said, We all have our own way of arranging a typed page, don't we? Brad nodded. There could be small but definite differences, a matter of personal preference, of habit, or training. And so we get closer to finding Holzheimer's source, he said slowly. It was a start, small, but perhaps a lead. You clear Tom, and that would please the Times, wouldn't it? They might be more amenable to letting you talk with Holzheimer. Brad almost smiled. Tony's old practice of the honest quid pro quo always amused him. Tony never expected to get something for nothing. So, Tony summed it up, no name is requested or divulged. Holzheimer is kept happy and virtuous, Tom is exonerated, and I get a chance to start tracing the second man. You are really hipped on that second man bit. I can smell him. There has to be someone on the sidelines. The direct connection with dear Comrade Konov. If, Brad said with heavy emphasis, Konov did receive the memorandum. If, Tony echoed, offering no argument. Then he added, But I'd prefer to start action on the problem now and not wait until I heard some disastrous news from Moscow. Your agent there? Brad wondered. He moved back to his desk and reached for the phone. I'll get onto this right away. Tony picked up his briefcase and the newspaper. For a moment he seemed about to leave. Then he changed his mind and walked over to the window. So far below him that he couldn't even see it was Fifth Avenue, and in that direction to the north lay Central Park. That's where it had happened, according to this newspaper, which he had folded back to the page with the police report, brief and simple, but headlined in bold print. Brad ended his call. Okay, the first hurdle is taken. I'm now heading for the Times itself. I'll be leaving in 10 minutes. Tony made up his mind and decided to risk his hunch. Can you spare me 2 of them? Something more for me to tell my... No, just your opinion on this. He handed his copy of the Times over to Brad and tapped the small paragraph with his finger. What do you make of it? Brad began reading. The paper has a corner on crime stories in New York. This is just another case of a mugging in Central Park. The body's still awaiting identification in the morgue. And then he looked up in surprise. Carrying a sword stick and a lighter that could be used as a flashlight. I wonder, Tony said thoughtfully. I saw a couple of jokers keep a secret rendezvous in West Berlin last month. They used that kind of lighter for identification. They met casually at a dark street corner. One needed a light for his cigarette. All he got was a brief flash. So he said he would use his own lighter and flash right back. It's a new gadget, simple-minded, but quick and sure. Brad glanced back at the newspaper. This fellow was mugged over a week ago. On the Saturday when we met at the Algonquin. Interesting date, don't you think? There's only a bare description of him, about 50 years old, 5'6". Brad looked up sharply. No mention of eye color, or hair, or build. Naturally. Do you expect the police to make it easy for anyone who'll try to make an identification? No, it can't be, said Brad, staring at the newspaper. Probably not. A coincidence, that's all. I suppose so. I'd still like to see the police file on this case, though. Now look here, Tony. I don't know anyone in the police department, Brad said in alarm. All right. Tony put the paper back into his briefcase. He would just have to find a less easy solution to that problem. But he'd find it. It's a long shot. They are the interesting ones, Brad said slowly, half persuaded in spite of good common sense. I wouldn't mind seeing that police file myself. At this moment, you've got another job to do. That I have. But the hell of it is, even if you and I and my friends over at the Times know that piece of gossip is ridiculous, is Tom really cleared? Rumors in Washington have a way of seeping through all the cracks. It would take some publicity to kill this one dead. Perhaps an open admission from the man who started all this damage. Publicity? No, I don't think that would be too popular with my friends. Brad paused, then added, Have you any notion of who that man might be? Perhaps. And you? Brad said nothing at all, but his lips tightened. Tony said, I hope we are both wrong. They shook hands. I'll call you. When and where? He zipped up the briefcase and tucked the hat under his arm. I should be back here by 4:30. I'll be working late this evening. Until 8, possibly. Brad glanced at his watch. Good God. Quickly he reached for his jacket and adjusted the knot of his tie. Tony left. The huge office was now a humming hive of machines and voices. Outside at the reception desk, the girl interrupted a call at the switchboard to give him a bright smile and a parting wish. Have a good day, she told him, and sped him happily on his way to the police morgue. Entry to the morgue was not too complicated. Identification of the mystery corpse had obviously been given top priority. It was Konov, definitely. Tony stood looking down at Konov's waxen face. You know this man? Perhaps. Perhaps. Another kook, the attendant thought as he stared at the visitor. He appeared normal enough. English voice, quiet manner, but definitely a kook. I'd like to see the detective in charge of this case. That's a new line, the attendant thought, and ignored it. Do I have to go to the FBI? Tony asked. That got a quick reaction from a couple of men in plain clothes who had drifted in to keep an ear open for any possible identification. The detective in charge? Tony insisted as they accompanied him out. And possibly an interesting exchange of vital information. You don't say. I do indeed. The two men eyed each other, then studied the Englishman. Their well-developed instincts gave them a final prod. Follow us, sir, the senior man told him. What did you say your name was? Let's make this more private, shall we? Take me to your leader. His grin was infectious, and his accent slew them. They were glad to have an excuse to enjoy the small laugh that each had been repressing for the last full minute. Suddenly their smiles vanished, as Tony flipped open his Pentagon identification and held it briefly in clear view. And if we must argue about this, first get me to your top brass, then let him check me out with Washington, he added very softly. They were watching closely, still hesitant but no longer so doubtful. Exchanging a glance, they made a silent decision. This way, sir, the senior detective said. Any bit of information about that stiff on the slab back there was worth a risk. At 8:05, Tony called Brad's office on its direct line. Like to buy me some lunch? Haven't you eaten? Thought I'd visit the morgue on an empty stomach. You actually? Yes, actually. Where do we meet? Can't you talk now? Too much to tell. What about your news? Good, I think. Yes, on the whole, good. Are you near this office? Around the corner. Then meet me at Nino's on West 49th Street. Italian food, 2 stars. It's crowded, of course. How are the tables? Close packed? Tony asked doubtfully. That won't matter. The noise level is intense. Well, as long as we can get our heads close together. See you at the bar in 10 minutes. It may have been the recession that was affecting people's willingness to spend, but Nino's had 4 tables empty. They chose a back corner one, insulated from the service door by a thin row of plastic plants. Fine, said Tony with approval. He had a plate of minestrone, a little bel paese with Italian brown bread, a glass of red wine, and that was all. Brad, deep into his calamares, didn't question the choice. Tony wasn't living on food today. Yes, it was Konov, all right, laid out like a mackerel on ice. And you know what? I felt sorry for him, Tony admitted. Can you imagine that? I felt sorry. He studied the wall panel across the room, of Vesuvius about to spew its ashes over Pompeii. And then I kept wondering, why was the body left unclaimed? You've seen how the KGB takes care of its own. It always does. Brad skewered a piece of white bread on his fork and mopped up the excellent sauce. Yes, like inventing a wife and daughter and touching family letters for Colonel Abel. They even had the woman, he had never seen her in his life, meet him, all tears and embraces, at the exchange point in Berlin. Yes, I remember those letters. They seemed to be in every newspaper I picked up. Brad nodded. Wide coverage. Everyone loves a hard-boiled spy with a much-loved wife. It must have turned Abel's stomach, though. He was a cool professional. Abel had slipped into this country just after the war via Canada and set himself up in the New York area at 2 separate addresses with 2 different names and identities as control for a communist spy ring. Abel was GRU, wasn't he? Still, the KGB usually looks after its men, too. Why not in Konov's case? Interesting question. I'm thinking about it. Tony poured himself a second glass of Valpolicella. This is better, he said with slight surprise, than the Montrachet I had in Washington last night. He studied the bottle with a touch of indignation. Something else to investigate? Brad asked with a smile. He hadn't felt as good as this for a long, long while. He thought of the novel, the newest output from France, waiting for him back on his desk. All very well, but... He sighed, watching Tony, and remembering the days when. How did your investigation go? At the Times? Couldn't have asked for a more attentive audience. Unpleasantly shocked, just as I had been. I saw the typescript, and also a couple of pages of Tom Kelso's last copy. Tom always uses plain, inexpensive paper. The anonymous typescript had the best Basildon bond. The left-hand margins were about the same width, but I noticed that Tom likes to get as much on a line as he possibly can, while the typescript finished each line neatly, no runovers onto the right-hand margin, and its end was marked by a series of dashes. Tom finishes off with 3 asterisks in a row. You were right, Tony. There were differences, small certainly, and not eye-catching unless you were on the lookout for them. Reassuring to everyone, I hope. They never really doubted Tom. Of course not, but a little proof is always comforting, even to non-doubters. Did you get to meet Holzheimer? No need. He had already told his editor where he had met his unidentifiable source. I hope to God it wasn't in a subway station or on a street corner. No lead there. Except that we'd know that we were dealing with a professional. We are dealing with an amateur. He arranged a meeting with Holzheimer in an apartment. Where? In New York. Holzheimer hadn't given the full address. And is that all we get? A New York apartment? I couldn't push too hard. Contraproductive. Everything is being treated very low-key. No publicity, of course. The rumors will be scotched wherever they are met, and they'll die away. No real substance in them. Tom can handle the situation. Tony said nothing. How did a reporter deal with a sudden lack of confidence in his discretion? There were no cagier informants than those in high government circles. Anything they leaked was off the record unless they wanted it to go public. Well, Brad said as he concentrated on lighting a cigar. Is that all our news? His gentle blue eyes, in such marked contrast with his hawk nose and strong mouth, were studying the younger man. He could sense something more, well hidden as it was behind Tony's quiet control. A pleasant face, conventionally good-looking with its even features and bland expression, quickly accepted by most people when Tony produced his charm, too often underestimated when he adopted his blank innocence routine. Tony smiled. You haven't lost your touch, have you? No, that is not all our news. I saw the police file. Brad's lips nearly lost their grip on the cigar. And how did you manage that? By a neat quid pro quo. I'll tell you who the dead man was if, in return, you let me see the file. No, it took more than that. Well, I got one of my pals at the Pentagon to vouch for me. After that, there was no real difficulty. He must have packed a real punch. Heavyweight class, definitely. Besides, the police are now in a contest with the FBI to see who hits the bullseye first. I was delighted to give whatever help I could. After all, the police had done all the real work. The FBI were called in when no record of Konoff's fingerprints were found in New York, but there was no record of them in Washington either. What about Konoff's clothing? Material, cut, place of origin? The experts are working on that. But it took time, and the results might be inconclusive too. Konoff had been a careful operator. What did happen to Konoff? Was he shot or stabbed? Sliced deep. Tony paused. Gruesome conversation for this kind of place, he added, glancing at the brightly lit room. People eating and drinking and talking, waiters flashing around like so many hummingbirds. No one loitering nearby, no one interested in anyone but themselves, everyone having one hell of a good time. Yes, I have to hand it to the New York cops. They really had gathered a lot of material, but none of it made any sensible pattern. That's why they allowed me to see the police reports, of course. They needed an identification to give them a steer in the right direction. Not organized crime, not narcotics, just plain old-fashioned espionage. All they had was bits and pieces of information, tantalizing when you don't know what is the type of jigsaw puzzle you have to fit together. Bits and pieces. These had always fascinated Brad. Puzzles had at one time been his specialty. What, for instance? For instance, 2 police joggers were trotting in their rounds in Central Park and reported meeting a young man whom they escorted for his safety as far as the flagpole at 69th Street, where, as one of the undercover policemen further reported, he saw the young man meet the victim. An hour later, the 2 were back at the flagpole, this time walking separately. There was a 3rd man near them, at first seemingly unconnected with the other 2, but observed again later when he watched the ambulance leave. And one more thing, the young man who had been rescued by the joggers actually witnessed the mugging, but kept his distance. He ran off when a police officer called to him to lend a hand. Yes, your cops really do take notice. As a city taxpayer, Brad said, I find that very comforting. The clincher is this, Tony went on. The man who appeared at the hospital to identify Konoff, and he was the only one who did turn up there, seems to bear a decided resemblance to the man who watched the ambulance leave Central Park. A composite picture was made, you see. But why? And none of his story checked out. He saw Konoff and disowned him. Then why did he go to the hospital, risk being seen? A scouting expedition, perhaps. Tony's voice hardened. After he left the hospital, about 20 minutes later, Konoff was found dead. Heart failure. They were both silent. Tony was thinking now of a call for help cried out in Russian, Alexis and Oleg, the 2 men in the park. 2 names to remember, at least. And that composite picture might be useful, too. Alexis and Oleg. Brad was saying, Did you identify Konoff by his real name? Why, one of them, Tony smiled. No lies, Brad. I kept my story most checkable. Thank God for that. Relax, old boy. I don't plan to get the law on my back. You actually blew your cover. As little as possible. After all, the Pentagon vouched for me. Probably stamped me top secret. I wasn't asked to identify myself further. Dangerous. Going down to the morgue. What isn't dangerous? Tony asked lightly. It was probably being watched. Everyone was watching. Big, strong detectives. Damn it all, Tony, you know what I mean. Yes, thought Tony. Was Alexis or Oleg around, waiting to see who was interested in Konoff? I know, he said abruptly. It was a risk. Brad was really worried. The brief mention of Konoff's sudden death had sounded an alarm. Calculated, I assure you. When are you leaving for Europe? Want to get rid of me? You're too much on your own here. Too vulnerable, Brad thought. Not enough backup. Leaving on Friday. Don't try to solve all your problems before then. You may work them out more easily in Europe anyway. Yes, thought Tony. That was where the biggest problem was now rearing a very ugly head. Why had there been no more messages relayed from Moscow? By this time, the NATO memorandum must have arrived. By this time, too, the death of Konov must have been reported. So why the hell was there no message from Moscow? No call for an arranged escape? "Let's pay the bill and get out of here," he said, suddenly stifled by the laughter in the room. 10. 13 days had passed since Rick Neely kept his appointment with Misha. Almost 2 weeks of silence. Each morning he would rise and go through the motions of making breakfast, an ear cocked, even when he was taking a quick shower, for the expected phone call before he left the apartment. In the evenings, with all engagements cancelled, he waited once more. But the signal never came. Oleg made no attempt to get in touch with him. There were no Monday messages either from his usual contact, and when he tried to reach her 5 times in all, there was no answer. All communications were cut off. He was isolated. Temporarily, of course, but why? Either there was an alert, a time for caution, or he was being disciplined. And again, why? Not to discipline, surely. There was no cause for that. He had taken grave risks and acted promptly to procure the NATO memorandum from Misha. Any divergence from his instructions had been made necessary by the mugging incident in Central Park. He had delivered the microfilm on Sunday as soon as he returned to Washington, instead of waiting to hand it over to Oleg on Tuesday. Just as well that he had acted as he did. Otherwise he would still be sitting here with the microfilm of the memorandum to worry him every waking hour. It was too big a responsibility, too dangerous, and far too urgent. But how long would this isolation go on, he wondered as he cleared away breakfast and prepared to leave for the office. This was Friday, the 6th of December. He couldn't go on playing the hermit without arousing some suspicions in his friends. There was a limit to excuses about overwork or flu, which reminded him that he would have to call Sandra and cancel their weekend in Maryland. As for Katie in New York, no, he wouldn't be back there for a long, long time. She'd get that message without being told. And Chuck, well, the less he saw of Chuck, the better. In any case, Chuck's usefulness was over. He was about to pick up the receiver and dial Sandra's number when the telephone rang right under his hand. Startled, he almost answered at once, and then checked himself in time. 2 rings, then silence. He waited. Again, there were 2 rings and a break-off. Now only 1 more minute. When the ring came again, he was ready with pencil and paper for the coded message that would come over the wire. The voice was not his usual contact's. It was a man's. Oleg? He was almost sure of that, but he had to concentrate on the words. To his surprise, they weren't in code. They were disguised, of course, and sounded innocent enough to any curious ear. "I am sorry I could not keep our engagement last week. There was illness in the family and a great deal of work to be done." Sorry about that." Yes, Alexis thought. That is Oleg's voice. "What about lunch?" "Today's impossible. I have an important engagement. The luncheon at the Statler, to be exact." "I know." So Oleg was probably in Washington. The luncheon had been well advertised locally. 4 speakers, including Representative Walter Pickering, on the lookout for a cause to tide him over the next election, and 800 guests. Theme: responsibility in the media. But was Oleg actually going to be there too? Lunch, he had suggested. What was he pinpointing? Time or place? Or both? Alexis cleared his throat, gave a small cough to indicate that he was about to use code, and calculated quickly. He could slip away from the luncheon by 3:10. "4:30, he said. "I'll be free by that time." "Why don't you telephone me as soon as you leave?" "I'll do that." "How is your cousin, Kay?" "She's fine." "Just had her 16th birthday, I hear." "Right." "You can give me all the family news when I see you. Don't forget to telephone." Oleg rang off. He's a bold type, thought Alexis. He didn't even follow my lead and go into code, except for some disguised words. Telephone meant contact. Kay and her 16th birthday emphasized the Statler at K and 16th Street. And Family news, if that meant a certain microfilm, then Oleg was going to be disappointed. His own fault, damn his eyes. Now let's see. I slip away from the luncheon towards its end and contact Oleg at 3:10. Where? In the lobby? He's brash enough for that. It will be crowded, of course. In any case, the contact will be visual. He leads and I follow at a discreet distance. Or it may be the other way around. I may have difficulty in picking him quickly out of a mob of people. He may have changed the color of his hair or added a mustache. But he will have no difficulty in identifying me. Yes, that is how I will play it. I'll leave the lobby, taking my time, giving him the chance to see me and follow. But a meeting in daylight, and a message sent with so little attention paid to code. Oleg's style is certainly different from Misha's. He scares me, Alexis admitted. He selected a subdued blue tie, as suitable for a public appearance as Representative Pickering's aide. The congressman was the first speaker of the day, with his eye on the clock and his own private plans for that afternoon. He surveyed the full effect, gray suit, pale blue shirt for possible television, and added a navy silk handkerchief to his breast pocket. Yes, Rick Neely was a personable character, quiet, dependable, and a damned good speechwriter, too. What would Huff and Puff Pickering have done without him in these last 9 years? The hotel was large, its lobby a constant stirring of people, arrivals and departures, guests waiting around either for friends or for reservations, visitors drifting in and out of the restaurant and coffee shop. A town within a town, thought Tony Lawton, as he left the notice board with its verification of various luncheons, a formal one big enough to need the ballroom, offering 4 speeches on responsibility of the media as special enticement, something smaller on the mezzanine for environmental science, a 3rd room booked for the Fife and Drum Historical Society, a special meeting of agrarian economists. It made him feel inundated. Facts and figures, statements, pleas, warnings, perorations were pouring out all over this building. Its thick carpeted floors must be ankle-deep in eloquence and goodwill. He went over to the newspaper stand, a small shop in itself, and walked slowly along its rows of magazines, trying to decide which he would buy to keep him company on his way across the Atlantic. It was almost 3 o'clock, and he had a full hour to spend before he left. There was nothing to delay him here, now that the NATO memorandum was being sent back with some embarrassment to Brussels. If Shandon House had been dilatory, Washington had been prompt, and serious attention had been given to the memorandum. When the NATO meetings started next week, there might be more consensus and less disagreement on future planning, so this week, bad as it had been, could have ended worse. He was far from cheerful, though. From Brussels yesterday had come a brief but disturbing message. Paladin, the NATO agent, had left Moscow for a short vacation in Odessa. That was all. Was he playing it cool? Nothing he couldn't control. Or was it the beginning of flight and the proof that the worst fears about the NATO memorandum were realized? It had reached Moscow. Grim thoughts for a bright, talk-filled lobby. Tony forced them out of his mind, concentrated on buying his magazines, one on travel, the kind of travel he never had the time to do, another on food and wine, a 3rd on foreign affairs. Must keep up with what the great minds are prognosticating, he told himself. 2 paperback novels completed his armory against possible delays and certain boredom, and a couple of newspapers, of course. One of the headlines caught his eye, "Some Young Bombers Blown Up by Their Own Concoctions," and he began reading as he walked slowly through the lobby, apparently purposeless. There was a sudden thickening in the crowd around him. A stream of serious-faced men had drifted out of the elevators. The agrarians, Tony noted with satisfaction, including some of the Soviet delegation. He could place them all. Ever since Konov had been scheduled to attend the Washington meetings, along with his equally mysterious friend called Boris Gorsky, Tony had made a point of identifying each face with its announced name. Most of the Russian delegates were for real, the usual hard-headed farmer and businessman types, now turned bureaucrats. Konov's absence had not been explained, either by a fabricated excuse of unexpected illness or by the announcement of his actual death. In fact, whatever name he might have used was no longer on the official list. He had become a non-person. As for Boris Gorsky, he could be any one of 3 secretarial aides and translators, or even one of the 2 Russian journalists who had been touring the Midwest with the delegation. Tomorrow was their departure date. The luncheon today was a cordial and sympathetic farewell. Still absorbed by his newspaper, Tony took up his position behind a family group, mother and 2 children waiting for Dad to pay the bill, and let his eyes study the scene. Some of the agricultural experts were now debating a point. They had gathered in a tight knot in the center of the lobby, voices firm but expressions friendly. The translator was busy, and who was he? He hadn't been around last week. Covertly, Tony studied the stranger. Powerful shoulders, about 5'11" in height, dark hair liberally streaked with gray. Well, thought Tony, the hair color doesn't correspond to the New York police report, complete with composite sketch on the man who had visited Lenox Hill Hospital, but the height and build, the heavy dark overcoat, seemed just about right. Bless that young police officer who had noted so many details about the man who came to view Konov. Now, if I could just see his face and his bone structure, blue eyes too, then I might have found Boris Gorsky. A long shot, of course. Still, who else but Gorsky would have gone to the hospital and talked his way into Konov's room? Who else? The 2 of them had arrived secretly in New York. That we do know. Both were coming to Washington and then touring Chicago and the Middle West along with the agricultural experts. Cancel Konov, but that left Gorsky to fulfill their mission here. So he was probably still around. And what easier way to return to Moscow than accompanying the delegation home? No suspicions aroused, no need for any covert and complicated escape route via Canada or Mexico. And still, the broad-shouldered man kept his back turned to Tony. A lot of talk going on over there. Impatiently, Tony glanced at his watch. 7 minutes past 3. Come on, he urged silently. Turn around. Let me see your face. From the direction of the ballroom, others were now emerging, no doubt slipping away before the last speech had ended. They had the slightly harried look of people who had to get back to their offices. A woman, young and smartly dressed, and even from this distance decidedly pretty, caught Tony's eye. Dorothea Kelso? Yes, it was Dorothea. She was now pausing at the cloakroom, speaking to a man who waited to retrieve his coat. A youngish man, Tony noted automatically. Fair hair, pleasant face. Excellent gray suit and blue shirt. A smart dresser. And with curt manners. He had made a quick goodbye to Dorothea and was already walking away from her. And that, Tony found, was astonishing, particularly as the young man was now crossing the lobby at a most leisurely pace, even pausing halfway to pull on his topcoat and fold a blue scarf around his neck. He was looking around him, and yet giving the impression that nothing interested him, which was less astonishing than leaving a very pretty woman so abruptly, but still, to Tony's expert eye, a little peculiar. He's looking for someone, Tony decided. I've seen that kind of frozen expression before. Then Tony's senses sharpened even more. The fair-haired man was about to pass the group of agricultural experts. At last they were showing signs of leave-taking. Tony's attention switched to the man with the gray-streaked hair. He was saying goodbye, speaking clearly and in English, thanking everyone, a neat little speech. Dorothea's friend, still adjusting the blue scarf at his neck, paused for a second as he glanced at the speaker. Had he recognized the voice, Tony wondered? Or perhaps it was a natural hesitation, a curiosity about all those foreigners blocking his path. At that moment the Russian ended his farewell, and without waiting for the rest of his friends, walked with smart, decisive steps towards the front entrance. He passed barely 6 feet away from Tony, who caught a glimpse of piercing blue eyes before he dodged behind the shelter of Mom's bouffant hairdo, and there was no doubt about the man's features. Strong, determined chin, high-bridged nose, broad brow. It was the composite sketch come to life. Drawing a deep breath, Tony stepped away from his camouflage group. The two children were becoming impatient. Poor Mom was losing her temper, and prepared to follow. It was an instinctive movement, and it brought him almost into collision with the young fair-haired man, no longer fussing with his scarf, but leaving in a definite hurry. Sorry," said Tony. The man barely nodded, turned his head away, continued on his set path to the main door. Tony checked his step and stood irresolute. Yes, it could be interesting to follow the possible Gorski, but what was the use? This wasn't his territory. He was about to leave anyway. His job here was over. A telephone call to Brad Gillen should be enough. Brad would know where and how to drop this piece of information. For what it was worth, Tony added. Perhaps his own curiosity had led him into exaggerating the importance of this small discovery. Now, if he were only playing on his home ground, with plenty of backup, yes, that would be another kind of game altogether. And yet... On impulse, he began walking to the front door. Just ahead of him, the fair-haired man with the blue scarf quickened his pace. Gorski had already left. Coming out into the broad, busy street, Tony mixed with a small cluster of people waiting for taxis in front of the hotel entrance. He looked left along K Street and saw neither of the two men who had interested him. To his right was K's intersection with 16th Street, and there, at least, was the younger man waiting to cross. No, it seemed as if he hadn't quite made up his mind. Perhaps, thought Tony in quick dismay, he isn't following Gorski at all. Yet I'm damned sure I heard a voice contact being made in the Statler lobby. Gorski spoke, the younger man noticed him, and everything went according to schedule after that. Until now. Then, suddenly, with a last glance around him, the man in the blue scarf crossed 16th Street at a smart clip. Tony followed, trying not to hurry, and reached the other side as his quarry was halfway along to 17th Street. Careful, Tony warned himself. There weren't too many people around in this stretch of handsome buildings, and no shops to give him the excuse of window gawking. But he didn't have far to travel. There, some distance ahead, was Gorski, stepping smartly into a parked car. His young friend had marked the spot and headed for it. As he reached it, he glanced back, but Tony had already stopped two passing girls to ask them the way to Lafayette Park. They were a pleasant and diverting screen, delighted to set him straight with wide smiles and repressed giggles. You go down 16th Street, can't miss it. What he didn't miss was the open door of Gorski's car, ready and waiting for the fair-haired man to slip out of sight. All very neat, thought Tony. He said thank you to the two girls, and retraced his steps to 16th Street, letting them draw well ahead so that they wouldn't notice he was losing his way again as he crossed over to the hotel. Dorothea's attendance at the media luncheon was one of Bud Wells's bright ideas. She had been seated between two prospects for his Sunday special, Interviews in Depth, as Wells liked to subtitle it, so that she might gauge between shrimp cocktail and tournedos and raspberry sherbet the way they talked about what and where. The journalist on her right was easy in manner, with a wry humor about his recent assignment in Indonesia. He'd make an interesting guest on television. But the writer, expatriate by choice, and now on a buy-my-new-book tour of his native land, it galled him, obviously, that the country he continually criticized should make him the most money, although he concealed that, with his usual deft barbs about the American scene, was in one of his spiritually constipated moods. Apart from initial remarks calculated to annoy the journalist and a mild pass at Dorothea herself, he relapsed into heavy concentration on food and drink. A difficult guest, Dorothea decided, to be handled with metal gauntlets, or a hatpin, she added to that, dodging a leg that slid over hers just as the fourth speech of the day began. She left with a smile and a whispered excuse for the journalist. There were other early departures, so she wasn't alone in her long walk through the ballroom. Ahead of her was Rick Neely, making his way carefully through the array of tables. Immediately she thought of Chuck, and wondered if Rick had any news of him. She increased her pace and reached the cloakroom outside, only a few steps behind Rick. She hesitated but briefly. Her anger with Chuck was mixed with worry. His silence was incomprehensible. Tom hadn't heard one word from him all this hideous week. "Hello, Rick." Startled, he swung round. His smile of recognition was slow in coming, almost nervous. "Hello there. Just dashing back to the office," he explained unnecessarily. "How have you been?" "Fine." "And Chuck, how is he?" "Chuck? I haven't seen him in ages." "Oh, I thought you went to New York for weekends." "Haven't been able to get away for several weeks." Rick reached for his coat and scarf. "Nice seeing you." He gave a parting nod. Dorothea didn't even have time to say goodbye. He was off, heading for the lobby. How odd, she thought. Scarcely the same man who used to visit us and stay and stay. Oh, damn, why did I even bother to talk to him? The feeling of rebuff grew sharper, angry with herself, with Rick, with Chuck. She turned towards the powder room, there to comb her hair and wash and apply lipstick. In the mirror, she was glad to see she looked normal and not someone infected with hideous leprosy. Lighting a cigarette, she allowed herself 5 minutes to let her emotions subside. Also to let Rick Neely be well out of sight before she braved the lobby again. She tried not to think of what Tom would say when he heard about her attempt to get news of Chuck. She wouldn't mean to tell him, but it would slip out. It always did. Tom was refusing to discuss Chuck at all. He was waiting, of that she was certain, for Chuck to call him. An explanation was more than due about that borrowed typewriter, but Tom wasn't making the first move. He was right, of course. How did you go to your brother and say, "You were responsible for breaking security and you did it with my typewriter, you bastard"? No. You waited for your brother to come to you and admit what he had done. That was all Tom wanted, an honest admission. After that, there could be frank argument. And for my part, thought Dorothea, I'd tell Chuck to resign from Shandon House and find a job designing chairs and tables, something where his ideals wouldn't do any damage to other people's careers. She had a second cigarette. Then she went back to collect her coat, just ahead of the grand rush out of the ballroom. Still thinking about Chuck, still worrying about Tom. She paid scant attention to anyone in the lobby. "Dorothea!" a voice said delightedly, and she turned to look. At first she scarcely recognized him, with his hair windblown and his tie carelessly knotted. He was wearing a tweed jacket and flannels today, and carrying a bundle of magazines and papers under one arm. He looked like a college professor rather than a wine merchant. "Mrs. Kelso," Tony Lawton said, more restrained. "How very nice to see you." There was no doubt he meant it. "What about a cup of coffee with me?" "I really have to get back to the office." 10 minutes? 20 minutes? He had a most disarming smile. "I'm just about to leave Washington. There's nothing more depressing than waiting around in a giant hotel by oneself." "The cafe may be closed." "Then we'll try the drugstore." He took her arm in a gentle but firm hold and steered her towards the cafe. "How is Tom?" "He's in New York today." He noticed the evasion. "It's been pretty rough on him." And will be rougher, he thought. "I visited Shandon a couple of days ago." She looked at him inquiringly. Her step no longer lagged, but he said nothing more until he had managed to persuade a waitress in the empty cafe that they only wanted 2 cups of Irish coffee and a quiet place to sit. He selected an unobtrusive corner, helped Dorothea slide her coat back from her shoulders, took a chair directly facing her, and studied the picture she made, blonde hair, blonde wool dress. "The color of champagne," he said with approval. "You should always wear it." Dorothea laughed and surprised herself. "Much better," he told her. "You had a bad day, I take it?" "And a very bad week. Does it show?" It did. I saw this beautiful creature walking across the lobby and said to myself, Tony, if ever a girl needed a cup of coffee with a slug of Irish whiskey topped with cream, and here it is to order. He gave the elderly waitress a warm smile of thanks. Now have a few sips, and I'll tell you about Shandon House. You saw Chuck? Briefly. He was buried in work. A slight smile played around Tony's lips. He's the best excuse manufacturer I know. Tony nodded, his smile deepening, his eyes studying her with some surprise. I shouldn't have said that, she retracted quickly. Why not? It's the truth. Tom... She paused and sighed, shrugged her shoulders. And that tells the whole story, Tony thought. Tom hasn't got in touch with Chuck. No, I don't suppose he could. Perhaps it's just as well. I tried and got nowhere. Nowhere at all? I talked about the NATO memorandum. It's the main topic at Shandon these days. But Chuck is admitting nothing. He answered in generalities. The fellow responsible must have had very good reasons for doing what he did. It couldn't have been for money, and it certainly wasn't because of a lack of patriotism. There were no traitors at Shandon. In fact, if this hypothetical fellow was keeping silent now, it was probably to protect Shandon and keep its good name untarnished by publicity. What? She stared at him. Yes, there was no proof that the leak had come from Shandon. So why should this hypothetical fellow supply that proof? And what about the typewriter? Or didn't you mention it? A mild suggestion. Wasn't it a little odd, most peculiar indeed? But his reply was rather lofty. I shouldn't believe all the gossip I heard. The whole thing had been blown out of all proportion. Anyone could borrow a portable typewriter, slip into a hotel room, and use it when the owner wasn't around. A couple of hours was all that was needed, and that, thought Tony, had been an interesting admission. Oh, come now, Dorothy began. Besides, as Chuck pointed out, no one who knew Tom was going to believe any of that gossip. The whole idea was best treated with complete contempt and silence. And Tom, meanwhile? Tom could handle anything. Dorothea stared out, through the wall of windows, at the open stretch of 16th Street, with its quiet houses and placid traffic. And that is that, she said, trying to mask her anger and failing. The truth is, Tony said slowly, Chuck is a very scared young man. He is suddenly faced with the unpleasant realization that his whole career might be ruined. So he rationalizes and persuades himself he is right. And that will really break Tom. Far more than any gossip could do. Oh, Tony. I know. Here I am, thought Dorothea, discussing family with a man I once disliked. No, not exactly disliked. Not exactly distrusted, either. A man I couldn't understand. Perhaps a man whose job scared me. Too mysterious. Too much out of my world. And yet, now... How do I tell Tom about this? He ought to know. She waited anxiously for his advice. Let Brad Gillen do it, Tony suggested. He's coming to Washington this weekend, isn't he? Dorothea half smiled. Tony was really a most perceptive character, she thought. I just can't discuss it with Tom, she admitted. I'm too impatient with Chuck, prejudiced, perhaps. So I back away from any criticism. Family loyalty. She shook her head. I wish it weren't so one-sided, though. Doesn't Chuck realize what his actions have done to Tom? It was Chuck who copied the NATO memorandum, wasn't it? You and Brad were there when he came to borrow Tom's typewriter. You both know, and Tom knows, and I know. And Chuck knows we know. Oh, how can he not come to Tom and admit it? Because the natural reaction in most people who have made a big mistake is to cover up. It takes a very honest man, and there are damned few of them around, to admit an unpleasant truth. And not right off, at least. I hate to believe that. Why? Because I want people to be honest. And all things bright and beautiful. What makes you so cynical, Tony? She asked softly. Your job? His smile vanished. Cynical? Realistic is a kinder word. Then very quietly he added, What job? His anger was sharp, even if concealed. Has Tom been fantasizing? He doesn't do that. Not usually. I'm the one who thought you might be, well, attached to some kind of—" She hesitated and dodged. "Tom argued me out of it, told me to stop speculating about people. It's one of my bad habits. But, Tony, you really are a mystery man." "Me?" "Yes, poor little innocent you. What on earth gave you such a mad idea? Flattering, of course. I'd hate to be considered just the routine type." "You'd never be that." This pleased him in spite of himself. Encouraged, Dorothea said, "And anything I've noticed about you is strictly from my eyes only. I don't chatter, Tony. Not about serious matters." "And just what have you noticed?" He decided to play this for laughs. "Well, the way you met Brad in our room at the Algonquin. Old Brad rather likes that kind of mystery. Reminds him of the best years of his life." "Yes," she agreed, and her eyes sparkled bright blue with amusement. "There's some truth in that." "What else?" he asked lightly. How could he explain that he had been followed all the way from Brussels, kept under tight surveillance until he had managed to dodge it in New York? Even then he had been forced to move with the greatest care. There had been no purpose in dragging either Brad or the Kelsos into any possible danger. Contact with them had, for their sakes, best be kept disguised. Now, of course, in this last week, since the memorandum had actually been filched, interest in him had dropped. It would be revived again, once he was identified as the man who had been so interested in viewing Konov's corpse. So far, that had not happened. Either he had actually avoided being photographed as he came out of the morgue, or the KGB had been slow for once. It was possible that Konov's death had meant a lot of rearrangement in their priorities. At any rate, these recent days had been blissfully free of any surveillance. Dorothea was saying nothing at all. The smile in her eyes spread to her lips. He changed the subject by glancing at his watch. "I'm being picked up here by a friend at 4 o'clock. Before then, I'd like to phone goodbye to Brad. Too bad I can't be here for this weekend, but I'll see Tom trailing Kissinger in Brussels next Thursday. He's still going there, isn't he?" "Yes. Not very enthusiastically, though." "A delicate situation," Tony agreed. He helped her with her coat. "By the way, wasn't it Basil Meade I saw you chatting with? I didn't know he was in town." "Basil Meade?" She was puzzled. "You met at the cloakroom." "Oh, that was Rick Neely. He's one of Chuck's friends." Tony left a good-sized tip and led her to cashier's desk at the door. "From Shandon House?" "No, he's communications aide or something to Representative Pickering." Tony paid the check and guided her into the lobby. "Does he still see Chuck?" "At weekends." "You mean he goes to New York each week?" "Yes, at least I always thought he did, but he hasn't seen Chuck in ages, so he said." "Does he stay with Chuck in New York?" Tony asked, his voice casual. "He's at the same address, but in the apartment underneath. It belongs to his girlfriend." Dorothea frowned. "Perhaps he and Chuck have quarreled. That might be the reason for Rick's embarrassment at meeting her. But they always got along so well. It's really very odd. Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. This can't possibly interest you. I'm only trying to find some reason why Rick practically cut me dead. You saw it." "I saw it, and I thought he was a bloody idiot." That brought the smile back to her face. "How long have they been friends?" "From way back. Ever since Germany." "Old army buddies?" "Rick was a refugee, actually, from East Germany." "With a name like Neely? The Irish do get around." "Rick was born in New York. His mother was German. The Neelys were Brooklyn. His father was killed in the Pacific, and so Rick ended up in Dresden or Leipzig, someplace like that." "A beautiful sequitur, clear as mud." Dorothea laughed. "But perfectly normal. His mother wanted to see her own people as soon as the war ended." "And once in, they couldn't get out?" "Yes." She was studying him thoughtfully. "You seem to know his story. Just the pattern. It happened often enough." "When did Rick escape from East Germany?" Tony's voice was conversational. "As soon as his mother died. She became an invalid, you see, and Rick couldn't leave her there alone." Rick, short for Richard? The question was casual. Heinrich. Then Dorothea challenged him, her eyes widening. This really does interest you. I always like a sad romantic tale. He took her hand. He held it gently, his face suddenly serious. Goodbye, Dorothea. And always my luck, he thought, the beautiful woman out of reach. Goodbye. Then, as their hands dropped, she said with undisguised amusement, And who is Basil Meade? She left before he could even think of an answer. He watched her as she walked towards the door and passed out of sight. He was smiling, too. He had 6 minutes for his call to Brad Gillen. He wasted no time on explanations. Listen, Brad, he said as soon as he got through. Remember the chap in the composite sketch I saw last Tuesday? He's here, in Washington, with the same delegation that our late, unlamented friend should have been accompanying. Possibly leaving tomorrow. Today he has been meeting Rick Neely, a friend of Chuck's and some kind of factotum to a congressman, Pickering by name. Neely visits New York at weekends. Apartment in same building as Chuck's. Got all that? Okay. I leave it in your hands. You have such interesting friends. Goodbye, old scout. Take care. Tony left the public phone, gathered up his magazines and papers, now slightly crumpled, and was out the front door as the small army car drove up. His luggage was already waiting for him at the airport, along with the NATO memorandum under heavy guard. The stable door was securely locked, he thought. Had a pleasant lunch, sir? The sergeant driver asked civilly. Very pleasant. Nice hotel. You'd enjoy staying there sometime. There's a lot going on in the evenings. There's a lot going on any old time, thought Tony. Not a bad day after all. 11. Nothing had gone as he had planned. Rick Neely's irritation increased. First, there had been the unexpected encounter with Dorothea Kelso, detaining him, wasting precious seconds when each one of his minutes had been carefully estimated. Next, Oleg had chosen to make contact by voice and lead the way out of the hotel. His own preconceived ideas of how to deal with a difficult meeting, far too dangerous for his taste, had been swept aside. And now here he was, as Alexis, following this madman along a public thoroughfare on a bright afternoon. Neither the place nor the time appropriate, and far from his choosing. Insanity, he thought. Grudgingly, he had to admit it was paying off. So far, the lobby was safely behind him, and no one was on his heels. To make sure of that, as he walked along K Street, keep nonchalant, no haste, let the space between Oleg and him widen, he took the usual precaution of dropping a book of matches, which gave him a quick glimpse of the Statler entrance as he bent to pick it up. He saw only a cluster of people outside its door waiting for taxis, no solitary figure, no head turned his way. At the corner of 16th Street he hesitated, as if in doubt of his direction, a harmless excuse to look around him. At the Statler there was still the cluster, and no one following him. Quickly he crossed 16th Street and continued along K. Well ahead of him was Oleg, halting beside a parked car. Irritation flared into alarmed anger. In broad daylight, for God's sake? Oleg stepping into a car as if he were an old-time Washington bureaucrat, not even glancing back. He's leaving that job for me, thought Alexis. Perversely, he didn't look over his shoulder until he had almost reached the car. Only 2 women standing in front of the Fiji legation, talking with a man. The legs were all that was visible. Beyond that, a mother and small child, 2 priests on the other side of the street, some automobiles driving at a quick, steady pace. The car door was open. All he had to do was step in. Somehow the simplicity of it only angered him more, proving Oleg was right, and himself over-worried and fearful. You weren't followed? Oleg asked, as he eased the car out into the traffic. I could say no, and I could say yes. And what does that mean? Oleg's mouth was tight. Anyone could be following us. Secretaries, priests, and your own shadow. There was a long silence. Where are we going? Alexis asked at last. Driving around, like good Americans. You take a lot of risks. That telephone call this morning. Stop talking and let me pay attention. There are bigger risks in getting a traffic ticket than in walking out of a hotel. As Oleg spoke, his eyes kept watching the rear and side mirrors. No one did follow you, he said at last. He was concentrating carefully now on the one-way streets, avoiding the busy circles or the underpasses and the giant avenues. It was as if he had memorized a certain number of blocks in this part of town and wasn't going to venture into strange territory. As it was, Alexis had to admit, Oleg was doing not at all badly for someone who didn't know Washington too well. And how typical of the man to keep the wheel himself instead of asking him to drive. Within 6 minutes, Oleg had found the parking spot he wanted, back once more on K Street, but this time further east, near the bus terminal for Dulles Airport. It was a busy section with plenty of movement. Their car, a rented Buick in unobtrusive brown, was not conspicuous, nor were they. Just two people waiting for friends to arrive from a flight to Washington. But Alexis could not resist raising an eyebrow. It wasn't unnoticed. Oleg, switching off the ignition, said, "Less risk, too, in not driving far afield." "And to what purpose?" True enough. The shorter the time they spent together, the safer. They had not been followed. No other car drew up within view. That was all that mattered. But Alexis was still nervous and unsettled. He searched for a cigarette. The microfilm. You had enough sense to bring it with... I've already sent it to Moscow. Alexis lit the cigarette, only remembered then to offer his pack to Oleg. It was impatiently brushed aside. "There has been no report of its arrival," Oleg said, eyes angry, face tense. "When did you send it?" "As soon as I got back to Washington." "You were instructed—" "I know. Misha told me to give it to you on the Tuesday, but that was before he was injured, which changed everything." "Who told you it changed anything?" "You did not contact me. You could have been back in Moscow for all I knew." And if Oleg wasn't notified about the arrival there of the microfilm, Alexis thought, then he isn't as important as he thinks he is. Encouraged, Alexis said in a cool, crisp voice, "The NATO memorandum went by the usual channels. It is in Moscow now. Has been for the last 7 or 8 days." "Usual channels," Oleg repeated, his eyes narrowing. "Which means it reached the desk of the wrong man." "Wrong?" "It would reach the usual office, where one man has sidetracked it, misfiled it, kept it hidden for as long as he dared." Oleg's cold anger mounted with his voice. "But why?" Alexis was instantly alarmed. "To let him make his escape. He's a traitor. And you gave him a week to perfect his plans. By this time he is well away from Moscow. And he's laughing at you, Alexis. You were too clever by far. You played right into his hands." "I don't believe it," Alexis said, fighting back. "A traitor? In such an important job? He wouldn't have lasted 1 hour. He lasted 12 years. Alexis stared, aghast. "If you knew he was an enemy agent, why didn't you—" "Misha had suspicions, that was all. The proof could be in the NATO memorandum. Part 3. Oleg's bitter face was accusing. "Which you sent so obligingly, so kindly, straight to him." "His office always has received my reports. Misha did not warn me, nor did you. I only followed—" Alexis broke off, his worry doubling, as he saw a new and immediate danger. "All these years, he has known who I am." "No, we are not as stupid as that. He only knows that there is an Alexis established in Washington who sends weekly reports. If he is as good an enemy agent as you say he is, he could analyze the material I sent him and know what kind of job I have here. Even trace—" "At this moment he is too busy saving his own skin. If he gets clear, and we'll see about that, then he may start tracking you down." Oleg looked as though he might enjoy that idea. "In the long run you may have damaged yourself, and others too, unless we find him." "He is CIA?" "No, he's an agent of NATO." "The same thing." "Only in our propaganda. And that, thought Oleg, is at least one recent success. The slogans and chants against the NATO-CIA combination were growing stronger each week in Europe. "It even impressed you," he said contemptuously. "You have become an American." The sneer reminded Alexis of Misha. He had said something like that too, but jokingly. And then Alexis wondered why Oleg had given no news of Misha. "How is—" he began, and was cut off by Oleg's next question. It dealt with the problem of Chuck Kelso. "I see no problem," said Alexis. "He is reliable." "He may endanger you." "I don't think so." But Alexis frowned. "How did you procure the memorandum?" Alexis told him, keeping it brief, and waited for a word of praise. Instead, "Kelso may tell his brother that you were with him on that evening." "Even so, would that matter?" "The brother has several friends in NATO. That would matter." "Intelligence officers?" "They could be. And they would certainly be interested in anyone who handled the full text of the NATO memorandum." "Chuck doesn't know I touched it. He has no way of guessing." "You had better find out." "Exactly. What is he feeling? What is he thinking? Will he talk?" "Make your report next week." "Too soon. I can't get away to New York until next week, and direct it to me personally in Moscow. Make sure of that. It will be your last report for some time. Do nothing, keep quiet. I shall let you know when you can be active again." So he is giving the orders now, thought Alexis. "Where is Misha?" he asked. Had Misha been demoted, blamed perhaps for the escape of a traitor? "Misha is dead." "Dead?" A moment of disbelief. "But how? Where?" "In New York." Misha is dead. Oleg is in command. The shock died away. "But how?" Alexis repeated. Oleg kept silent. "The result of the mugging, I suppose." "The result—" Oleg drew out something from his pocket, 3 small photographs. "Have you ever seen this man with Chuck Kelso? The one in the tweed jacket?" Alexis studied the snapshots of 3 men. There was no clear view of the face above the tweed jacket. The man had his hand up, coughing, in one picture. In the second, he held a large handkerchief at his nose. In the third, his head was bent as he looked at the ground. "No," Alexis said slowly. "But these photographs don't help much. Who is he?" "An expert," Oleg said. "And the other 2? Their faces were clear enough. New York City detectives." "Arresting the expert?" It was the kind of small joke that would have amused Misha. Oleg said nothing. Reproved, Alexis became serious again. "Where were the pictures taken? That could be a clue." Oleg came slowly back from his own far-ranging thoughts. Suspicions, always suspicions that couldn't be pinned down. Anthony Lawton, wine merchant, or NATO intelligence officer. On a tip from an informant, he had been followed from Brussels to New York. Possible close connection with memorandum, the informant had said. In New York, he vanished, reappeared in Washington. Reported to have entered Shandon House this Tuesday, the morning of the newspaper publication of the first part of the memorandum. What reason for this visit? Chuck Kelso and NATO security? Or had it been merely wine business? The only detail the report had given was that Lawton was casually dressed in tweed jacket and sweater. Tweed jacket. Yet many people in New York dressed casually, even wildly. Oleg stared down at the elusive figure in the photographs. Yes, Lawton, if he were a NATO agent, would certainly have an interest in Misha. But how had he found out Misha was dead? Oleg slipped the snapshots back into his pocket. "They were taken at the morgue," he said. Alexis looked uncomprehending, but there was no further explanation. "I'll be waiting for your report on Kelso," Oleg said, and gestured to the door. "Give me 5 minutes before you take a cab." He started the engine. Alexis got out. The Buick edged into the traffic and was soon part of a steady stream of cars. Alexis walked into the bus terminal. 5 minutes, Oleg had said. Alexis wondered where he could find a drink. A stiff scotch. And then, remembering that cold look on Oleg's face, he found a telephone booth instead. He would call Chuck now, at Shandon, catch him before he left for the day, keep the conversation generalized and innocuous, try to arrange a meeting, something that would look adequate in his report to Oleg. Adequate? He would have to do better than that. "Rick here," Alexis began. Chuck sounded surprised, then diffident. No, he wasn't going to be in New York tomorrow. He had a pile of work to finish at Shandon. And Sunday, too, was impossible. Anything wrong? Of course not. Just thought I'd like to see you. Chat about everything. What did you think of that item the Times published last Tuesday? About NATO? Caused quite a sensation. Yes, said Chuck. He didn't sound enthusiastic. I thought you'd have liked it. It sent me. It's good that we know what's really going on, isn't it? Yes, Chuck said again. You seem disappointed. Oh, it's just that... Chuck hesitated. I don't know whether it was worth printing that kind of thing. Who listens? Plenty. Here are you and I discussing it, for instance. It really was an attention-getter. In the wrong direction. What do you mean? People are more interested in how it came to be printed than in what it said. The message itself got lost. Far from it. It came over loud and clear. Say, aren't you feeling well? You sound as though you were coming down with grippe. That's all I need, Chuck said. By the way, Katie is in real trouble. Katie? Alexis braced himself. She was arrested last night. Alexis was silent. Rick, are you still there? Yes. Arrested for what? Hiding a marijuana joint in her pocket? Arrested in a bomb factory down in Greenwich Village. There was an explosion. 2 of her friends were injured. Katie was found wandering in a daze. That's Katie, all right. It's no joke, Rick. No joke, Alexis conceded. And Rick, I don't think we should talk, either of us, about that Saturday night. I agree. Button our lips. About Katie, I meant. And we'll say nothing about anything. Anything, Alexis repeated with emphasis. Got that? I suppose you're right. I am. Katie has complicated everything in her own sweet way. You see that, don't you? Yes, Chuck said reluctantly. Yes, she certainly has, he added. And now he sounded definite. Signing off, Chuck. This call is ending, and I've no more loose change. See you sometime. Yes, sometime. He wants to see me as little as I want to see him, Alexis thought as he went to find a cab. And now he is really worried about admitting he handed over a copy of the memorandum to that reporter, what's his name, Holzheimer, in Katie's apartment. If he was on the point of breaking down and confessing to Big Brother Tom, Katie and her friends have taken care of that noble impulse. My report next week about Chuck Kelso will be simple. Chuck is depressed and worrying, but holding fast. He has to now, unless he wants Holzheimer breathing down his neck with questions about his connections with a mad bomber. He found a cab, but he didn't take it to the garage where he had parked his car that day. Instead, he directed it over to the Mayflower, where he slipped into the bar for a much-needed drink. He didn't think he was being followed, but it was just as well not to have his movements traceable. And what about you? He asked himself after a second drink. Your report next week will deal with Chuck. It will also have to pass on this newest information about Katie. How does it affect you? Oleg knows you've been shacking up with her. It's on your file. Lucky that you already stated you were going to keep clear of her. Dangerous situation developing, so they can't blame you for being blind. But there's danger still around. Once the police start searching her apartment, inquiring about her associates, yes, that's something to be really concerned about. Katie won't talk, not to the pigs. To her lawyer, yes. He won't talk either. And yet something can slip out. Some damned investigative reporter can start digging. He finished his drink. In his report, he would ask to be transferred from Washington, from the United States for that matter. Oleg wouldn't like that. All of Alexis's expensive training had been geared to let him mix freely among Americans. Okay, he had done that. Now it was time to move. He was bored with all things to all men Pickering anyway. How the hell could he have put up with that shoulder thumper for 9 long years? Time to move on. Where? There were places, plenty of places, outside the good old US of A, where he could work with Americans. Be one of them. No training lost. That was it. A brilliant idea. He'd suggest it to Oleg, and let Oleg take it over as his own bright solution. Yes, that was it. Alexis paid and left. A brilliant idea. And now he was out on Connecticut Avenue, dark with sudden night. He felt safer in its shroud. This was the way he and Oleg should have met. It would have given him more confidence, caught him less off balance. Or perhaps Oleg had been trying to dent his self-assurance. Had Oleg been testing him? An unpleasant meeting, certainly. Everything tight and strained. Why? Wasn't Oleg sure of him? He put that spiky question out of his mind by hailing a taxi and riding to the station. There he spent a couple of minutes buying a paper at the bookstall to see if anything had yet been printed about Katie, and if so, how much. There was only a bare description of the explosion, no details about the girl. They would come later. Unless her family succeeded in clamping down on any information about her. They would certainly try. My unwitting allies, he thought, as he took another cab, this time to a street corner a block away from his garage. He'd be home by 6, a normal enough routine. And now he'd no longer have to wait for any contact to telephone him. Lie low, stay inactive, Oleg had instructed him. So now he could call some of his friends, arrange some dates, enjoy himself. He might even go on that weekend with Sandra to Maryland. Why not? His spirits lifted. White buildings, spacious and majestic, raised their lighted columns into the darkness. Trees and grass and stately monuments, broad avenues and streams of cars. Another working day was over. Speeches made, committees attended, letters dictated and signed, offices closing, and now the scurry through the giant mausoleum to neat houses in neat gardens where humans could come into their proper proportion again. Yes, he thought, as he persuaded himself he would be glad to leave Washington. I have been too long here. It bathes you in dreams of glory, entices you with power and rewards, blinds you to the reality outside its magical radiance. These people, and he looked at the car's lights sweeping steadily in front of him, are doomed. For a moment he felt sorry for them, kindly and blundering as they were. And then he repressed his touch of emotion. Sympathy was treacherous, self-defeating. He had been Americanized, Oleg would say. Next time he heard that, he would have a reply ready for Oleg. Just part of my job. Or would he ever meet Oleg again? I hope not, he admitted to himself. 12. And there she was, in view, exactly on time, sitting at a small table near the window of the cafe, smooth dark head bent over the International Herald Tribune, one hand holding a cigarette, the other about to raise her cup of mid-morning coffee to her lips. She was frowning, either in complete concentration on the paper's English, or in bewilderment over some of the news. Tony Lawton stepped out of the cool breeze that blew along Montaigne's waterfront, entered the cafe, looked for a vacant table, and chose one a short distance from the girl. She didn't look up. They had worked together often enough in the past, so that old routines came back quite naturally. He slipped off his leather jacket as he ordered his coffee, and prepared to settle down for a pleasant half-hour like the other Riviera visitors scattered around the room. Naturally, he glanced around him. Naturally, he became aware of the girl. He gave an obvious second glance, a double take, and looked both astounded and delighted. "Nicole," he said, rising and coming over to where she sat. Nicole's dark brown eyes stared up at him, at first blankly, and then with astonishment. Pink lips parted in a real smile. "But how extraordinary! What are you doing here?" She spoke in slightly accented English, with the emphasis on the R's as any Frenchwoman would. Now, don't overdo it, darling, Tony admonished her silently. I'm on holiday, supposed to be sailing along the blue Mediterranean with a couple of friends. He signaled to his waitress to bring the coffee to this table. May I? He asked Nicole as he took the chair opposite her. Sailing? What happened to that idea? The engine. It began hiccuping just as we rounded Cap Martin yesterday, so we made for the nearest port, and here we are. Your friends? They are still over at the harbor, trying to fix what has gone wrong. They know boats. Frankly, I don't. We had hoped to leave today, but the experts aren't sure about that. I think if we make it out of Menton by tomorrow, we'll be lucky. Tomorrow is Saturday, she reminded him. The weekend is taken seriously here. If your experts aren't already at work, you will be ashore until Monday at least. Why don't you use the sails? You have sails, I suppose. We've already had a taste of a southeaster off Cannes. Thank you, but I'm no enthusiast about sails when the blowing gets rough. But what about you, Nicole? On holiday too? I live here. You do? So you have deserted Paris? I prefer the weather in Menton. Besides, I have a job. I'm secretary, really a research assistant to a writer. An American, W.B. Marriott. You must have heard of him. You know me, I never open a book unless it's to sign a check. Tony drank the last of his coffee and lifted the 2 tabs which had been tactfully tucked under his saucer. Prepare to move out, was his unspoken suggestion. And what is your Mr. Marriott working on now? Or perhaps he is just enjoying a happy life like 1,000 other writers and artists on the French Riviera. Côte d'Azur, Nicole corrected in liquid French. Actually, Mr. Marriott is writing a script for a movie about the Americans who landed in Menton and joined up with the French resistance. Way back then. Well, if Dunkirk and Normandy are worth a war movie, so is the Côte d'Azur. In fact, it was a marvelous operation. She had to laugh at her own enthusiasm. So you are now an expert on World War II, he teased her. He studied the tabs as an added prod. Establishing your cover was all very well and necessary, but it was time for more serious talk. Nicole got his message and began folding up the Tribune to slip it into her large leather bag. And this is your day off, he went on. My luck has turned. Let's have lunch together. It isn't my day off. I came in to collect the mail and buy some typewriter ribbon. So I see. But I always come here for a cup of coffee when I am shopping in town, she protested. I've stayed too long. Your fault, Tony. I must go. What about dinner tonight? She had risen, picking up her cardigan, a bulky thing of giant stitches, the newest chic this spring, and smiled her goodbye to the couple, man and wife, who stood behind the counter. They wished her a warm good day. The waitress echoed it, politely ignoring the 5 francs that Tony had dropped beside the tabs on the saucer. Even allowing for the 15% tip already added to the bill, the prices came high these days. I'm sorry, Nicole was saying. If only I had known you were in Menton, I could have rearranged this evening. She began walking to the door, followed by several appraising glances from various tables. She was a fragile-looking girl, small-boned, who could carry the latest fad in fashion. A casual shirt topped by a heavy sweater, covered by an outsized cardigan above a wide skirt, its mid-calf hemline flaring over her long, dark red leather boots. Yes, thought Tony, as he jammed one arm into his jacket and hurried after her. She was very good in every way, a natural part of the prevalent scene. And all her words, chosen carefully, had told any listening ears, possibly innocent in their curiosity but always interested, a part of the nothing-much-to-do holiday feeling when the weather, if sunny and bright, was still too cool for the beaches, only what the local people already knew and could verify if questioned. Well, he said as he reached the heavy glass door in time to push it open for her, perhaps you could rearrange something tomorrow. If you are still here, Nicole said over her shoulder. Standing on the scrimped sidewalk, jammed tight with rows of empty tables and chairs, hopefully set out with bright patterned tablecloths fluttering in the breeze and hanging on by a miracle, Tony Lawton only paused to zip up his jacket and say, "I'll walk you wherever you are going."
"To the market. I parked my car not far from there. It's a small red Opel, second-hand, just the right price for a secretary's salary."
"Which direction? East?"
"Yes, towards the port."
Couldn't be better, he thought. The street fronting the Mediterranean was a one-sided affair, with a continuous row of small cafes and bars crowding the sidewalk. On its opposite side, there was a promenade edging the shore, only a few strollers now taking the salt air along the wide curve of Menton's West Bay. The port and the market were some distance ahead. Nicole and he would have ample time to talk without any danger of being overheard. And on the promenade, they'd be protected by the constant rush of cars along the narrow street from any observant eyes across the way in one of the interminable cafes. "Let's walk by the sea," he said, catching her arm, choosing a moment when the cars and taxis slackened their pace. They ran hand in hand. She was laughing, as if he had just made one of his better jokes, and he was smiling. Two carefree and happy people, not a thing in the world for them to worry about. "Well arranged," he told her when they reached the promenade. He squeezed her hand affectionately as he released his grip. A few couples, women with children, retired people having their morning constitutional, resident English still clinging to their favorite Riviera town in spite of inflation, several visiting foreigners. Not too many at this time of year. Today was the last day of February, but enough. In summer, this promenade would be pure jammed-up hell. What vacation place wasn't nowadays? Couldn't be better. Nicole's face, always pale-skinned even in deep tanning weather, flushed slightly with his compliment. He gave them rarely.
"I was worried," she admitted, "that my description of the cafe hadn't been clear enough to let you find it easily."
Now her English was both fluent and perfect, although a Londoner might have quibbled at a touch of American in an occasional phrase. But she had spent 4 years in New York as well as 10 in England. Her French was authentic. She had been born in Paris and lived there for the first 15 years of her life. Her Russian was better than adequate. Her grandparents had come from Moscow, settled in France as Tsarist exiles in 1912, and rejected Lenin in 1917 as no solution for any true liberal. Her father was Swiss and internationally minded. She believed fervently in the necessary survival of the West, and with equal sincerity she saw NATO as its main defense. "No problem," Tony assured her. "That yellow-striped awning over the pink and green tablecloths would have been hard to miss."
"When you called me this morning, I just couldn't think of any other place where you could find me quite naturally. Was it all right?"
"It was your usual morning routine, wasn't it?"
"Yes."
"Then it was best to stay with it and raise no questions." She relaxed then, so now he could get down to business. "And how is our friend?" The sudden change in Tony's voice caught her by surprise.
"He is well?"
"No new developments?"
"None. He really has recovered. He feels safe here."
"Has he remembered any further details to pass on to you?"
"No. And I don't imagine there is anything to add. He was thoroughly debriefed in Genoa."
Tony nodded. Genoa was where Paladin had stopped running. He had insisted that the NATO team of debriefing experts come to him. He wasn't going anywhere near Paris or Brussels, or even into Switzerland. All too obvious, all dangerous. He was ill, exhausted, and had come far enough by difficult routes. He had had enough of travel and tension, from Moscow to Odessa to Istanbul, where he made contact with a NATO agent. From Istanbul, his journey had been arranged for him step by step, to the island of Lesbos by fishing boat, and then on a mailboat to the Piraeus, with a quick change to a decrepit freighter bound for Brindisi near the heel of Italy. Italians had smuggled him by truck westwards to Reggio, and then north to Naples. Another freighter, this time bound for Genoa, and there in a safe house he decided to call a halt for 3 weeks. He had won that battle of wills. The specialists slipped into Genoa one by one in order to gather all the information that was still so fresh in his mind. And he had won the second battle, too. Menton, just across the French-Italian border, was where he had decided to start his new life. "And he really is safe," Nicole went on. "As safe as a man like him can expect to be. Paladin had been one of the most important NATO agents in Moscow, a top-ranking KGB official. He has changed his appearance, of course. He will really astound you when you see him." Then, as Tony still kept silent, she said, "You do want to see him, don't you?" "I wish I could, but I think not. Your report will be enough. But it isn't necessary. Let's keep his visitors to a minimum, especially the ones who might be traced at some time in some way to NATO intelligence." Nicole, of course, had been chosen for this assignment because her cover was secure and her connection with NATO unsuspected. W.B. Marriott, billed to his friends, was also unknown to Soviet agents, and his household help, Bernard and Brigitte, a reliable couple from Switzerland, where Bill had supposedly spent the winter, were an efficient part of the team. Paladin completed the W.B. Marriott ménage as chauffeur, his own choice of occupation for his new identity as a French-Italian from Nice, name of Jean Parassini. Bill carried his arm until recently in a sling and leaned on a cane when he walked. A skiing accident last winter, the story went. It was obvious to everyone that he needed a driver. "But we've made arrangements to take care of any special visitors. They'll bow in as Bill's associates from the movie world, dropping in to see him for consultations on his new film script. So if you want to come up to the villa, it would be safe enough. Look." She searched in her bag and found a small tourist folder with a map of Menton. "I've marked our house, very lightly. It's a difficult place for strangers to find." He knew where it was, high on the eastern side of town, where houses and gardens were scattered around on a steep hill slope. But he took the folder without comment and slipped it into his pocket. "And you noticed no unusual interest in you or Bill?" "Just ordinary French curiosity, no more. It dropped away within 2 weeks. And no interest in Brigitte or Bernard, or the chauffeur?" She shook her head. "We've been accepted as part of the local scene." "And Brigitte and Bernard don't know Jean Parassini's real identity or any of his past history?" "Nothing. He insisted on that right from the beginning. And the setup is working. He is very pleased about that." "I bet he is. He wrote most of the scenario, didn't he?" Paladin had insisted on that, too, including exchanging his original role as W.B. Marriott, the writer, for Bill's part as Jean Parassini, the chauffeur. Tony could see the reason behind Paladin's change. Any interest in the household would be focused on the writer. A chauffeur wouldn't arouse much local speculation or gossip. "And you still don't like it?" She shook her head, half amused by Tony's excessive concern. "There isn't enough protection for him. It's too open, too simple. And why did he choose Menton?" "He says simplicity is his greatest protection. No one will expect him to be living in a busy little resort town with so many approaches. Far too many. It's impossible to watch them all." Tony glanced at the small port ahead of them, with its moles and jetties and anchorage for fishing vessels and pleasure boats. And beyond that crowded harbor, lying at the far eastern end of Menton, under the shadow of a giant wall of red cliffs that marked the French-Italian frontier, was a new large marina, filled with yachts and cruisers. The land view was equally disturbing. There was this shore road linking all the towns along the whole stretch of the French Riviera, and there was the old Corniche, and the new Corniche topping it, each twisting its tricky way along steep hillsides above the coast. And then there was the Marseille-Genoa Expressway that had been completed 3 years ago, straight across the mountain slopes, way high up there, supported on tall cement legs as it crossed ravines and deep glens, as direct and fantastic as any Roman aqueduct. They all had their own tunnels, too, to let them stream through the red cliffs, Les Rochers Rouges, and pour right into Italy. Even the damned railway line, thought Tony, had its tunnel. Just too many quick ins and outs, he said to Nicole, and too many bloody foreigners wandering around. He glowered briefly at two innocuous visitors from West Germany. But that also works for Pallet. She caught herself in time. For him, she ended weakly. If he wants to make a quick break for it, yes. That isn't what he's planning. He's a great planner, isn't he? Wouldn't you be? If you had spent the last 12 years, yes, Tony said quickly, and silenced her. For 12 years, Paladin had worked right under the sharp eyes of men like Vladimir Konov. With each passing day, he must have wondered at his success in skirting detection, prepared himself for sudden disaster. When it came, he was ready. He had been lucky, luckier than Konov, stretched out on a slab in a New York morgue. But he had made his luck. With some help from us, thought Tony, he had made it. But no amount of help could take away full credit from Paladin for brains and guts. You don't trust his judgment? It's Mentone that is worrying me, Tony admitted frankly. I just wish he hadn't been so determined about it, that's all. But no one would expect him to come to a small resort town, so open and innocent. The opposition will expect us to send him to a country of our choice, and one where he can speak English. It's his best foreign language. He knows it well. Also some German, some Italian. What about French? Tony asked quickly. He has been learning French, and fast. He spends every free hour on it. Talking records, books, papers, TV, and conversations with me. Tony stared at her. So he comes to live in France because he doesn't know French. Does he think the opposition will look in every other direction because of that? And the opposition was not just the KGB alone, enormous as that intelligence force was. It had control over the intelligence services of the Soviets' allies. They'd all swing into action. Yes, said Nicole quite simply. He believes that the opposition will search in the English-speaking countries. They'll expect him to be hidden in a large city like London or Liverpool or Toronto or Glasgow, someplace where crowds would make him feel safe. And if that fails, they'll try the opposite extreme, look for a remote Canadian farm, a lonely ranch in the United States. Tony's pace slowed. They would soon reach the end of the promenade. Near the harbor area, a lot of construction work was in progress. Men and machines digging and filling and bottling up traffic. This was already complicated by the density of people attracted to the market. They cluttered its sidewalks, moved in and out of its giant entrances, and gave, from this short distance away, a good imitation of bees swarming around their honeycombs. They were even spreading across the final stretch of promenade itself. Soon no more serious talk would be possible. He halted, looked out at the Mediterranean admiringly. Okay, he said, as if his doubts about Mentone had been cleared away. He came in on them from another angle. Does our friend have much to say about Shandon House? Nicole had been startled, but she kept her eyes fixed on a view of blue sky, blue sea. At first, yes. Now very little. She drew the cardigan's collar more closely across her throat. His anger doesn't show anymore, and he had every right to be bitter about Chandon's criminal stupidity. They let someone steal their NATO memorandum right out of their top-secret files, and it ended up in Moscow. Jean lost 2 of his Moscow contacts through that piece of idiocy. Arrested in December. Executed 4 weeks ago. Did you know? I heard. For a long moment they were silent. Then she said, We have been reading in the local newspapers about a villa owned by Chandon, right here in Mentone. The same Chandon as in New Jersey? The same. They inherited the villa last year. Another think tank? Mostly a talk pool, on a very deep level, of course. His smile had returned. Somehow the idea of Chandon owning a villa on the Riviera appealed to his sense of comedy, although there were now other villas strung along the Côte d'Azur, quiet retreats in vast gardens, taken over by institutes of this and that for the betterment of thee and me. Chandon, situated in the wealthy enclave on Cap Martin, It was only following a very pleasant pattern. And what else do the papers report about it?
Not much. It's all played down. Does that mean Shandon Villa is a hush-hush operation?
Officially, no. The aim is free discussion by delegates from various countries on topics of general concern, so they say. But, Tony paused, I shouldn't be surprised if there are some private exchanges between delegates, which deal with very sensitive material indeed. Have you noticed that people just can't keep their lips buttoned when they want to assert themselves, or win an argument, or when they are feeling relaxed, sun and sea and flowers and palm trees, and no journalists around to print off-the-record talk?
Surely Shandon wouldn't bug its own guests.
Not Shandon itself. She didn't quite follow.
They've been discreet enough about their guest list for the first seminar. Even the local newspapers weren't given the names. Security precaution, I suppose.
No names at all?
Only those of the permanent staff in a kind of welcome to Mentone paragraph. The director is an American, of course. And now, what's he called?
Her brow wrinkled. McElhose, security officer of the day when the NATO memorandum was taken out of Shandon House.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Do they never learn?
No blame could be pinned on McElhose. Unthinkable. He's a stalwart fellow. His wife and children will love living in Mentone. Tony's sarcasm ended. But secretly he did embarrass them, so the easiest solution was to kick him sideways across the Atlantic. It's a cushy job, with some prestige, too. His guests will be cabinet level. Then Tony asked the question that worried him most. What is Jean Paracini's reaction to Shandon by the Sea?
None.
He reads the local papers. Part of his French lessons, aren't they? Didn't the mention of McElhose raise any comment?
McElhose was just a name. Jean didn't recognize it.
He must have. He saw my report on Shandon.
You gave it to him?
She couldn't believe it. Not my idea. Someone in Genoa thought he deserved to know how his cover had been blown. He kept asking about that, naturally enough, and we owe him a great deal. Tony shrugged. But not to the point of letting him carry a grudge. In our business, there's no room for personal vendetta.
Surely he wouldn't—
You know him better than I do.
He isn't a maniac. He has a cool, detached mind. He wouldn't do anything wild and endanger us all.
I hope not.
Tony was remembering the description of Paladin's sudden rage in Genoa when he had read the report on Shandon. By all accounts, it had been a painful and terrifying scene.
Let's head for the market, he said abruptly, and turned away from the laughing sea, little white teeth gleaming in the curving lips of each small wave. Nicole shivered.
I feel frozen, she said,
but it wasn't altogether the cool breeze that had caused this momentary chill. She stepped out smartly, her wide skirt swinging around her red leather boots, her dark hair blowing loose in the wind. By the way, he said in his most casual manner as they waited to cross the street, does the name of Rick Neely ring a bell?
Neely?
She repeated, frowning. I've seen it. The frown deepened, and then disappeared.
Yes. He's on the new Shandon staff, isn't he?
Executive assistant to McElhose. She stared at Tony's expressionless face.
Another name in your report? She asked, her voice almost inaudible.
You may be frozen, but your brain is still cooking, he said, and won a small but delighted smile. And then it vanished just as quickly. Jean, she was thinking, must have recognized Neely's name in the newspapers, and yet there had been no comment at all. None. And none about McElhose. None at all. As though he had no interest in them whatsoever. Not natural behavior, she told herself. A danger signal? But Tony's hand was on her arm, guiding her, giving her some comfort.
When do you leave?
She asked in mid-street. The boat is going to take some time to fix. He had seen to that, with a neatly applied hammer. Georges and Emile will come on shore, take rooms in the old town. I'll wander around.
Will you come up to the villa? Bill would like to see you.
Georges will be in touch with him, he had time to say before they reached the sidewalk.
"We could use some extra help," she admitted. "We now have two problems. The first was to keep Jean Parassini safe from the KGB. The second, to keep Jean Parassini safe from himself." "At least two," said Tony, thinking of Rick Neely, and stopped at a mass of flowers for sale. Tables set up roughly outside the market were covered with them. "Buy some carnations." They were the only flowers, apart from roses, that he recognized. He waited for Nicole to choose, heard her discussing prices with one of the ruddy-faced women behind the flower display. But his thoughts were still with Neely. Sudden resignation in late December from his job as Representative W.C. Pickering's aide, nicely explained, of course, no hard feelings, and a quick exit from Washington in early January. Nothing against him in FBI files, unknown to CIA's informants in East Germany, but they'd keep digging. Papers in order, according to U.S. Army, who had employed him as civilian interpreter in 1963 to 1965 after his escape to West Germany. 1941 birth certificate, Brooklyn. Total acceptance by grandmother Neely, sole surviving relative but since deceased on his return to USA. A newspaper account of that happy reunion seemed to think it perfectly normal that an 84-year-old woman should recognize a grandson she hadn't seen for 27 years. Blank wall Neely. All Tony had got was one large headache from butting his head against it. You didn't have the evidence, not a shred of hard proof, he told himself. So how did you expect the Americans to act, especially when they were all walking on eggs these days? Neely's apartment, and his office, too, would have needed to be bugged. Just try that on for size in a newspaper headline. "Aren't they divine?" Nicole asked, thrusting a bunch of red and pink carnations under his nose. "They grow all over the hillsides around here, in plastic-covered greenhouses. Imagine the work." She dropped her voice. "Do we drift apart now?" Too open. "Let's get under cover." The market was a huge cavern of a building, filled with stalls, rows and rows of them, piled with all varieties of produce. And the crowd was large enough to please him. His leave-taking of Nicole could pass ignored in this mass of people buying, selling, or simply strolling among the good things to eat. "No one in this part of France will ever starve," Tony said. "Almost tempts me to take up cooking." Half the shoppers, he noted, were men. Admirable place. And he wasn't only referring to its gastronomical delights. He relaxed, felt secure. Nicole touched his arm. He looked at her sharply as she drew him behind a poultry stall, with ducks and geese and chickens swinging from overhead hooks. It was the first time, he thought, that he had used a screen of plucked hens to dodge behind. "Jean," she said quietly. "He's over there, next to the sacks of onions." "What the bloody hell does he think he's doing?" "I don't know." Her eyes were troubled. "He does go out on errands, of course. A chauffeur doesn't sit in a house all day." There were several people, a mixed group, crowded near that stall. "I don't see him," Tony said. She laughed then. "I told you he had done wonders with his appearance. He's the man in the dark suit. Why don't you come and meet him? Hear his French accent, too." Tony studied the man. No resemblance. Paladin's hair had been blonde, thin on top and straight, above a cheerful round face and pale complexion. He had been a permanent wearer of glasses, and definitely corpulent. Jean Parassini had dark brown hair, thick and wavy. His tanned face was haggard and furrowed, his cheeks fallen, the eyes, with no glasses, deep-set and shadowed. He had grown a moustache, dyed it black, and he must have lost about 40 pounds in weight. Even his height, the usual giveaway, seemed to have increased slightly with the way he now held his shoulders. New posture and thick-soled shoes, judicious use of subtle makeup, an expensive hairpiece fitted securely over a head shaved bald, and above all a crash diet. These were the complete transformers. Contact lenses, too, Tony murmured. He was fascinated. But Jean wasn't walking around picking up any purchases. Jean was waiting.
Even when he moved on a few steps, seemingly engrossed with onions and the neighboring potatoes, he was waiting. He may be looking for you. Did you tell him you were going to buy some artichokes?
No. I left as soon as you called me this morning on Bill's private line.
Would Bill tell him you had gone into town?
Possibly, but not to meet you.
Of that she was sure.
Perhaps he came here to buy something Brigitte had forgotten to order.
He's pressing his luck too hard.
I'll go over and join him, Nicole decided. Ease him out of here.
But John was already leaving. Tony's eyes still stayed on the dark suit, watched it move slowly towards another entrance.
That leads into the town itself. He has probably parked Bill's car.
What make?
A Mercedes, black four-door. A Nice registration.
Jean had almost disappeared behind the fruit stalls. I think I'd like to take a closer look, see if that disguise is as good face on as it is at a distance.
Meet him? I thought you were avoiding—
He won't know me. A one-way mirror in a small Genoese room. Old Dodge had made sure of that. I hope, Tony added along with a goodbye smile. Go buy your artichokes, my pet, and tell Bill what I told you. All of it. He drifted away, seemingly in an aimless wandering between the rows of stalls. He, too, was heading definitely for the market's townside entrance. Once he was far enough away from Nicole, who was now absorbed in the price of poultry, his pace could quicken. But he had delayed too long, and Jean Parassini was no longer visible. Lost between the fruit and the cheeses, Tony thought, and swore silently. He came out into the sunshine, wondering which direction to take. He noticed a parked black car nearby, but it was a Citroën, newest model, with a swoop of bonnet to give it a sporting air. The man who was dumping his packages onto the back seat before he stepped in to take the wheel was obviously alone. He wore a suit and tie too, but he was not Jean Parassini. He was Rick Neely. Slowly, Tony lit a cigarette. The Citroën went slowly into the traffic, and from some distance behind it, a black Mercedes left its parking place. It increased speed as much as it dared in the busy street, and then, as it came nicely up behind the Citroën, slackened its pace to keep a decent following distance. We have a maniac on our hands, thought Tony, and crushed his barely smoked cigarette under his heel. Better warn Nicole at once. Explain Rick Neely just enough to let her know how deeply Parassini was endangering himself. This was no ordinary American he was following. Neely could outfox even a paladin when he was blinded by bitter rage. And Neely wouldn't be here alone. He must have some backup, a contact. Hell, bloody hell, Tony said softly, and turned to re-enter the market. He stopped abruptly, almost bumping into a woman carrying a wicker basket filled with a morning's shopping. "Tony!" Dorothea Kelso said. 13. Typed, retyped, torn up. The discarded pages filled the wastebasket. A typical morning's work, thought Tom Kelso, and pushed his chair away from his desk. Maurice Michel's desk, to be exact, in Maurice Michel's library, no longer looking the neatly ordered place where a diplomat had worked. Tom's notes and maps were scattered everywhere. Even the small room's name, a little too grand for 10 feet square, walls lined with bookshelves that encased door and window too, had been changed to study, his own quiet corner, far removed from living room and kitchen. Much good its peace had done him. Thea and he had been here since the beginning of January, and the last 2 chapters of his book refused to shape up. Tomorrow was the 1st of March, the last month here before their return to Washington. Return to what? Every aspect of his work now seemed to have become uncertain. Who the hell will want to read this book anyway, he asked himself angrily. Who in the United States worried about long-term policy and what they would have to cope with 10 years from now? Short-term, that's us, jumping from one crisis to another. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. and that we will, even if the bridge blows under our feet and we have to swim for it. Thoroughly despondent, restless, he rose and made his way through the silent house to the pantry, where the Michels had installed a little bar. He'd better bootleg a drink or two before Thea got back from the market in Menton. She wasn't saying anything about his change in habits, but she must have noticed. She was too smart a girl not to be aware of them, and too sensitive not to feel the perpetual state of worry and dejection that had seized him way back in December after his return from the NATO meeting in Brussels. It hadn't been a complete failure for him. Real friends at Casteau rallied round and talked with him as they had always talked, but few of them could hand out vital information, and the others, important sources for sensitive material in the past, had become tight-lipped, even evasive. He had never thought he was a particularly prideful man, but the snubs struck deep, and the results, in his reports back to the Times, were clearly seen, by himself at least. The journalist was the first to know he was slipping, next his editors, and then the public. End of a career. Any newsman was only as good as his sources. Like a policeman? Thea had asked when he discussed this problem with her. They need informants too, don't they? He had laughed and agreed, but wondered how journalists' high-placed sources would react if they were called informants. Let's say, he had answered, that Watergate would never have been explained if there hadn't been leaks of information. He poured the second drink, another double, and wandered back through the living room, a room he usually found cheerful and pleasant. Solange Michel had taken great care with the colors and chintzes. Toile, Thea had corrected him. Chintz my eye. And Maurice had made sure that his wife hadn't sacrificed the old fireplace and the beamed ceiling in her splurge on remodeling an old house. The Michels had spent money, time, and energy on fixing up their place in Roquebrune, but Tom wondered how long it would take them to sell it once they came back to see the huge condominiums that were being built further up the hillside behind them. Nothing, he thought. Nothing ever remains perfect. In deepening gloom, he went out onto the terrace. The trouble, or rather today's trouble, was the telephone call that morning from Chuck at the airport in Nice. The first time I've heard from him. Tom tried to stop brooding about Chuck and stared down at the olive trees in front of the house. Condominium builders hadn't yet got their hands on that long stretch of descending terraces, but no doubt they would. And they'd be eyeing that nice piece of real estate lying far below the olive trees, a cape that pointed its long finger into the Mediterranean, a promontory of very private land occupied by expensive villas and perfect gardens. Cap Martin wouldn't listen to the jingle of big promoters' coins. It could buy and sell them with cash still left in the till. It probably wasn't even aware of the glass and concrete spreading over the Roquebrune hills above it, a density of trees, a richness of foliage, covered and protected and hid it completely. That was where Chuck was spending the next few days, at Chandon Villa. Transportation from Nice? That was taken care of. Neely had met him at the plane. No, he couldn't make it for lunch, catching up on his sleep, he had said. He never could handle overnight flights. After that, he had some business to attend to. He would drop in to see Dorothea and Tom this evening. 6-ish, okay? The first time since November, and all I got was a drop-in promise. Not, Tom, I wanted to see you. Not, Tom, I have a lot to talk over with you. Not, Tom, let's have a quiet evening together and get a lot of things straight. Just 6-ish. Tom finished his drink at a gulp, wondered about another. Decided not. His career might be slithering downhill, his book might be choking itself to death, but he still had Thea. And this, he knew as he looked at his glass, was no way to keep her. He knew it, and yet he kept slipping away from his resolution. How else did you blot out the feeling of failure? He had made a real effort to stop thinking about Chuck and Shandon and the memorandum and that goddamned Olivetti. He wasn't using it anymore. He wouldn't even discuss these subjects with Thea. But the subconscious was a real devil eating away at him. No matter how determinedly he dropped the hurts and disappointments out of his conscious mind, they only sank below the surface and lay there. So now Chuck was here, and perhaps ready to talk. There had been a slightly too jocular manner in that phone call. Is that what we are going to have, an hour of chit-chat and sweet evasions? God damn it. Tom nearly walked back into the house to pour himself a third drink. At least he had started counting. A step in the right direction. But this meeting with Chuck... He dropped all speculation, tried to let his emotions subside and his mind stop questioning, and concentrated on the far stretch of coastline. It was a continuous sweep of cliffs and bays, with a back screen of mountains whose rocky spurs ran out into the sea and sheltered the indentations of beaches. To the west he could see the bold plunge of Monaco's headland, and then came the bay, where Monte Carlo had tucked itself into one corner, curving eastward to the green-covered promontory of Cap Martin lying below him. In jutted the shoreline again to form the wide bay where Menton lay with its old town built high above the port, and beyond that, the bay curved further inland before it came sweeping out again to the red cliffs, a mountain wall of sheer rock that formed the most definite frontier. Next stop, Italy and the Riviera dei Fiori, and a distant view of Bordighera, and then nothing but a horizon where blue sky met blue sea. Florida, he thought, had started with several strikes against it when it set out to bat against the Côte d'Azur. Nerves calmed, mind more at rest, he turned away. That view was better medicine, he admitted frankly, than the empty glass in his hand. Keep remembering that, he told himself. He set the glass down on the table at the side of the terrace, a private corner shielded by lemon trees, and began walking down the rough driveway that led from the east side of the house to the Roquebrune road. Thea was late. Menton adjoining Roquebrune, or was it the other way around? One moment you were driving in Menton, next block you were in Roquebrune, was only a couple of miles from here. It was just like her to go dashing off to the market to buy extra food, and no doubt some special items that their tight budget didn't usually allow. Money was another of his hidden worries. It melted like first snowflakes on a city sidewalk in this spreading inflation. "Chuck may stay for dinner," she had said when the phone call from Nice was over. Tactfully, and again true to Thea, she hadn't said what was really on her mind. On my mind, too, thought Tom. Why the hell doesn't Chuck stay here with us? We've got 2 unused bedrooms, damn them. Back to Chuck again, are we? He quickened his pace, putting distance between himself and the silent house and a desk littered with discarded manuscript. I've become too critical, too hesitant about my own work, he thought now. I'm not fit company for Thea these days. The only time we are really happy, and not often enough either, is in that big, beautiful bedroom upstairs. Solange, so she had told them proudly, had furnished it after the style of the Byblos Hotel over at Saint-Tropez. White carpet everywhere, white plaster walls cleverly finished to look as if they were carpeted too. Outsize bed, practically floor level, covered with a white fur rug. "A love nest at first sight," said Thea, setting them both laughing. "Well, if we can both laugh together and love together, there is hope for us. Without that, we'd have started drifting apart in these last months. It could yet happen, his common sense warned him, if he didn't get a better grip on himself. I'll get over this, he told himself. I must. I don't need a sense of guilt to add to my problems. The last stretch of driveway ran through the old Michel flower nursery, still functioning, now owned and worked by honest Auguste and his stalwart Albertine, who came up the hill to oblige once a week with a thorough house-cleaning, or for a special evening to cook. There had been too few of those. Not fair to Thea. I'll have to take some days off, drive her around, visit the hill towns, explore. We'll do that next week. To hell with my work, it's getting nowhere as it is. I've got to do some rethinking of the last chapter, organize its material better, reshape and... Or should I just throw the whole thing out,
and start over again. Remake it, fresh and alive. He passed the rows of flower beds, some bright with bloom, the rest promising flowers next month, and halted at the clump of mimosa by the gate. He could see no sign of their car, a small Fiat they had rented, in the rush of traffic to and from Lower Roquebrune. The road was narrow, twisting up the hill, built in the days when people walked or used real horsepower. His worries sharpened as he watched the stream of cars and trucks and buses. Where was Thea, anyway, he wondered irritably. What had delayed her so long in Menton? She was usually back by noon, and it was certainly noon. The nursery was deserted, all hands now engaged in their midday meal. And there she was at last, safely returning. The accident he had begun to fear hadn't taken place, but it nearly did at this very moment, as Dorothea took a wild chance to make a left turn across the path of the descending traffic. "For God's sake, Thea," he yelled as she stopped inside the gate and waited for him. "I didn't even chip a tail light," she told him cheerfully. "Jump in. I'll give you a lift to the house if you'll trust my driving." "And there's nothing wrong with it, either," she reminded him. Hadn't he noticed? If she had pulled up and waited to make the turn, the car behind her could have rear-ended the Fiat. He is too much on edge these days, she thought unhappily, and all her excitement about her meeting with Tony Lawton drained away. Silently, she made room for him on the seat beside her. "You're late." He picked up the sheaf of papers and magazines she had bought in Menton, the Herald Tribune and Le Monde from Paris, the Observer and Economist and Guardian from London, the Current, Time and Newsweek. "What about the New York Times?" "It's later than I am. Besides, it always arrived 4 days old. Another day wouldn't hurt." "Headlines are hideous, aren't they?" His eyes scanned them. "Yes," he said briefly. "That's where I should be," he thought. "Right back where the wires are bringing in all the latest alarms and excursions. The stuff that journalists' dreams are made of." "I picked up the mail on my way into Menton. You'll find it in my handbag." "More bills?" "A letter from Brad Gillen." She brought the car to a very smooth halt beside the row of orange trees near the back door. Tom searched in her purse and found the envelope. It had been opened. He looked at her. "It's addressed to me as well as you?" Dorothea's lips tightened. "Oh, really, Tom? Do I ever open your mail?" "What's he saying? Telling you to keep after me about the book?" "He isn't badgering you about anything. He had a meeting with Chuck. Brad took him to lunch at the Century. There was a lot of serious talk." Tom said nothing. The serious talk should have been between Chuck and me, he thought bitterly. He was about to slip the letter unread into his pocket. He'd have a drink first and feel more able to deal with it, when the stamp on the envelope caught his eye. "Just look at that postmark, will you? February 14th. 2 weeks on the way," he said in disgust. "And by airmail, too." "Normal delivery nowadays." Dorothea thought of her own postcards to Washington that had taken 4 weeks. "Better read the letter, Tom." It was important, doubly so because its arrival was so late. Tom stuck the letter into a pocket. It's all old news by this time, and he had a feeling he didn't want to hear it. "It's still urgent enough." She glanced at his face, saw worry increasing. So she made an effort to lighten her voice and her manner, and the news. "He had planned to come and see us last week, after some publishers' meeting in Paris. But Mona was in Acapulco, and guess what she did? She developed pneumonia. In Acapulco, I ask you. So Brad had to cancel Europe and fly down to bring her home." "Stop circling, Thea. You're getting into a constant habit of doing just that recently. You can give me the bad news." "Can I?" she wondered. "If I circle around it, you are the one who evades it." She drew a deep breath. "He must see us, Brad says. And so he is arriving in Nice on March 8th, straight from New York." "But that's next weekend." "Yes, before he goes on to Paris. He wants to talk with you." So we are getting top priority. He didn't like that idea either. What's his problem? Is it the book, or... He forced himself to say it. "About Chuck." "About Chuck." She reached over, kissed him on the cheek. I'm sorry I was late, darling, but He silenced her with a kiss on her lips. I'm sorry I was so damned sharp-set. It's just that... He hesitated, fell silent. You are worrying far too much these days, she told him gently. I was barely 30 minutes late, and you can blame 20 of those on Tony. We bumped into each other just outside the market. Tony? Tony Lawton's in town? Come on, darling. Let's get this basket of food into the kitchen, or the brie will be melting over the lamb chops. What's he doing here? On holiday. Sailing. The boat needed emergency repairs, so it's stuck in Menton for today. I invited him to come back here with me for lunch, but he had some phone calls to make. So I asked him to come up this evening and have a drink. She was already heading for the back door, carrying the smaller packages. Tom gathered papers and basket and followed her into the kitchen. When? His voice was sharp. Oh, around 5. But Chuck will be late. He had a habit of lateness whenever something unpleasant was on the horizon, and this meeting with Tom wasn't going to be easy for either of them. And before you meet him, Tony wants to have a word with you. A sort of background information, I think. Necessary, Tony said. Otherwise I don't need advice on how to handle my own brother. Oh, Tom... Tony's only trying to... What the hell does he think he's doing, sticking his nose into... Read Brad's letter. Abruptly, she turned away and began unpacking the basket. Cheeses and meat into the refrigerator, fruit and vegetables to be washed and dried. Tom turned on his heel, walked into the pantry, but the letter was now in his hand. She found she was waiting, tense and nervous, for his footsteps to stop at the bar, and chided herself for even listening. But there was no sound of a bottle set down on the tiled counter, or of ice dropped into a glass. He must be reading, not pouring another drink. Not yet, at least. She faced the window, tears in her eyes as she stared out blindly at 5 little orange trees trying to screen the torn-up land farther up the hillside. Then Tom was beside her, one hand slipping around her waist, the other holding Brad's letter. He's so damned diplomatic. As far as I can make out, he had something important to tell Chuck at that lunch, and Chuck didn't like it. He frowned at a closely written page, trying to read between the lines. I wish he had been more explicit. I suppose he couldn't be, not old Brad at least. He was giving Chuck some off-the-record information, so he said. Tom liked the look of the whole matter, less and less. Brad wouldn't entrust it to a letter, he agreed, or to a phone call. His frown deepened, and he looked once more at the paragraph dealing with Chuck. Brad's script was as discreet as Brad himself. And so I tried some frank talk with your brother. He didn't believe me, not then, but I think I jolted him enough to start him thinking about the net result of his actions last November. Some of it can be told now off the record. I had to take this chance with Chuck, and he will be the last person to want it publicized. It goes far beyond personal matters. We parted coldly, yet I still have hopes that my news will have some effect on him. He has some extra worries, too, new developments which must trouble him. Katie Collier has jumped bail, leaving her family to forfeit $100,000, and Martin Holzheimer has stumbled on a story that seemingly convinced him to get in touch with the police. So my guess would be that Chuck is a deeply worried young man, and more than a little scared by the way things are turning out, although, so far, he is persuading himself that he can cope. I gave him your address and telephone number, by the way, and I shouldn't be surprised if you have a letter from him as the first sign that my words had some effect. I hope I didn't overstep our friendship, Tom, in trying to handle this tricky situation. But I knew the facts, and I was on the scene. That's my excuse, anyway. Tom slipped the letter back into his pocket and loosened his hold on her waist. I'd better cable Brad at once. Let him know we did get the letter. He's probably been worrying for the past week why he had no answer from us. Tom thought over that, and impatience returned. Why the devil didn't he call and ask if his letter had reached us? That wouldn't have broken security. And risk having his ears pinned back for interfering? More nervous than she let herself appear, she glanced at Tom. I'm just following your advice, my love. I've stopped circling. Does Brad think I'm so damn touchy as all that? And you know me better than to even think I'd... He checked his rising temper.
I'm sorry, Thea. Sorry. He took her in his arms, felt her stiff spine begin to relax. I know. I've had my moods lately. They're over. All over, believe me. I can't afford them now. I've got more to worry about than myself. He kissed her, hugged her close, kissed her again. Now her body felt soft and warm, supple against his. She said, I've been difficult, too. He silenced her with another kiss before he let her go. I'd better start sending that cable, or perhaps I'll risk a telephone call. It's 7 in the morning in New York. All the better. I'll get him before he leaves for the office. Tom halted halfway across the kitchen. Who is Katie Collier? Oh, that's the girl who nearly got blown up with her friends when their bomb factory exploded. December headlines, you remembered then. But what has that got to do with Chuck? Dorothea could only shake her head. And what's this flap about Holzheimer? There's no reason why he shouldn't be in touch with the police. He's a reporter, and a good one. Dorothea was less generous. The man who started all our troubles, she thought. She said, couldn't he at least have told you where he got that copy of the memorandum? After all, you're Fourth Estate, too. I didn't ask him. Because I knew. Because I didn't want to hear. He began walking to the pantry door, stopped there, said, he got the memorandum from Chuck. At last, she thought. At last he has actually said it out loud. She heard his footsteps go briskly past the bar towards the telephone. Relief surged over her. His mood had indeed changed. Permanently? Certainly for this afternoon, making Tony welcome like old times. And thank God for that. She began pulling leaves of lettuce into small pieces for a salade niçoise. Radishes to be sliced. Chop up some of that red thing that looked like a blood-soaked cabbage. She never ate it. Was that why she could never remember its name? Anchovies, small black olives, pieces of tuna, croutons, garlic-flavored, hard-boiled eggs. Damn and blast, she said aloud. She had totally forgotten them this morning. Okay. Almost salade niçoise, but not quite. Blame it on a telephone call from Chuck. But at least he had telephoned. Give him credit for that first gesture. He had sounded normal enough. Perhaps Brad had exaggerated the trouble around him. And yet, if the situation wasn't as bad as Brad had seen it, why had Tony changed his own plans so suddenly when she mentioned Chuck's call from Nice? Yes, that was when Tony had dropped all interest in the busy street outside the market, even in the pretty girl, well worth admiring, conceded Dorothea, was passing by with her long, wide skirt swinging over dark red boots, and had shifted his entire attention to Dorothea. Chuck, Tony had asked, in Nice? He must be in Menton right now. Rick Neely met him at the airport. Tony whistled softly. An eyebrow went up. I agree. A little unexpected, isn't it? Frankly, I'd have bet on a letter. That's always easier than direct confrontation. Is he staying long? I shouldn't think so. He's at Shandon Villa, and there won't be much room for him when it starts filling up next week. Why stay at Shandon at all? Oh, some business, he said. But he does want to see Tom. At least he invited himself for a drink this evening. Shandon. I'd have thought Tom would have advised him against that. But why? He stared at her for a moment, openly puzzled. Let's walk a little to your car. You lead the way, and I'll carry this. He took the basket over one arm and began steering her through the midday crowd. Now tell me what Brad had to say last weekend. Didn't Tom believe him? Brad never got here. Mona fell ill. He hopes to see us next weekend. Tony's lips tightened. He walked in silence for several paces. When do you expect Chuck for that drink? At 6. I'd like to have a word with Tom before then. Come up and have lunch. Wish I could, but I've some heavy telephoning to do. He plunged into a quick explanation about the boat, engine failure. 2 of his sailing chums now working on it down at the harbor and waiting for his return with some supplies. You have a busy day ahead of you. Come and have lunch tomorrow. Bring your friends, too. How about 5 this evening? Tony asked. All right with you?
Can you manage it without too much trouble?
I'll make sure I manage it.
And stay to dinner?
Better not. I'll disappear before Chuck arrives. Strangers keep out, isn't that what Tom would say? How is he? How's the book? How are you?
Worried, she said frankly. Your news for Tom. Unpleasant, isn't it?
But necessary, believe me. Someone has got to give him the details, provide some argument power when he is dealing with Chuck. He had noted the disbelief in her eyes. Tom, he said gently, is accustomed to dealing with facts. He would want to know the situation, wouldn't he?
Once, yes.
Her voice was unsteady.
But now...
Once and always, Tony insisted. He can take it. And then Tony made one of his conversational leaps into the charm of southern French towns, red-tiled roofs, rippling, light walls and brightly painted shutters, flowers and palm trees popping up all over, 19th century hodgepodging with the 20th, and wouldn't it be wonderful if you could have tourist money without the tourists? But why this good bourgeois street along which they had walked was named in honor of the naughty President Félix Faure, he would never understand. By the time they reached the car, Dorothea had even begun to smile again. He stowed away the basket, glanced over the heap of newspapers and magazines lying beside the driver's seat as he opened the car door for her. He misses nothing, she had thought, not even the way I looked when I spoke about Tom. Then, as she was about to enter the car, she turned to give him a quick light hug and a kiss on his cheek.
Thank you, Tony.
Not at all. Delighted to carry baskets for pretty girls any day.
I wish I had dark red boots, too. That had startled him, briefly.
You are a proper caution, you are. See you at 5, love. 14. Some heavy telephoning, Tony had said. A truthful excuse, as he backed away from Dorothea's lunch invitation. But now, first of all, he had some heavy thinking to do. And quickly. He watched her gray Fiat safely on its way, and then began walking back to the market district. Slow steps, racing thoughts. 2 problems now. Jean Parassini's safety. The damned fool must be restrained somehow. Chuck Kelso at Shandon Villa. Why couldn't that self-assured idiot have stayed with his brother? Here on business, was he? What kind of business? Chuck was a young man who surrounded himself with question marks, Tony thought, as he found a small cafe where he could have a ham-encrusted roll sandwich. A difficult feat in a country devoted to table d'hôte menus. 20 minutes later, he was out in the streets again. Plans made. Searching for a safe telephone. The cafe's phone had been the free-to-all-ears type. Streets were almost empty, shops closed, restaurants crowded, in deference to the midday ritual of eating. The main post office, large and capacious, usually packed but possibly half empty at this time of day, was his best bet. Its telephone booths, nicely tucked into one corner of its ground floor, had doors to ensure reasonable privacy. And he had a sufficient supply of the mandatory jeton in his pocket. In France, where coins for public telephones were distrusted, he always made sure of that.